Chapter 1 of Book 1 of Metaphysics by Aristotle, translated by John McMahon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeffrey Edwards. Chapter 1. All men by nature are actuated with the desire of knowledge, and an indication of this is the love of the senses. For even irrespective of their utility are they loved for their own sakes, and preeminently above the rest the sense of sight. For not only for practical purposes, but also when not intent on doing anything, we choose the power of vision in preference, so to say, to all the rest of the senses. And a cause of this is the following, that this one of the senses particularly enables us to apprehend whatever knowledge it is the inlet of, and that it makes many distinctive qualities manifest. By nature then, indeed, are animals formed endowed with sense, but in some of them memory is not innate from sense, and in others it is. And for this reason are these possessed of more foresight, as well as a greater aptitude for discipline, than those which are wanting in this faculty of memory. Those furnished with foresight, indeed, are yet without the capability of receiving instruction, whatever amongst them are unable to understand the sounds they hear, as for instance bees, and other similar tribes of animals. But those are capable of receiving instruction as many as, in addition to memory, are provided with this sense also. The rest, indeed, subsist then through impressions and the operations of memory, but share experience in a slight degree, whereas the human race exists by means of art also, and the powers of reasoning. Now experience accrues to men from memory, for repeated acts of memory about the same thing done constitute the force of a single experience, and experience seems to be a thing almost similar to science and art. But science and art result unto men by means of experience. For experience, indeed, as Polus saith, and correctly so, has produced art, but inexperience, chance. But an art comes into being when, out of many conceptions of experience, one universal opinion is evolved with respect to similar cases. For, indeed, to entertain the opinion that this particular remedy has been of service to Callias, while labouring under this particular disease, as well as to Socrates, and so individually to many, this is an inference of experience. But that it has been conducive to the health of all, such as have been defined according to one species, while labouring under this disease, as for instance to the phlegmatic, or the choleric, or those sick of a burning fever, this belongs to the province of art. As regards, indeed, practical purposes, therefore, experience seems in no wise to differ from art. Nay, even we see the experienced compassing their objects more effectually than those who possess a theory without the experience. But a cause of this is the following, that experience indeed is a knowledge of singulars, whereas art of universals. But all things in the doing, and all generations, are concerned about the singular. For he whose profession it is to practise medicine does not restore man to health, save by accident, but Callias, or Socrates, or any of the rest so designated to whom it happens to be a man. If, therefore, any one without the experience is furnished with the principle, and is acquainted with the universal, but is ignorant of the singular that is involved therein, he will frequently fall into error in the case of his medical treatment, for that which is capable of cure is rather the singular. But, nevertheless, we are of opinion that at least knowledge and understanding appertain to art rather than experience, and we reckon artists more wise than the experienced, inasmuch as wisdom is the concomitant of all philosophers rather in proportion to their knowledge. But this is so because some indeed are aware of the cause, and some are not. For the experienced indeed know that a thing is so, but they do not know wherefore it is so, but others, I mean the scientific, are acquainted with the wherefore and the cause. Therefore also we reckon the chief artificers in each case to be entitled to more dignity, and to the reputation of superior knowledge, and to be more wise than the handicraftsmen, because the former are acquainted with the causes of the things that are being constructed, whereas the latter produce things as certain inanimate things do, indeed. Yet these perform their functions unconsciously, as the fire when it burns. Things indeed, therefore, that are inanimate by a certain constitution of nature perform each of these their functions, but the handicraftsmen through habit, inasmuch as it is not according as men are practical that they are more wise, but according as they possess the reason of a thing, and understand causes. And, upon the whole, a proof of a person's having knowledge is even the ability to teach, and for this reason we consider art, rather than experience, to be a science, for artists can, whereas the handicraftsmen cannot, convey instruction. And further, we regard none of the senses to be wisdom, although, at least, these are the most decisive sources of knowledge about singulars, but they make no affirmation of the wherefore in regard of anything, as, for example, why fire is hot, but only the fact that it is hot. Therefore, indeed, is it natural for the person who first discovers any art whatsoever, beyond the ordinary power of the senses, to be the object of human admiration, not only on account of something of the things that have been discovered being useful, but as one that is wise and superior to the rest of men. But when more arts are being discovered, both some indeed in relation to things that are necessary, and others for pastime, we invariably regard such more wise than those on account of their sciences not being for bare utility. Whence, all things of such a sort having been already procured, those sciences have been invented which were pursued neither for purposes of pleasure nor necessity, and first in those places where the inhabitants enjoyed leisure. Wherefore, in the neighbourhood of Egypt the mathematical arts were first established, for there leisure was spared unto the sacerdotal caste. It has then, indeed, been declared in the Ethics what is the difference between an art and a science, and the rest of the things of the same description. But at present the reason of our producing this treatise is the fact that all consider what is termed wisdom to be conversant about first causes and principles, so that, as has been said on a former occasion, the experienced seem to be more wise than those possessing any sense whatsoever, and the artificer than the experienced, and the master artist than the handicraftsman, and the speculative rather than those that are productive. That, indeed, wisdom therefore is a science conversant about certain causes and first principles is obvious. Chapter 2. Now, since we are engaged in investigating this science, the following must form a subject for our consideration, namely, about what kind of causes and what kind of first principles is this science, I mean wisdom, conversant. If, doubtless, one would receive the opinions which we entertain concerning the wise man, perhaps from this our proposed inquiry would be evident the more. Now, in the first place, indeed, we go on the supposition that the wise man especially is acquainted with all things scientifically as far as this is possible, not, however, having a scientific knowledge of them singly. In the next place, a person who is capable of knowing things that are difficult and not easy for a man to understand, such a one we deem wise, for perception by the senses is common to all, wherefore it is a thing that is easy, and by no means wise. Further, one who is more accurate and more competent to give instruction in the causes of things we regard more wise about every science. And of the sciences also, that which is desirable for its own account, and for the sake of knowledge, we consider to be wisdom in preference to that which is eligible on account of its probable results. And that which is more qualified for preeminence we regard as wisdom, rather than that which is subordinate. For that the wise man ought not to be dictated to, but should dictate unto others, and that this person ought not to be swayed in his opinions by another, but one less wise by this man. Respecting this wisdom and wise men do we entertain such and so many suppositions. But of these characteristics, the scientific knowledge of all things must needs be found in him most especially who possesses the universal science. For this person, in a manner, knows all things that are subjects of it. But also the most difficult nearly for men to know are the things that are especially universal, for they are most remote from the senses. But the most accurate of the sciences are those respecting things that are primary, in the most eminent sense of the word. For those from fewer principles are more accurate than those said to be from addition, as arithmetic than geometry. But also that science, without doubt, is more adapted towards giving instruction, at least which speculates about causes. For those do afford instruction who assign the causes in regard of each individual thing. Now, understanding and scientific knowledge, for their own sakes, most especially reside in the science of that which is most particularly fitted for being scientifically known. For he who selects scientific knowledge for its own sake will especially choose that which is preeminently science. But such is that which is the science of that which is particularly fitting as an object of scientific knowledge, and particularly fitting as objects of scientific knowledge are first principles and causes. For on account of these, and by means of these, are the other objects of knowledge capable of being made known, but not these by means of those things that are subordinate to them. Most fit for preeminence likewise amongst the sciences, and fit for preeminence in preference to that which is subservient, is the science which communicates the knowledge of that on account of which each thing is to be done. But this constitutes the good in each particular, but in general that which is the best in every nature. From all, therefore, that has been stated, the sought-for appellation lights upon the same science, for it is necessary that this be a science speculative of first principles and of causes. For the good also, viewed as a final cause, is one from amongst our classified list of causes. But that the science under investigation is not a science employed in producing is evident from the case of those who formed systems of philosophy in the earliest ages. For from wonder men, both now and at the first, began to philosophize, having felt astonishment originally at the things which were more obvious, indeed, amongst those that were doubtful. Then, by degrees, in this way having advanced onwards, and in process of time having started difficulties about more important subjects, as, for example, respecting the passive conditions of the moon, and those brought to pass about the sun and stars, and respecting the generation of the universe. But he that labours under perplexity and wonder thinks that he is involved in ignorance. Therefore also the philosopher, that is, the lover of wisdom, is somehow a lover of fables. For the fable is made up of the things that are marvellous. Wherefore, if for the avoidance of ignorance men from time to time have been induced to form systems of philosophy, it is manifest that they went in pursuit of scientific knowledge for the sake of understanding it, and not on account of any utility that it might possess. But the event itself also bears witness to the truth of this statement. For, on the supposition of almost all those things being in existence that are requisite towards both ease and the management of life, prudence of such a sort as this began to be in requisition. Therefore is it evident that we seek scientific knowledge from no other actual ground of utility save what springs from itself. But as we say a free man exists who is such for his own sake and not for the sake of another, so also this alone of the sciences is free, for this alone subsists for its own sake. Wherefore, also, the acquisition of this science may be justly regarded as not human, for in many instances human nature is servile. So that, according to Simonides, the Deity only should enjoy this prerogative, yet that it is unworthy for a man not to investigate the knowledge that is in conformity with his own condition. But if, in reality, the poets make any such assertion, and if the Godhead is in its nature constituted so as to envy, in this respect it is especially natural that it should happen, and that all those that are over subtle should be unfortunate. But neither does the divine essence admit of being affected by envy, but, according to the proverb, the bards utter many falsehoods. Nor ought we to consider any other science more entitled to honour than such as that under investigation at present. For that which is most divine is also most worthy of honour, but such will be so in only two ways. For that which the Deity would especially possess is a divine one amongst the sciences, and if there is any such science, this would be the case with the science of things divine. But this science, such as we have described it, alone is possessed of both of these characteristics. For to all speculators both the Deity appear as a cause and a certain first principle. And such a science as this, either God alone, or he principally, would possess. Therefore, indeed, may all sciences else be more requisite than this one, but none is more excellent. It is, indeed, necessary, in a manner, to establish the order of this science in its development in a direction contrary to the speculations that have been carried on from the beginning. For, indeed, as we have remarked, all men commence their inquiries from wonder whether a thing be so, as in the case of the spontaneous movements of jugglers' figures to those who have not as yet speculated into their cause, or respecting the solstices, or the incommensurability of the diameter. For it seems to be a thing astonishing to all, if any quantity of those that are the smallest is not capable of being measured. But it is necessary to draw our inquiry to a close in a direction the contrary to this, and towards what is better, according to the proverb, as also happens in the case of these, when they succeed in learning those points. For nothing would a geometrician so wonder at as if the diameter of a square should be commensurable with its side. What, therefore, is the nature of the science under investigation has been declared, as also what the aim should be which the present inquiry and the entire treatise should strive and attain. Chapter 3. But since it is manifest that one ought to be in possession of a science of primary causes, for then we say that we know each individual thing when we think that we are acquainted with the first cause, and since causes are denominated under 4 different heads, the first of which we assert to be the substance and the essence of a thing, for the inquiry of the wherefore in the first instance of a thing is referred to the last reason, but the first wherefore of a thing is a cause and first principle, and the second cause we affirm to be the matter and the subject, and the third is the source of the first principle of motion, and the fourth the cause that is in opposition to this, namely both the final cause and the good, for such is an end of every generation. Therefore, although there has been a sufficient amount of speculation concerning these in our treatise on Physics, let us however bring forward those who before our time have approached to an examination of entities, and have formed systems of philosophy respecting truth. For it is obvious that they also affirm that there are in existence certain first principles and causes. Therefore will it, at any rate, be of service to our present treatise, should we take a review of these philosophers, for either we shall thereby discover a certain different description of cause, or we shall in preference repose our confidence in those that have been already enumerated. Now, the majority of those who first formed systems of philosophy consider those that subsist in a form of matter to be alone the principles of all things. For wherefrom all entities arise, and wherefrom they are generated, as from an original, and whereto they are corrupted, ultimately the substance, indeed, remaining permanent, but in its passive states undergoing a change, this they assert to be an element, and this a first principle of all things. And for this reason they are of opinion that nothing is either produced or destroyed, inasmuch as such a constitution of nature is always in a state of conservation. As we say that Socrates neither is absolutely brought into being when he may become handsome or musical, nor that he is destroyed when he may throw aside these habits on account of the fact of the subject, namely, Socrates himself remaining permanent. So neither is it the case with anything else that it is either generated or corrupted anew. For it is necessary that there should be a certain nature, either one or more than one, from which the other entities are produced, that remaining in a state of conservation. The plurality, indeed, and the species of such a first principle all do not affirm to be the same. But Thales, indeed, the founder of this kind of philosophy, affirms the nature just mentioned to be water, wherefore also he declared the earth to be superimposed upon water, probably deriving his opinion from observing that the nutriment of all things is moist, and that even actual heat is therefrom generated, and that animal life is sustained by this. But that wherefrom a thing is produced, this is a first principle of all things. And doubtless for this reason, likewise holding such a theory, both from the fact of the seeds of all things possessing a moist nature, and of water being a first principle of their nature to things that are humid. But there are some who suppose those who lived in the most ancient times, and far previous to the present generation, and who first formed schemes of theology, to have also entertained opinions after this manner concerning nature. For these philosophers constituted both Oceanus and Tethys as the parents of generation, and water as the object of adjuration amongst the gods, called Styx by the poets themselves, for most entitled to respect is that which is most ancient. Now an object of adjuration is a thing most entitled to respect. Whether, therefore, there is this certain early and ancient opinion concerning nature, in all likelihood would be an obscure point to decide. Thales, indeed, is said to have declared his sentiments in this manner concerning the first cause, for no one would deign to place Hippo along with these on account of the meanness of his intellect. But Anaximenes and Diogenes placed air before water, and especially as a cause of simple bodies, whereas Hippasus of Metapontum and Heraclitus of Ephesus fire. But Empedocles introduced 4 bodies, that is, one in addition to those 3 already mentioned, adding earth as a 4th, for that these ever continued permanent, and further that they are not produced, save that either in plurality or in paucity they are compounded together or dissolved into one, and from one component element. But Anaxagoras of Clazomena, in age indeed being prior to this speculator, but in his works subsequent to him, maintains that first principles are infinite, for he asserts that almost all things being homogeneous, as water or fire, in this way are produced and destroyed by concretion and dissolution merely, but that in other respects no entities were either brought into existence or caused to cease to exist, but continued as things that are everlasting. From these things indeed, therefore, one would suppose that the only cause with these philosophers was that said to exist in a form of matter. But as these speculators advanced in this way, the thing itself guided them and constrained them to investigate further. For though every possible corruption and generation is from something subsisting, as one or more, yet why does this happen, and what is the cause of this? For undoubtedly the subject at least itself is in no wise instrumental in making itself undergo a change. Now I say, for example, that neither the wood nor the brass is the cause of either of these bodies undergoing a change, neither does the wood indeed produce a bed, and the brass a statue, but there is something else that is a cause of change. But the investigation of this is the investigation of a different principle, that is, the second cause, as we have stated, the principle of the origin of motion. Those indeed, therefore, who from the earliest times have altogether adopted such a method as this, and affirmed the subject to be one, have created no difficulty for themselves. But some of these, at least, who say that it is one, as if overpowered by this investigation, assert that the one is immovable, and the entire of nature, not only according to generation and corruption, for this is an ancient dogma, and one which all acknowledge, but also according to every other change whatever, and this a tenet peculiar to themselves. Of those indeed, therefore, who affirm the universe to be one merely, to none has it occurred to see clearly into a cause of such a kind, unless perhaps to Parmenides, and to him so far as that he lays down not one merely, but somehow even two ceases to exist. And for those truly who make them more numerous is it allowable rather to assert the existence of such a cause as the efficient cause, I mean those who make causes to be the hot and the cold, or fire and earth, for they employ the fire as possessing a motive nature, but water and earth and such like as something that is contrary to this. But after these philosophers, and after the assertion of principles of this sort, as if on the grounds of their insufficiency to generate the nature of entities, again constrained by actual truth, as we have said, they investigated the principle next following in the way of a consequence. For of the excellent and beautiful order of some things, and of the production of others of the entities, it is not natural to assign, perhaps either earth or anything of this kind as a cause, nor is it natural that they should think that it is, nor was it seemly, on the other hand, to attribute so important a part to chance and fortune. Now, whosoever affirmed mind, as in animals, so also in nature, to be the cause of the system of the world, and of the entire harmony of it, the same appeared, as it were, of sober temperament in comparison with the vain theorists of the earlier ages. Indeed, then, we know that Anaxagoras openly adopted these principles. Hermodamus of Clazomena, however, has the credit assigned him of having put forward a similar theory of causation at an earlier period. Those indeed, therefore, who have entertained these opinions have laid down as a first principle of entities at the same time the cause of their orderly arrangement, with such a one as that of the origin of motion in things. End of chapter 3. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards. Chapter 4 of Book 1 of Metaphysics by Aristotle, translated by John McMahon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jeffrey Edwards. Chapter 4. Some one, however, might indulge in the surmise that Hesiod was the first to broach such a description of cause as the above, and that this is the case with whatsoever other speculator, if any, that may have placed love or desire as a first principle in entities, as for instance also Parmenides. For this philosopher likewise, in drawing up his scheme of the generation of the universe, says, quote, the first thing of all the gods indeed planned he love. Close quote. But Hesiod's words are, quote, first indeed of all was chaos, but next in order earth with her spacious bosom, then love, who is preeminent amongst all the immortals. Close quote. Just as if it were necessary that in entities there should subsist some cause which will impart motion, and hold bodies in union together. How indeed then in regard of these one ought to distribute them as to their order of priority can be decided afterwards. But also, since things contrary to those that are good appeared inherent in nature, and not only order and the beautiful, but also disorder and what is base, and since the evil things were more numerous than the good, and the worthless than the fair, accordingly someone else introduced harmony and discord as a cause severally of each of these. For if any one would follow the subject up, and form his opinion according to the faculty of thought, and not according to the obscure assertions of Empedocles, he will find harmony indeed to be a cause of the things that are good, and discord of those that are evil. Wherefore, if any should say that Empedocles both in a certain sense affirms, and that he was the first to affirm, that the evil and the good are first principles, perhaps he would make such an assertion correctly, if the cause of all things that are good be the good itself, and of those that are evil the evil. These persons indeed, therefore, as we have said, even thus far have adopted into their systems two causes, as we have defined them in our Physics. I mean the material cause and the principle of the origin of motion, that is, the efficient cause, obscurely no doubt, and by no means clearly, but in a manner like the conduct of those who are unexercised in battles. For these latter also, advancing forwards against their adversaries, strike frequently skilful blows, but neither do those combatants act thus from a scientific system, nor do these early speculators appear like men who understand that they are making the assertions which they actually are. For in no respect almost do they appear to employ these first principles, save to a small extent. For Anaxagoras also employs mind as a machine for the production of the orderly system of the world, and when he finds himself in perplexity as to the cause of its being necessarily so, he then drags it in by force to his assistance. But in the other instances he assigns as a cause of the things that are being produced everything else in preference to mind. And Empedocles, to an extent further than this last named philosopher, employs his causes, however, neither adequately, nor does he discover in them that which confessedly is involved in them. Frequently, at least, in his system, the harmony indeed separates, and the discord unites things together. For when the universe may be dissolved into its component elements by reason of discord, then fire is commingled into one and each of the rest of the elements. But when all things by reason of harmony may unite into one, it is necessary that the parts from each undergo separation again. Empedocles then, indeed, in contradistinction to the early speculators, first introduced this cause, having divided it, not having constituted as single the first principle of motion, but first principles thereof, which are different and opposite. But, moreover, the reputed elements, in form of matter, he was the first to assert the existence of, as being 4 in number. He did not, doubtless, employ at least 4, but regarded them as if there were only 2, fire by itself, and those things that are opposed to this as one nature, namely, both earth and air and water. But one may acquire this information by drawing the speculation itself from his poetry. This philosopher, indeed, therefore, as we have stated, enumerated his first principles in this way, and affirmed them to be so many in number. But Leucippus and his companion Democritus assert that the full and the empty are elements, terming, for instance, the one indeed an entity, and the other a nonentity, and of these the full and solid they call an entity, and the empty and the attenuated a nonentity. Wherefore they say that entity, in no respect less than nonentity, has an existence, because neither has the vacuum a being more than corporeity, and that these are the causes of entities as material causes. And as they who make the substance which is the subject one, generate all things else by means of the passive conditions of this substance, assigning the rare and the dense as first principles of these affections, in the same manner these also affirm that differences are causes of the other things. They indeed say that these are 3, even figure, and order, and position. For they affirm that entity differs merely in rhythm and diathegy, and trope. Out of these the rhythm is figure, and the diathegy order, and the trope position. For indeed the letter A differs from the letter N in figure, and AN from NA in order, and Z from N in position. But respecting motion, whence or how it exists in entities, in like manner, with the rest of the early speculators, have these carelessly neglected such inquiries. Respecting then 2 causes of the 4, according to the statements we have just made, so far has it appeared that an inquiry has been prosecuted by our predecessors. Chapter 5. But amongst these, and prior to them, those called Pythagoreans, applying themselves to the study of the mathematical sciences, first advanced these views, and having been nurtured therein, they considered the first principles of these to be the first principles of all entities. But since among these, numbers by nature are the first, and in numbers they fancied they beheld many resemblances for entities and things that are being produced, rather than in fire and earth and water, because, to give an instance, such a particular property of numbers is justice, and such soul, and mind, and another different one is opportunity, and it is the case, so to speak, in like manner with each of the other things. Moreover, also, in numbers, discerning the passive conditions and reasons of harmonies, since it was apparent that, indeed, other things in their nature were in all points assimilated unto numbers, and that the numbers were the first of the entire of nature, hence they supposed the elements of numbers to be the elements of all entities, and the whole heaven to be an harmony and number. And as many phenomena as they could demonstrate to be conformable, both in their numbers and harmonies, with the passive conditions and parts of the heaven, and with its entire arrangement, these they collected and adapted to their philosophy. And if there was any interval left anywhere, they supplied the deficiency, in order that there might be a chain of connexion running through their entire system. Now, I say, as an illustration, since the decade seems to be a thing that is perfect, and to have comprised the entire nature of numbers, hence they also assert that the bodies that are borne through the heaven are truly 10 in number, and whereas 9 only are apparent, on this account they constitute the confronting earth 10th. but respecting these theorists we have arrived at more accurate decisions in other parts of our works. But the reason why we have gone in review through these philosophers is this, in order that we may receive also from them what they have already laid down as being first principles, and in what manner they fall in with the causes just enumerated. Undoubtedly do these appear to consider number to be a first principle, and, as it were, a material cause of entities, and as both their passive conditions and habits, and that the even and the odd are elements of number, and of these, that the one is finite and the other infinite, and that unity, doubtless, is composed of both of these, for that it is both even and odd, and that number is composed of unity, and that, as has been stated, the entire heaven is composed of numbers. But others of these very philosophers affirm that first principles are 10 in number, denominated in accordance with the following coordinate series, namely, bound, infinity, odd, even, unity, plurality, right, left, male, female, rest, motion, straight, crooked, light, darkness, good, bad, square, oblong. In the same manner seems Alcmaeon of Crotona to have formed his opinion, and this philosopher certainly, either from those just named, or they from this person, have derived this their theory, for Alcmaeon had reached the age of manhood when Pythagoras was an old man, but he enumerated his sentiments in a manner similar with the Pythagoreans, for he affirms that the greater portion of things human may be reduced to two classes, calling them contrarieties, not distinguished as these had distinguished them, but such as were of any casual sort whatever, as, for example, white, black, sweet, bitter, good, bad, small, great. This philosopher indeed, then, has indefinitely thrown out his opinions about the rest, but the Pythagoreans have declared both how numerous and which these contrarieties are. From both of these, therefore, it is possible to acquire thus much information, that contraries are first principles of entities, but how numerous and which these are may be ascertained only from other speculators. How, indeed, in respect of the causes enumerated, it is possible to draw up a compendious application of their principles has not, in distinct terms, been clearly declared by them, but they seem to arrange the elements as in a form of matter, for of these, as inherent, they say that the substance consists, and has been moulded. Of the ancients, therefore, indeed, even of those who assert the elements of nature to be many, it is sufficient from these statements to examine into their intention. But there are some who have declared their opinions about the universe as though it were one nature, but all have not put forward their theories in the same manner, either in regard of that which is constituted in an orderly way, or of that which is in accordance with the course of nature. With, indeed, then, the present investigation of causes, does this theory regarding them by no means adapt itself, for they do not, as some of the physiologers, who supposed entity to be one, nevertheless generate them from unity as from matter, but these, who say that entity and unity are the same, assert their production to take place after a different manner. For those, indeed, have added motion at least in their generation of the universe, but these say that it is immovable. Of a truth, however, so far at least the theory of this school is akin to our present investigation. For Parmenides, indeed, appears to adopt a system of unity in accordance with reason, whereas Melissus a theory of it according to matter. Wherefore also, indeed, one says that the universe is finite, and the other that it is infinite. Xenophanes, first of these, however, having introduced this system of unity (for Parmenides is said to have been his pupil), made nothing plain, neither did he seem to have apprehended the nature of either of these, but, looking wistfully upon the whole heaven, he affirms that unity is God. These indeed, therefore, as we have stated, must be omitted in regard of our present investigation, two of them entirely, even as being a little too uncivilized, namely Xenophanes and Melissus. Parmenides, however, appears to express himself in some passages with more circumspection, for, with the exception of entity, considering non-entity to have no existence, he thinks entity to be necessarily one, and nothing else, concerning which philosopher we have spoken with more clearness in our Physics. Yet, compelled to follow the phenomena, and supposing unity to subsist according to reason, but plurality according to sense, he again lays down two causes, and two first principles, heat and cold, as, for example, in other words, he means fire and earth, but of these he arranges the one under the category of entity, that is, the hot, and the other under that of non-entity, viz. The cold. From the statements, indeed, therefore, that have been made, and from those who have already devoted themselves to rational speculations, and are wise men, we have derived these views. From the earliest philosophers have we appropriated, indeed, both the corporeal first principle, for water, and fire, and such like, are bodies, and from some of these one such, and from others many corporeal principles, both, however, agreeing in classing them as forms of matter. But from certain amongst these early speculators, who at the same time establish both this cause, and along with this, that of the origin of motion, we have appropriated even this very efficient cause, from some indeed as a single principle, but from others as one that is twofold, up to the period of the Italic sexts, and independent of them. The rest of the investigators have spoken with more moderation regarding these first principles, except, as we have said, in the case of those who happen to have employed two causes, and one of these, the second cause, namely the origin of motion. Some, indeed, make single, and others twofold. But the Pythagoreans, in the same manner, have spoken of two first principles, but thus much have they added, which also is peculiar to themselves, namely, that they do not regard the finite, and the infinite, and the one, to be certain different natures, as, for instance, fire, or earth, or any other such thing, but that the infinite itself, and the one itself, constitute the substance of those things of which they are predicated. Wherefore, also, they affirmed that number is the substance of all things. Respecting, then, these points likewise in this manner have they declared their opinions, and respecting quiddity they began indeed to make assertions and to frame definitions, but they treated of matters with great simplicity. For they both framed their definitions superficially, and in whatever first an alleged definition should be inherent, this they considered to be the substance of the thing, as if any one should think that twofold is the same thing with the duad, since the twofold first is inherent in the two. Yet perhaps the being in what is twofold is not the same thing as being in a duad. But if not, unity will be plurality, which also was the result with them. From our predecessors, indeed, therefore, and from the rest, it is possible for us to acquire thus much information. Chapter 6. After the schools of philosophy enumerated, supervenes the system of Plato, in most points treading on the heels of these Pythagoreans, but also having peculiar tenets of its own, differing from the philosophy of the Italics. For from a young man having at the first been associated with Cratylus, and being conversant with the opinions of Heraclitus, that all sensible objects are in a state of continual flux, and that scientific knowledge concerning them had no existence, he indeed subsequently in this way came to entertain these suppositions. But while Socrates was engaged about the formation of systems of ethics, indeed, and that he broached no theory as regards the entire of nature, seeing that he was searching, doubtless, in morals for the universal, and that he was the first to apply his understanding to the subject of definitions, Plato, having applauded him on account of this his investigation of universals, was led to entertain thus much of his supposition, as that this took place in regard of other things, and not in regard of certain of the objects that are cognizant by the senses. For it is impossible, in his opinion, that there should be a common definition of any of the sensible natures, seeing that they are continually in a state of undergoing a change. This philosopher indeed, therefore, termed such things amongst entities ideas, and asserted that all things are styled sensible according as they were different from these, or as they subsisted in accordance with these. For his theory was this, that according to participation, the most of things synonymous are homonymous with the forms. Employing, however, the import of the term participation, he changed the name merely. For the Pythagoreans, indeed, affirm that entities subsist by an imitation of numbers, but Plato by a participation of them, changing the name. At all events, as to participation at least, or imitation, what it may be in the case of forms, they both in common omitted to investigate. But, moreover, besides sensibles and forms, he affirms that mathematical entities are things of an intermediate nature, differing on the one hand from sensibles in being eternal and immovable, but on the other from forms in the fact that the most of such are similar, but that every form itself constituted one thing merely. But since the forms are causes of other things, the elements of all these he supposed to be elements of entities. Therefore, indeed, he regarded the great and the little to be first principles as matter, but unity as substance, for from these, by participation of unity, that the forms are numbers. That, doubtless, unity at least is a substance, and that not any other entity is denominated so, Plato affirmed. Similarly with the Pythagorics, and the dogma that numbers are causes to other things of their substance, he in like manner asserted with them. But in place of the infinite considered as one, the having made a duad, and the having made the infinite out of the great and the small, this was peculiar to him. And, moreover, Plato affirmed the existence of numbers independent of sensibles, whereas the Pythagoreans say that numbers constitute the things themselves, and they do not set down mathematical entities as intermediate between these. The principle of his having made unity, therefore, and numbers as different from things, and not as the Pythagoreans, who regarded them the same as well as the introduction of forms, ensued on account of his logical investigations, for his predecessors took no share in dialectical science. But the constituting a duad as a different nature from the one arose from the fact that the numbers, with the exception of those that are first, are suitably generated from this as from a certain express image. And yet it happens in a contrary way, for it would not be reasonable that it should take place thus. For indeed, at present, from matter they make many things, whereas form generates only once. And from one matter there appears to be produced one table, but he who introduces form, though being one, makes many tables. In like manner, also, the male stands in relation to the female, for the one is impregnated from a single copulation, whereas the male impregnates many. These, however, are imitations of those first principles. Plato, indeed, therefore, respecting these objects of investigation, laid down distinctions in this way. But it is manifest from the things that have been stated that Plato only employed two causes, namely, both the formal cause and the material cause. For, according to him, forms are the causes of what anything is to the rest of the entities, and unity to the forms, and that there is a certain cause which subsists according to matter, which is that subject through which the forms have a subsistence, that are resident in sensibles, and through which unity is said to be in the forms, because the actual duad constitutes the great and the small. Further, the cause of the well and the ill he ascribed severally to the several elements, which particular point we affirm certain philosophers, such as Empedocles and Anaxagoras, to have investigated more elaborately than the early speculators. Chapter 7. Concisely indeed, therefore, and by way of summary, we have recounted both who they are that have declared their opinions, and in what manner they happen to have spoken concerning both first principles and truth. Nevertheless, however, we have received thus much information from them, that no one of those who have declared their sentiments concerning a first principle and a cause has made any assertion beyond those definitions that have been set down in our Physics. But notwithstanding that all of them have unfolded their views with obscurity indeed, yet in a manner they appear as persons engaged in cursorily treating those four causes enumerated above and elsewhere. For indeed some speculators speak of the first principle as matter, whether they may suppose one principle or more to exist, and whether they consider it as body, and whether as a thing that is incorporeal, as for instance Plato indeed in his mention of the great and the small, and the Italics in their theory of the infinite, and Empedocles in that of fire, and earth, and water, and air, and Anaxagoras in his system of the infinity of homogeneous things. Now truly all these touched upon a cause of this kind, and further as many as affirmed the existence, as a first principle, of air, or fire, or water, or a substance of greater density than fire, but of greater rarity than air. For certain philosophers have also declared a thing of this sort to be the first element. All these indeed therefore adopted this cause merely in a superficial way. But certain others introduce the second cause, namely the origin of the principle of motion, as for instance as many as make a first principle of harmony and discord, or mind, or love. But of the essence and the substance, that is, of the formal cause, not one indeed has rendered a clear account. Most especially do those make assertions respecting it who adopt the hypothesis of forms, and the things inherent in forms, for neither do they suppose that forms and the things inherent in forms subsist as matter to sensibles, nor as though from thence were derived the principle of motion, for in preference they assert them to be causes of immobility, and of things being in a state of rest. But in regard of the essence, to each of the other things do forms supply this, and unity imparts it to the forms. But the final cause of actions and changes and motions in a certain manner they assert to be a cause, yet in this way they do not assert it to be a cause, nor do they speak of it in a way conformably to what it naturally is. For they indeed who assign mind or harmony as such have laid down these causes as, doubtless, a something that is good. They do not, however, affirm that from these, as final causes, anything amongst entities either is in existence or is being produced, but that, as it were, from these the emotions of these things were derived. So also, in like manner, they who say that either unity or entity is such a nature of this kind, affirm it to be a cause of substance indeed. Yet they do not, for a certainty, affirm that anything either exists or is produced from this as a final cause. Wherefore it happens unto them, in a manner, both to affirm and not to affirm that the good is a cause of this sort, for they do not make the assertion absolutely, but by accident. That therefore our distinctions have been laid down correctly respecting causes, both as to how numerous and what sort they are, do even all these early philosophers appear to us to bear witness in not being able to fix upon any other cause. And in addition to the testimony of these speculators, it is evident that first principles must be investigated, either all in this way, or in some such mode as has been adopted by these philosophers. Now, how each of these has declared his opinions, and how the case stands in regard of the possible doubts respecting first principles, let us, after this, proceed to pass through a review of such points. End of chapter 7. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards. Chapter 8 of Book 1 of Metaphysics by Aristotle, translated by John McMahon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. Chapter 8. As many indeed, therefore, as set down the universe as both one and a certain single nature, as matter, and this such as is corporeal and involving magnitude, it is obvious that they labour under manifold errors. For they have established the elements of bodies merely, but not of incorporeals, when even there are in existence, I mean, things that are incorporeal. And in endeavouring to assign causes of generation and corruption, and drawing up, concerning all bodies in nature, systems of physiology, they take away the cause of motion. Further, the not positing also the substance as a cause of anything, nor as such the formal principle or the very essence of a thing, this was erroneous. And, in addition to the foregoing, the assertion that anything whatsoever might readily be a first principle of simple bodies, except earth, but at the same time not examining into their mode of generation, one from another, how they are produced. Now, I mean fire and water, and earth and air, for, partly by concretion, and partly by separation, are things produced from one another. This was an error of theirs. But this, in regard of the being prior and posterior, will involve the greatest difference. For indeed, earth would appear to be a thing most elementary of all, from which, as a first principle, elements are produced by concretion. But a thing of this kind would be most minute in its parts, and a thing most refined amongst bodies. Wherefore, as many as establish fire as a first principle would make assertions particularly in consonance with this theory. But each philosopher also acknowledges something of this sort to be an element of other things, I mean an element of bodies. No one, at least of subsequent speculators, even of those who assert the universe to be one, has thought fit to maintain earth to be an element, doubtless on account of the size of the component particles. But each of the three elements has obtained a certain umpire. For indeed, some assert fire to be this, but others water, and some air. Although why, pray, do they not assert this of earth, as the majority of men do? For they say that earth constitutes all things. But Hesiod also says that earth was the first produced amongst bodies. Thus it has happened that the supposition is an ancient and vulgar one. According indeed, therefore, to this account, if one affirms to be this either any one thing belonging to these save fire, or if one lays down, as such, a thing denser than air indeed, but more refined than water, he would not make such an assertion as this correctly. But if that which is subsequent in generation be prior in nature, and if that which has been digested and compounded together be a thing that is subsequent in its production, there would take place that which is the contrary of these. Water, for instance, would be a thing prior to air, and earth to water. With regard to those who are for establishing one such cause as we have declared, let these remarks be sufficient. But the same assertion may be made even if any one posits these corporeal principles as being many in number, as, for example, Empedocles, who says that 4 bodies elementarily constitute matter. For, likewise, to this philosopher, partly, indeed, the same consequences, but partly those that are peculiar to his own system, must needs happen. For also we see, in the case of things that are being produced from one another, that the fire and earth do not always continue as of the same body. But we have spoken on these subjects in our Physics, and respecting the cause of things that are being moved, whether we must assign 1 or 2 such, we should be inclined to think that we have not expressed ourselves either correctly or altogether irrationally, and, in short, must the principle of alteration be overturned by those who make assertions in this way. For not from heat will arise cold, nor from cold heat. For what change the contraries themselves would undergo, and what would be the one nature which should become fire and water, that very philosopher, I mean Empedocles, does not declare. But if any one should suppose that Anaxagoras mentions 2 elements, he would form his opinion most especially in accordance with a theory which, although that philosopher himself did not enunciate distinctly, yet, indeed, would, as a necessary consequence, follow in the footsteps of those who introduced this dogma. For otherwise would even the assertion be absurd, that all things from the beginning have been in a state of mixture, both on account of its happening that all things prior to this should pre-exist in an unmixed state, and on account of its not being consonant to nature, that anything at random should be mingled with anything at random too. And in addition to these reasons, we may add that, according to this doctrine, their passive states and accidents would be separated from substances. For to the same things belong mixture and separation. If any one, however, follows up the subject arranging into clauses together those statements which he wishes to make, he would, in all probability, utter assertions that would assume an air of novelty. For when there was nothing in existence that has been separated, it is obvious that no true assertion could be put forward in regard of that substance. Now I say, for instance, that it would not necessarily be a thing either white, or black, or darkish, or any other colour, but a thing necessarily colourless, for otherwise it would possess some one of these colours. In like manner would it be with that which is insipid, according to this same mode of reasoning. Nor could it be so with anything else of those things that are similar. For neither is it possible that it could possess any actual thing of a certain quality, or quantity, or that anything else be so. For therein would be inherent something of those termed partial forms. Yet this is impossible when all things have been in his system mingled together, for already it would subsist in a state of separation. But with the exception of mind, he affirms all things to be mingled, and that mind only is unmixed and pure. Now, from these statements, it is consequential with him that he should denominate as the first principles both unity, for this is simple and unmixed, and another thing, as if it were an entity, such as we are for establishing, viz. The indefinite prior to its having been defined, and to partaking of a certain form. Therefore the assertion is made neither correctly nor clearly, notwithstanding that he intends something similar with both those who subsequently make statements to this effect, and more in harmony with the present phenomena. For these, however, happen only to be familiar with the theories appertaining to generation and corruption and motion. For also, with regard to such a substance, they investigate almost only both the first principles and the causes. But as many as frame their speculation respecting all entities, but of entities have set down some, indeed, as being cognizant by sense, and others as not being sensibles, it is manifest that they institute for themselves an inquiry concerning both kinds. Wherefore, one might be induced in preference to linger upon an investigation respecting these, as to what they say, well or not well, in regard of the examination of those speculations now proposed by us. Those, indeed, called Pythagoreans in a far more outlandish manner employ their first principles and elements than the physiologists, but the cause is, because they have not derived them from sensibles. For those natures that are mathematical amongst entities are without motion, except those pertaining to astrology. They, however, discuss and treat of all points concerning nature, for they both generate the heaven, and respecting the parts thereof, and the passive conditions, and the operations thereof, they closely observe that which takes place, and upon these they lavish their first principles and causes, as if acknowledging to the rest of the natural philosophers that whatsoever thing is such as is cognizant by the senses, that this constitutes entity, and such as that which is called heaven comprises. But the causes and the first principles, as we have said, they affirm are sufficient both to secure a transition even to a higher order of entities, and that they are more sufficient than those that are in harmony with physical theories. From what mode, however, there will be motion, merely on the supposition of the existence of the subjects of finite and infinite, and odd and even, they in no wise declare, or how it may be possible without motion and change that there should be generation and corruption, or the operations of those bodies that are whirled along the heaven. But further, whether one grants to them that from these results magnitude, or whether this should require to be demonstrated, nevertheless, in a certain manner, some bodies will be light indeed, and some involving weight. For the things from which they adopt for themselves their theories and make assertions, they in no respect affirm in regard of sensibles in preference to mathematical bodies. Therefore, concerning fire or earth, or the other bodies of such a kind, they have declared nothing whatsoever, inasmuch as affirming, in my opinion, nothing that is peculiar to them concerning sensible natures. But further, how must we receive as causes the passive conditions of number, and the number itself as the cause of entities, which subsist in the heaven, and of things that are being produced there, both from the beginning and at present, and at the same time allow that there is no other number save this number from which the order of the universe consists? For since, indeed, in this portion of the creation, according to these philosophers, there may be in existence opinion and opportunity, but a little above, or a little below, injustice and separation, or mixture, and since they may adduce a demonstration that each one of these is number, and it happens from this mode of reasoning in this place that there subsists already a multitude of constituted magnitudes, from the fact of these affections following each of these places respectively, on the supposition of the foregoing, we may ask whether, therefore, is this owing to the same number as that which is in the heaven, and which we ought to receive because that each of these exists, or, besides this, is there another number? For Plato says, indeed, that there is a different number. He, however, also thinks both these and the causes of these to be numbers, but numbers that are indeed intelligible causes, whereas those are merely sensible according to Plato. Respecting then, indeed, the Pythagoreans, let us leave off our present discussions, for it is sufficient thus far to have touched upon their system. Chapter 9. But They who put forward ideas as causes in their early investigations, indeed, to acquire the causes of these entities, in the first place have adduced other things equal in number to these, as if one, desiring to have reckoned certain things when these were less numerous, would consider this impossible, but, by creating a greater number, should succeed in counting them. For almost equal, or not less numerous, are the forms than those things respecting which, in investigating their causes, they have advanced from these to those. For according to each individual thing, there is a certain homonymous form, and in addition to the substances also of other things, there is the unity involved in the notion of plurality, both in the case of these and of things that are eternal. Moreover, in the ways in which it is demonstrated that there are forms, according to none of these doth the substance of forms become apparent. For indeed, from some there is no necessity, in the sequence of the reasoning, that a syllogism arise, but from other things also, not of such as we should expect to find forms. Of these are their forms generated. For, according to the rational principles deducible from the sciences, will there be forms of all things, of as many as there are sciences, and in accordance with the argument, for ideas founded on the notion of unity involved in plurality, will there also be forms or ideas of negations, and according to the ability to understand something of what has been destroyed of things liable to decay, will there also be forms, for of these there is a certain phantasm. But further, as regards the most accurate of the arguments for the ideal theory, some of them indeed frame ideas of things relative, of which they do not say that there is an essential genus, whereas others speak of there being a third man. And upon the whole, the theories respecting forms overturn the things which they who affirm the existence of forms would wish should have a subsistence, in preference to the subsistence of the ideas. For it happens that the duad is not the first, but that the number is, and that the relative is, before the essential, and all those consequences ensue, as many as certain, who have followed up the opinions respecting forms, have set in contrariety to first principles. Further also, according to the supposition in virtue of which we speak, of the existence of the ideas, not only will there be forms of substances, but of many other things also. For also there is the one conception, not only respecting substances, but also in the case of other substances. And there are sciences, not only of substance, but of different things also, and innumerable other things of this sort occur. But according to necessity, and the opinions respecting forms, it follows on the supposition that forms are things capable of participation, that there should be ideas of substances only. For not according to accident are they participated in, but things must participate in this respect in each idea, so far forth as each idea is not predicated about the subject. Now I mean, for example, that if anything participates in the twofold itself, this also is a participant in what is eternal, but according to accident, for it is accidental for the twofold to be eternal. Therefore the forms will be substance. For the same things, both here and there, signify substance, or what will be the meaning of the assertion of the existence of a something that is independent of sensibles, drawn from the argument founded on unity, involved in the notion of plurality, and if there be the same form of the ideas, and of things that are participants of them, there will be something in common. For by no means, in the case of perishable duads, and indeed most duads, but such as are eternal, is the duad said to be rather one and the same than in the case of this, and one of some particular thing. But if there be not the same form, there would be an homonymy, and it will be just like as if one should call both Callias and a piece of wood a man, discerning no community whatever between them. 1. But most of all would one feel perplexed as to what at all the forms contribute, either to those things that are eternal amongst sensibles, or to things that are being produced and being corrupted. For neither are they to them a cause of any motion or change whatever, but truly neither are they of any assistance towards the science of other things. For neither are those the substance of these, for in such a case they would be in these. Nor do they contribute towards the existence of other things, inasmuch as they are not inherent in things that are their participants, at least, for so indeed they would perhaps be supposed as causes, just as if the white were mixed with the white, it might be called the cause of a white body. But indeed this theory is very easily overthrown, which Anaxagoras indeed first, and Eudoxus subsequently, and certain others advanced. For it would be easy to collect together also many impossibilities in reference to such an opinion. But truly neither do other things subsist from forms in accordance with any mode of existence of those that are wont to be mentioned. But the assertion that these forms are exemplars, and that the rest of entities participate in them, is to speak vain words, and to utter poetic metaphors. For in what respect, may I ask, does that which operates look towards the ideas as a model? For it is possible that anything whatever that is similar both should exist and be produced, and yet that it be not made like in reference to that to which it is similar. Wherefore also, on the supposition of the existence and non-existence of Socrates, just such another one as Socrates is would be produced. And in like manner is it evident that this would follow even though Socrates were eternal. And besides, there will be many exemplars of the same thing. Wherefore also the forms, for instance, of man, such as animal and biped, and at the same time also ideal man, will have a subsistence. Further, not only of things sensible are forms the exemplars, but also of forms themselves, as for example the genus as a genus will be an exemplar of species, wherefore an exemplar and an image will be the same thing. Further, it would seem impossible for the substance to be separate from that of which it is the substance. Therefore, in what way can the ideas, when they are substances of things, exist separately from them? But in the Phaedo, an assertion is made to this effect, that the forms are causes of existence and of production. On the supposition, however, of the existence of forms, nevertheless, those things that are participants will not be produced, if there be not in existence that which is likely to be the origin of motion, and many other things are produced, such as a house and a ring, of which we do not say that there are forms. Wherefore it is evident that it is possible also for other things both to exist and be produced from such causes, likewise on account of which also arise those entities mentioned just now. 2. Moreover, if forms are numbers, how will they be causes? Whether is it because entities are different numbers, as for instance, this particular man is this particular number, indeed, and Socrates another, and Callias another, different from both? In what respect are those therefore the causes of these? For neither will it make any difference whether those may be eternal and these not so. But if it is because the things here are proportions or ratios of numbers, as for instance a symphony, it is obvious that there will be a certain one thing at least amongst those of which there are ratios or proportions. Now, if this is one thing, say matter, it is palpable that the actual numbers also will be certain proportions of one thing with another. But I say, for example, if Callias is a proportion in numbers of fire, and earth, and water, and air, to certain other subjects will belong the same man likewise. And if the idea constitute a number, the ideal man also, whether the idea may be a certain number or not. nevertheless will be a ratio in numbers of certain things without being himself a number, nor will there be a certain particular number on account of these things. Further, out of many numbers one number results, but from forms how is one form produced? And if forms are not produced from forms, but from the units that are in numbers, as for instance in the myriad, how is it with the subsistence of the monads? For if they are of the same species, many absurdities will ensue, but if they are not of the same species, neither will they be the same with one another, nor all the rest the same with all. For wherein will they differ, since they are impassive? For such statements as these are neither rational nor consonant with the understanding. And, moreover, it is necessary to establish a certain other description of number regarding which arithmetic is conversant, and all such things as are termed media by some, and how or from what principles will these arise? Or why will they be media between the things here and these? Further, the monads which are in each duad are from some prior duad, although such is impossible. Further, why is there an aggregated number as one thing? And further, in addition to the things that have been stated, if the monads are different, they ought to declare their opinions in the same way as those do, even as many as affirm the elements to be fourfold or twofold. For also each one of these mentions not what is common as an element, for example, body, but fire and earth, whether body is anything that is common or not. But now an assertion is made, just as if the one were in existence as homogeneous fire or water. But if this be the case, numbers will not be substances. It is, however, evident that if unity itself be anything, and if this be a first principle, that unity is expressed in many ways, for that it should be otherwise is impossible. But they who wish to refer substances to first principles set down lengths, indeed, as consisting from the long and the short, from something small and large, and a superficies as from what is broad and narrow, and a body from what is deep and low. In what way, however, will the superficies involve a line, or the solid a line and surface? For the wide and the narrow are a different genus from deep and low. As, therefore, neither number is inherent in these, because the much and the few are different from these, so it is manifest that neither will anything else of those superior natures be inherent in those that are inferior. But, truly, neither is the wide a genus of the deep, for body would be a certain surface in this case. Further, may I ask from what will points be compounded? This genus, indeed, then, did Plato also oppose, as being a geometric dogma, but he used to call it the first principle of a line, and this he often set down. I mean the existence of indivisible lines, although of necessity there must be some limit to these. Wherefore, from whatever principle a line is, therefrom also is a point. 3. And upon the whole, seeing that wisdom investigates into the cause, in respect of things that are manifest, this consideration indeed have we omitted, for we say nothing regarding the cause of the origin of the principle of change, but, thinking to mention the substance of these, we say that there are different substances. But in what manner those may be substances of these we ineffectually describe, for as to such being accomplished by participation, as also we have stated on a former occasion, there is no advantage gained in saying this. Neither truly are ideas such causes as we see to be a cause to the sciences, on account of which both every mind and every nature operate, nor that cause which we affirm to be one of the first principles do forms in any wise touch upon, but to men in the present age mathematics have become the philosophy, although they say that persons ought to cultivate these sciences for the sake of other sciences. But further, one may suppose the subject substance to be as matter that is more mathematical, and rather to be converted into a predicable, and to constitute a difference of substance and of matter, as, for instance, the great and the small, just as also the natural philosophers mention the rare and the dense, saying that there are these primary differences of the subject, for these are a certain excess and defect. And respecting motion, if, indeed, these will constitute motion, it is evident that the forms will be moved. But if they are not, whence has motion originated? For thereby the entire investigation about nature has been abolished. And what seems to be easy, namely, the demonstration that all things are one, does not turn out to be so. For according to the interpretation, all things do not become one, but a certain thing itself is one. If any one would grant that all things are so, and neither would he allow this unless one would admit the existence of a universal as a genus, but this in some cases is impossible. But neither have those things that are after the numbers any grounds in reason, namely, both lengths and surfaces, and solids, nor is it so in regard of the mode of how they are, or shall be, or whether they involve any capacity, for these cannot possibly be either forms, for numbers they are not, or media, for those are mathematical, or things that are corruptible. But these, again, appear as the certain other fourth genus, different from those other three. But, upon the whole, the investigation of the elements of entities, seeing that they are expressed multifariously, it is impossible for any person to discover a solution of who have not divided them, and especially if they investigate in this manner from what sort of elements they are compounded. For action, or passion, or the wide, it is not, doubtless, possible to receive from some things of which these consist. But if this were the case, it would be possible to receive them as subsisting from substances only. Wherefore, either to investigate, or to think that you possess the elements of all entities, is not true. But how can any one learn the elements of all things? For it is evident that it is not possible that he should be previously a person having prior knowledge thereof. For, as to one learning geometry, it is indeed possible to see beforehand other things, but of such things as the science consists of, and concerning which he is about to receive instruction, he can have no prior knowledge. So also is it in the case of other things. Wherefore, if there is a certain science of all things, as some affirm, nothing could this person know beforehand. Every system of learning, however, subsists or is attainable by means of previous knowledge, either of all things, or of certain particular things, and either by demonstration is this accomplished, or by definitions. For those things whereof the definition consists it is requisite to understand beforehand, and that they be known. In like manner is it the case with knowledge by induction. But truly, if also it happens that there is in our possession a congenital knowledge of things, it is astonishing how we, in possession of the most excellent of the sciences, are unconscious of such a treasure. Further, how will any one know from what particulars all things consist, and how will this be manifest? For this also involves perplexity, for one would feel a doubt, just as also concerning some syllable. For certain affirm that S, M, A is composed of S and M and A, but others say that it possesses a different sound from its components, and none of those that are known. Moreover, those things of which there is perception by sense, how could any one know if he were not furnished with the capacity of perceiving by sense? Although one ought, if these are the elements of all things whereof they consist, just as the compound sounds arise from their own proper elements. That therefore all seem to seek the causes mentioned in our Physics, and besides these, that we have no other to adduce, is likewise from the foregoing statements evident. But the early philosophers, I admit, have treated of these causes, obscurely however, and indeed in a certain manner. All such four causes have been enumerated by speculators of an age prior to ours, and in a certain manner by no means has this been the case. For the earliest system of philosophy concerning all things was like unto one articulating with a stammer, inasmuch as it was new as regards first principles, and a thing the first in its kind. For Empedocles says that a bone exists from form by the principle of composition, but this is the essence and the substance of that thing. But truly, if this be admitted, in like manner also is it necessary that of both flesh and everything else of the other things there should subsist this principle of concretion, or that it should not subsist as a principle of anything at all. For on account of this are both flesh and bone, and each of the other things in existence, and not on account of the matter, which he says is fire, and earth, and water, and air. But also with any other indeed who would make these assertions, he would of necessity concur, but he has not expressed himself with clearness respecting them. The case regarding such points, therefore, has been made evident on a former occasion, but as many doubts as any one might indulge in respecting these same we will a second time enumerate, for perhaps we shall thereby acquire a facility for having our difficulties resolved in reference to subsequent questions of doubt. End of Chapter 9 and end of Book 1 of Metaphysics. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards. Chapter 1 of Book 1 the less of Metaphysics by Aristotle, translated by John McMahon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. Chapter 1. Speculation respecting truth is partly difficult and partly easy, and a proof is the following, that in the pursuit of truth neither is any one philosopher, in a way worthy of the dignity of the subject, able to attain this, nor can all investigators fail in reaching it, but that each says something to the point concerning nature, and individually that, indeed, they add nothing or but little to this speculation respecting truth, but from all these collected together that there ensues something of magnitude. Wherefore, if indeed it so seems to be the case, as we happen to say in the proverb, Who will miss the door? In this way, truly, would the speculation of truth be easy. But for philosophers to have a certain whole, and not to be able to have each some portion, indicates the difficulty of it, and perhaps also from the fact that the difficulty arises in two ways, the cause of this may not be so much in things themselves as in us. For as the eyes of bats are to the light that follows the dawn of day, so also is the mind of our soul to those things which above all are naturally the most splendid. But not only is it just to return thanks to those whose opinions one may have fellowship with, but also to those, moreover, who have enunciated their sentiments more superficially, for even these, likewise, contribute something, for they have previously exercised our speculative habit. For if there had not been a Timotheus, we would not have had much melody, and unless there had been a Phrynis, there would not have been such a person as Timotheus. But in the same manner also it is in the case of those who have declared their sentiments concerning truth. For indeed, from some of them we have inherited certain opinions, but others have been the causes of these becoming opinions of theirs. But it is correct, also, that philosophy should be styled a science speculative of truth. For of speculative science the end is truth, but of practical science a work. For even though they may examine how a thing is, practical men do not investigate into the cause of that thing in itself, but in relation to something else, and as connected with the present time. But we do not know the truth without the knowledge of cause. But especially is each thing that amongst other things, according to which also there subsists in other things that which is synonymous. As, for example, fire is a thing most hot, for also in the rest of entities is this a cause of their heat. Wherefore also most true is that which is a cause to posterior natures of their being true. Wherefore is it necessary that the first principles of things always existing should always be most true, for not sometimes are they true, neither is anything the cause of being to those, but those are the causes of being in other things. Wherefore, as each thing is disposed in regard of existence, so also is it in regard of truth. Chapter 2. But truly, that there is, at least, some first principle, and that the causes of entities are not infinite either in a progress in a straightforward direction, or according to form, is evident. For neither, as of matter, is it possible that this particular entity proceed from this to infinity. For instance, flesh, indeed, from earth, and earth from air, and air from fire, and this without ever coming to a standstill. Nor can there an infinite progression take place with the origin of the principle of motion, as, for instance, that man should have been moved by the air, and this by the sun, and the sun by discord, and of this that there should be no end. Nor in like manner can this infinite progression take place with the final cause, that walking, for instance, should be gone through for the sake of health, and this for the sake of enjoyment, and this enjoyment for the sake of something else, and similarly, that one thing invariably should subsist on account of another, and in like manner is it the case with the formal cause. For of media, to which externally there is something last and first, it is necessary that what is first should be a cause of those things which are subsequent to it. For if we must declare what is the cause of three things, we will assert that it is the first of the three, for, doubtless, it is not the last, at least, for that is not, at any rate, at the extremity of anything as a cause. But, truly, neither is it the middle, for this is the cause of one thing only. But it makes no difference whether one or many media be assumed, nor whether they are things infinite or finite. But in this way all the portions of things infinite, and of the infinite in general, are similarly media up to the extremity, so that if there is nothing that is the first, there is in short no cause. But neither, truly, is it possible, as regards a progression downwards, to proceed on to infinity, in case that which is in a progression upwards involves a first principle, as, for example, that from fire indeed water should be produced, but from this earth, and so invariably that a certain different genus be produced. For in a twofold manner is one thing produced from another, not as this particular thing is said to take place after that, for example, the Olympic games from the Isthmian, either as a man is produced from a boy undergoing a change, or air from water. As indeed, then, we say that a man is produced from a boy, as a thing that has been from that which is in a process of formation, or that which has been finished from that which is being finished, or tends towards perfection. For always is there a certain medium, as production is a medium between existence and non-existence, so also is the thing that is being produced between entity and non-entity, and a person receiving instruction is one becoming scientifically learned, and this is the meaning of what is affirmed, that from a person learning is produced one that is scientifically learned, and just as water is generated from air on account of the air having undergone corruption. Wherefore, in the former instance, the things adduced indeed do not revert into one another, nor is a child produced from a man, for that which is being produced does not arise from the act of generation, but is subsequent to generation, for so also the day is generated from the dawn, because it is posterior to this. Wherefore, neither is the dawn generated from the day, but the other instances revert into each other. In both these cases, however, it is impossible to pursue the progress on to infinity, for in the one case of those that are media there must needs be an end, and in the other case the things adduced revert into one another, for the destruction of one is the generation of the other. But at the same time also it is impossible that what is first, seeing that it is eternal, should be subject to corruption. For since generation is not infinite in an ascending progression, that nature must needs not be eternal from which anything has been produced, as from that which is primary and has been subject to corruption, but this is impossible. Further, the final cause is an end. But a thing of this sort is that which does not subsist on account of another, but other things on account of that. Wherefore, if that which is last be a thing of this sort, there will not be a progression to infinity, but if there is no such thing, I mean that which is last, the final cause will have no existence. But they who introduce this infinite progression forget that they destroy the nature of the good, although no one would undertake entering on any course of action not intending to go on to a termination of his undertaking. Nor would there be design in such things, for one who is possessed of mind always does a thing for some purpose or other, for this is a termination for it, for the end proposed is a termination. But indeed neither can the formal cause admit of being referred to another definition more copious in reason. For the prior definition is invariably more the definition of a thing, but the subsequent is not so. But to that of which there is no first, neither has that which is next in order any existence. Further, they destroy scientific knowledge who make assertions in this way, for it is not even possible to understand anything before we come to individual things, and scientific knowledge has no existence in this case. For things infinite in this manner, how is it possible to apprehend? For the infinite here is not a thing similar to infinity in the case of a line, which, as regards its divisions indeed, does not come to a standstill, but is indivisible. Nor is it possible for one to apprehend these divisions, except he imposes some limit to their divisibility. Wherefore he will not reckon the divisions or sections who goes through the infinite in detail, but also as regards the matter. So far as it is such in what is being moved, it is necessary to understand it thus far, and for nothing that is infinite is there any possibility of existence. But if this is not the case, not infinite, at any rate, is that by which we may know the infinite. But, doubtless, if the species of causes were infinite in number, neither in such a case would the perception of our knowledge be possible. For then we think we know when we may make known the causes. But the infinite according to addition, it is not, in finite duration, possible to exhaust. Chapter 3. But lectures on philosophic subjects fall out according to our habits. For, as we have been accustomed, so we deem it right a thing should be expressed. And whatever things are besides these do not appear similar, but from the fact of our not being habituated thereto, they seem more unknown and strange, for the habitual is more known. And how great force the habitual possesses, the laws make manifest, in which fabulous and puerile things have greater force from usage than the reality of our knowledge concerning them. But some persons, indeed, do not admit those making assertions, unless one speaks with mathematical precision, but others do not approve of what is said, unless they express themselves by means of an exemplar, and others think it right to adduce a poet as a witness, and some require all things to be expressed with accuracy, whereas accuracy is troublesome to others, either on account of their not being able to carry on a train of reasoning, or on account of their considering such as mere quibbling about verbal niceties, for the precise involves some such thing. Wherefore, as in the case of contracts, so also in that of philosophic discourses, precision seems to be a thing to some persons that is illiberal. Wherefore it is necessary that one should have been instructed what way we must admit each and all points of inquiry, as it would be absurd at the same time to seek for scientific knowledge, and the mode of attaining such knowledge, but it is not easy to acquire either of these. Now, mathematical accuracy of language is not to be required in all things, but in those things that do not involve any connexion with matter. Wherefore, such is not the natural mode of discovering truth, for perhaps the whole of nature involves matter. Therefore, first must we investigate what nature is. For in this way also will it be evident about what only natural science is conversant, and whether it is the province of one science or of many to speculate into causes and first principles. End of chapter 3 and end of book 1 the less. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards. Chapter 1 of Book 2 of Metaphysics by Aristotle. Translated by John McMahon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. Chapter 1. For the advancement of the science under investigation, it is necessary for us, first, to take a review of those points respecting which one ought to doubt in the first instance, but these are whatsoever subjects some speculators have entertained opinions of after a different mode, and whatever, beyond these, may happen to have been overlooked. For it will contribute towards one's object, who wishes to acquire a facility in the gaining of knowledge, to doubt judiciously, for a subsequent acquisition in the way of knowledge is the solution of previous doubts. But when one is ignorant of the bond of a thing, it is not possible for such to loose it. But the perplexity of the intellect makes manifest this assertion respecting the matter in hand. For, so far forth as the dianoetic faculty doubts, so far does it undergo something similar to persons loaded with chains, for it is impossible in both cases to advance further. Wherefore it is necessary in the first instance to speculate into all the difficulties involved in the present subject, both on account of these things and also from the fact that they who carry on an investigation without doubting first are similar to persons ignorant where they ought to walk, and in addition to these things neither can such know whether he has discovered the object of his speculation or not. For the end is not manifest to this speculator, but to one who has previously doubted, in a judicious way it is manifest. But, further, there is a necessity that a person should be better qualified for forming a judgment, who has heard all the reasons, as it were, of adversaries and opposing disputants. Now, the first source of perplexity is concerning those things which we have expressed doubts of in our preface, namely, whether to speculate into causes be the province of one or many sciences, and whether it be the province of this science to discover merely the primary principles of substance, or also to speculate concerning the first principles from which all derive their demonstrations, as, for instance, whether it is possible to affirm and deny one and the same thing at the same time or not, and concerning the other things of such a kind. And if it is the province of this science to be conversant about substance, whether one may be about all, or whether there be many such in existence, and if many, whether all are akin to each other, or it may be proper to style some of them sciences of wisdom, and others of them something else. And this very thing is amongst the necessary points of investigation, whether it should be affirmed that sensible substances exist only, or whether others also subsist in addition to these, and whether there is a genus singly, or a number of genera of substances, according to the opinion of those who introduce both forms and mathematical entities as things intermediate between these and sensibles. Concerning these, therefore, as we have said, an examination must be made, and also concerning substances, whether the speculation extend only to them, or to the essential accidents of these substances. But in addition to these points, we might inquire in regard of sameness, and diversity, and similarity and dissimilarity, and identity and contrariety, and concerning priority, and subsequence, and all the rest of such things, concerning as many as the dialecticians endeavour to examine, instituting their inquiries from matters merely of opinion. We might, I say, investigate whose province it is to speculate into all of these. Further, may one investigate whatsoever things are essential accidents in these very things, both not only what each of them is, but also whether in truth one be contrary to one, and whether genera are first principles and elements, or those things into which, as being inherent, each thing is divided, and if the genera are so, whether they are such things as are predicated last, or the first concerning individuals, as, for example, whether animal or man be a first principle, and be so rather than a singular. But most especially must we investigate and examine, with pains, as to whether besides matter there is any absolute cause or not, and whether this is separate or not, and whether it be one, or such causes may be many in number, and whether there is anything beside entirety. But I mean by entirety when anything has been predicated of matter, or nothing, or whether this is the case with some things indeed, but not so with others, and what sort of entities such are. Moreover, whether first principles are limited in number, or in species, both those that subsist in formal causes, and those that are in the subject, and whether of things corruptible and incorruptible the principles be the same or different, and whether all are incorruptible, or whether of corruptible things there are corruptible principles. Moreover also, the most difficult of all, and involving the greatest perplexity, is the inquiry whether unity and entity, as the Pythagoreans and Plato used to affirm, be not anything else but the substance of entities, or this be not the case, but that there be some other subject, as Empedocles says harmony is, and a certain other philosopher fire, and another water or air, and whether first principles are universal, or are as the singulars of things, and whether they subsist in capacity or in energy, further, whether they subsist otherwise than according to motion. For also these speculations would furnish much perplexity. But in addition to these points, there remains the inquiry whether numbers and dimensions and figures and points be certain substances or not, and if they are substances, whether they are capable of being separated from sensibles, or be inherent in them. For concerning all of these questions, not only is it difficult successfully to attain unto the truth, but neither is a judicious doubting easy for the reasoning faculties. Chapter 2. In the first place, indeed, therefore, let us institute an inquiry concerning the first assertions which we have made, namely, whether to speculate concerning all kinds of causes be the province of one or many sciences. For, how would it be the province of a single science to take cognizance of existing first principles, when they are not contrary to each other? But further, in the case of many of the entities, all do not exist in all of them. For in what way is it possible for the principle of motion to be found in things incapable of motion, or that the nature of the good should, if everything which may be essentially good, and by reason of its own nature, is an end, and so a cause, inasmuch as on account of that other things are both produced and exist? But the end and the final cause are an end of any action, and all things in the act of doing are attended with motion. Therefore, in things incapable of motion, it would not be possible that this should exist as the first principle, or that there be therein any essential good. Wherefore also, in mathematics, nothing is demonstrated through this cause, nor is there any demonstration for the reason that a thing is better or worse. But neither does any mathematician make mention at all of any such thing whatsoever. Therefore, for this reason, certain of the sophists, as for example Aristippus, regarded these sciences with disdain. For in the other arts, even the mechanical ones themselves, as in those of carpentry and shoemaking, he said that wherefore a thing is better or worse could be declared in every respect, but that the mathematical sciences make no account concerning things good and evil. But truly, if there are, at least, many sciences of causes, and different sciences of a different first principle, which of these must be said to be the one under investigation, or whom of those that are in possession of them shall we pronounce scientifically informed, particularly in the matter under inquiry? For in the same subject is it possible that all the modes of causes exist, as, for example, of a house the origin of the principle of motion is from art and the builder, and the final cause is the work, but the matter is earth and stones, and the form is the definition. From the distinctions, therefore, laid down by us originally as to which of the sciences we ought to denominate wisdom, is involved a reason for further styling each thus. For as far as a science is most qualified for the preeminence and for superiority over the rest, and so far as it is just that as servants the rest of the sciences should not contradict, so far such is a science of the end and of the good, for the rest of things are on account of this. But as far as wisdom has been defined a science of first causes, and of that which is especially capable of being scientifically known, so far such would be a science of substance. For, seeing that persons may acquire the same knowledge by many methods, we say that he rather understands a thing who makes known by its being what that thing is, than by its not being. And of these themselves, one in preference to another, and particularly he who knows what a thing is, and not he who knows the quantity or the quality of a thing, or what it is by nature fitted for in the way of action or of passion. Further, in the case of other things, the understanding each of those subjects concerning which there are demonstrations, we think then to have an existence when we may understand what a thing is. For instance, what the squaring of a right-lined figure is, that it is the finding of a mean proportional. In like manner is it in the case of the rest. But with regard to generations, and actions, and every kind of change, we are in a way of understanding each, when we understand the first principle of motion, and this is different, and in opposition to the end. Wherefore it would appear to belong to the department of a different science to investigate each of these causes. But truly, also, with regard to demonstrative first principles, whether they belong to one science, or more, is a question open to doubt. But I term demonstrative even those common opinions from which all derive their demonstrations, for instance, that everything must needs be either an affirmation or negation, and that it is impossible for the same thing to be and not to be at the same time, and whatsoever other such propositions there are. It is, I say, a question open to doubt whether there be one science of these and of substance, or a different one, and, if not one, whether it is necessary to denominate as such the science under investigation. Therefore it would not then appear reasonable, indeed, that it should be the province of one science. For why, in preference, should the perception concerning these peculiarly belong to geometry rather than to any other science whatsoever? If therefore, in like manner, truly it belongs to any whatsoever, but it does not admit of belonging to all the sciences, as neither is it the peculiarity of the rest, so neither is it the province of that science which makes known the substances to investigate concerning these. But at the same time also, in what way will it be the science of these? For what each of these happens to be, we also now know. The rest of the arts, therefore, employ them as things known. But if there be a demonstrative science concerning them, it will be necessary that there be a certain subject genus, and that some of these indeed should be passive properties, and others axioms. For concerning all things it is impossible that there should be a demonstration. For demonstration must needs be composed of certain principles, and be conversant respecting some thing, and the demonstration of some things. Wherefore it happens that there is one particular genus of all things that are being demonstrated, for all the demonstrative sciences employ axioms. But truly, if there be a science on substance different from the one concerning these, which of them is by nature fitted to be more sovereign and prior? For especially and universally the principles of all things are the axioms. And if this is not the part of the philosopher, whose else will it be to speculate into the truth and falsehood regarding these? And upon the whole, whether of all substances is there one science or more? If indeed, therefore, there is not one science of such, what sort of substance must we consider as the subject matter of this science of ontology? But that there should be one science of all substances is not reasonable. For there would be one demonstrative science concerning all things that are essential accidents, if every demonstrative science in respect of a certain subject speculates into essential accidents from general opinions. Respecting then the same genus, it is the province of the same science to investigate the essential accidents from these same general opinions. For an examination respecting the wherefore belongs to one science, and to one respecting those elements whereof a thing consists, whether both investigations belong to the same or a different science. Wherefore the like will take place in regard of accidents, whether these will investigate them, or one of those. But further, might we examine whether the speculation is confined only to substances, or is also concerning the accidents in these. But I say, for example, if a solid be a certain substance, and lines and surfaces, whether it be the province of the same science to take cognizance of these things, and of the accidents of each genus about which the mathematical sciences demonstrate, or if it be the province of a different one. For if, indeed, of the same, there would be a certain demonstrative science, and that the science of substance, but of the essence, or formal cause, there does not appear to be a demonstration. But if of a different science, what will be the science that speculates about the accidents of substance? For this would be altogether difficult to render an account of. Further, also, whether must we say that there are sensible substances only, or also, besides these, others, and whether do the genera of these substances happen to subsist singly, or are they more numerous, as, for instance, they who speak both of forms and media between forms, and things sensible concerning which, they say, are conversant the mathematical sciences. As to the assertion, then, indeed, that we have made, namely, that forms are causes and substances absolutely subsisting, it has been declared in the earliest of our disquisitions concerning these. But as these inquiries in many ways are clogged with difficulties, it would be no less absurd the assertion that there are indeed certain natures besides those which are in the heavens, and that these are the same with things sensible, except that the former are indeed eternal, and the latter corruptible. For they speak of the existence of ideal man, and ideal horse, and ideal health, but say nothing else in regard of these, acting in a way similar to those who affirm the existence of the gods, no doubt, but in the shape of men. For neither did these latter constitute aught save eternal men, nor do the former make species anything else but eternal sensibles. But further, if in addition also to forms and sensibles any will set down things intermediate, he will be involved in many doubts. For it is evident that in like manner there will be lines, and each of the other genera, besides also them that are sensible. Wherefore, since astrology is one of these, there will also be a certain heaven besides the sensible heaven, and a certain other sun and moon, and so with the rest, in like manner, of the bodies that are situated in the heavens. Although, how need one place confidence in such statements as these? For neither is it reasonable that this ideal heaven should be incapable of motion, but also that it should be capable of motion is altogether impossible. In like manner also is it the case concerning the objects whereof optical science treats, and that of harmonics in mathematics. For also it is impossible that these should have a subsistence different from sensibles through the same causes. For if things sensible and senses have an intermediate subsistence, it is manifest also that there will be animals which will be media between them, and things corruptible. But one would doubt also concerning what sort of entities it is necessary for these sciences to investigate. For if geodesy will differ from geometry in this only, that one is conversant about things which we perceive by the senses, but the other about things that are not cognizant by sense, it is manifest that besides the medicinal science, and besides each of the rest, there will be a certain science intermediate between the healing art itself and this particular art of medicine, although indeed how is this possible? For also would there be, in such a case, certain salubrious qualities in addition to those that are sensible, and to the salubrious itself. But at the same time, neither is this true, that geodesy is conversant about sensible magnitudes, and those that are corruptible. For it would fall into decay when they were in process of being destroyed. But truly, neither will astronomy be conversant about sensible magnitude, nor about yon heaven. For neither are the lines that fall under the cognizance of the senses the same as the geometrician describes them. For not of the things that are perceived by the senses is in this way strictly straight or round. For the circle touches the rule not in a point, but as Protagoras was accustomed to say in his refutation of the geometricians. Neither are the motions and the evolutions of the heavens similar to those about which astrology has formed its systems, nor have the symbols the same nature with the stars. But there are some persons who say that these reputed media between forms and sensibles are not, indeed, separable from sensibles, at least, but inherent in them. And to enumerate all the impossibilities attendant upon these statements would require a more copious discourse, but even it will be sufficient to speculate thus much on this point. For neither is it reasonable that this should be so in the case of these merely, but it is evident that it would be possible also for forms to subsist in sensibles, for both of these are results of the same process of reasoning. But further must there needs be two solids in the same place, and these mathematical entities must needs not be things incapable of motion, seeing that they at least subsist in sensibles that are being moved. And in short, on what account will any one lay down their having a subsistence indeed, and a subsistence in sensibles? For the same absurdities, with the things that have been previously spoken, will ensue. For there will be a certain heaven in addition to the heaven we see, except that it will not be separate, but in the same place, which is still more absurd. Chapter 3. Now, respecting these points, much doubt therefore prevails, namely, how it is necessary by forming one's opinion thereupon to attain unto the truth, and likewise respecting first principles, whether it is requisite to consider the genera as elements and first principles, or in preference those things from which, as inherent, each first thing consists. As, for example, the elements and first principles of voice appear to be those things from which all voices are composed primarily, but not the voice in common. And we say that those things are elements of figures, the demonstrations of which are inherent in the demonstrations either of all or of the greater part of other things. But further, both some in affirming that there are many elements of bodies, and others that there is one, of which they are composed, and from which they consist, assert these to be the first principles, as, for example, Empedocles asserts that fire, and water, and the elements subsisting along with these, are those from which, as being inherent, entities derive their existence. But he does not speak of these as the genera of entities. And in addition to these statements, we may subjoin the remark that if any one wishes to contemplate the nature of the rest of things, as, for example, a bed, of what parts it consists, and how those parts are put together, in that case he is acquainted with the nature of it. From these reasons, therefore, it would appear that first principles would not be the genera of entities, but so far forth as we obtain a knowledge of each thing by means of the definition, and so far as first principles are the genera of definitions, it is necessary also that first principles be the genera of things capable of definition. And likewise, if to acquire the science of the forms according to which entities are denominated is to acquire the science of entities themselves, in this case the genera of the forms are first principles, but those also who affirm that the elements of entities are unity or entity, or the great and the little, appear to employ these as genera. But neither, truly, in both cases is it possible, at least, to affirm also that they are first principles, for indeed of substance there is one reason or formal principle. Different, however, will be the definition through the genera, and that which declares the entities whereof, as inherent, a thing consists. If also, most especially, in addition to these things, the genera are first principles, whether is it necessary to regard the first of the genera to be principles, or the lowest that are predicated of individuals? For this also is involved in doubt. For if indeed it is requisite that universals are first principles in a more eminent degree, it is evident that the topmost genera will be first principles, for these are predicated of all things. Therefore the first principles of entities will be as numerous as the first genera, so that unity and entity will be first principles and substances, for these especially are predicated of all entities. But it is not possible that there should be one genus of entities, or that unity or entity should be such, for it is necessary indeed that the differences of each genus both exist, and that each should be one. But it is impossible either for the species to be predicated about the proper differences of the genus, or for the genus to subsist independent of the species of itself. Wherefore, if unity or entity be a genus, neither will entity or unity constitute any difference. But, doubtless, unless there be genera, there will not be first principles, since genera are first principles. Further also, media that are comprehended along with the differences will be genera as far as to individuals, but now this appears to be the case with some and not with others. And further, in addition to these things, we may add that the differences are rather first principles than the genera. But if these also are first principles become infinite, so to speak, and this is especially the case if one should constitute the first genus a first principle. But truly, if also the one rather be that which is principle, and if one be a thing that is indivisible, and everything that is indivisible is so, either according to quantity or according to species, and if that which is according to species have a prior subsistence, and the genera are more divisible into species, one would be predicated last, for man is not a genus of certain particular men. Further, of those things wherein the prior and subsequent are inherent, it is not possible that what is predicated of them would be anything different from these. For instance, if a duad be the first of numbers, there will not be any number different from the species of numbers, and in like manner, rather, will there be figures in addition to the species of figures. But if this is not the case in regard of these, hardly at least will there be genera of other things in addition to the species, for of these there seem especially to be genera. But in individuals there is not one thing that is prior and another that is subsequent. Further, where one thing is better and another worse, that which is better always is prior, so that none of these could be a genus. From these statements indeed therefore it appears that those things that are predicated of individuals are first principles rather than the genera. But again, how on the other hand it is necessary to regard these as first principles, it would not be easy to express. For it is requisite that there should be a first principle, and a cause exclusive of the things of which there is a first principle, and that it should be capable of subsisting in a condition of separation therefrom. But as to the existence of some such thing besides the singular, why should one make a supposition to this effect, except that it is predicated universally, and of all things? But if indeed this is done on this account, in such a case universals are to be set down as first principles in a more eminent degree, so that the first genera would be principles. End of chapter 3. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards. Chapter 4 of Book 2 of Metaphysics by Aristotle, translated by John McMahon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. Chapter 4. But a doubt closely connected with the foregoing is one which of all is both the most difficult and the most requisite to examine into, concerning which our treatise at present is immediately occupied. For if there is not anything beside singulars, and if singulars are infinite, how is it possible to be in possession of a science of things that are infinite? For as far as there is something that is one and the same, and as far as there is something that is universal, so far do we attain a knowledge of all things. But, doubtless, if this be necessary, and if there must needs be something in addition to singulars, it would be requisite that there be genera in addition to singulars, whether they are the lowest or the highest. But that this is impossible, we have ourselves just now expressed a doubt. But, further, if most especially there is something besides the entire, when anything has been predicated concerning matter, whether, if there be a certain form, must there needs be something universal in addition to some, and not in addition to other things, or is there nothing universal besides singulars? If then there is nothing universal besides singulars, there would not be anything that is cognizable by the mind, but all things would fall beneath the notice of the senses, and there would not be a scientific knowledge of anything, unless one would assert the exercise of the senses to be science. Further, would there be nothing eternal or immovable, for all things sensible are in a process of corruption, and are in motion. But, truly, if there is, at least, nothing that is eternal, neither is it a thing possible that there should be generation. For there must needs be something, namely, that which is being produced, and wherefrom it is produced, and of these the last must be ingenerable, if both the progress of successive productions is to stop at all. and if generation from nonentity should be a thing that is impossible. But, moreover, on the supposition of such things being in existence as generation and motion, there must needs be a limit likewise, for neither is any motion infinite, but of every motion is there an end. But that cannot be produced which it is impossible could have been produced. But that which has been produced must needs exist when first it has been produced. But, further, if matter be an existence from the fact of its being ingenerable, still it is much more reasonable that substance should have a subsistence when that is generated so as to have a being. For if neither substance nor matter shall have an existence, neither will there be anything at all in existence. But if this be impossible, there must needs be something in addition to the entire, namely, the form and species. Yet if, on the other hand, any one will establish this dogma, a doubt presents itself, both in the case of what things one should make this assertion, and in the case of what one should not. For that this is not possible in the case of all is evident. For we would not posit existence of any particular house in addition to certain houses. But in addition to the foregoing points, we may subjoin the inquiry, whether will there be one substance of all things, for instance, of men? Now this is absurd, for all things are not one of which the substance is one, but are many and different. This, however, also is an unreasonable statement, and at the same time also, how would matter become each of these, and how is the entire both of these? But further, respecting first principles, we would also entertain this particular doubt. For if indeed they are one in species, not will there be that is one in number, nor will actual unity or entity have any existence. And how would scientific knowledge be in existence unless there was a certain one in all things? But truly, if they are one in number, each of the first principles also will be one, and not, as in the case of sensibles, one principle of one thing, and another of another, as for instance of this syllable, when it is the same in species. The first principles also are the same in species, for these likewise are different in number. And if this be not the case, but if the first principles of entities are one in number, there will not be in existence anything else besides the elements. For to speak of one in number, or of the singular, makes no difference, for so we speak of the singular as one in number, and of the universal as that which is common to these. Just therefore does the case stand, as if the elements of voice should be limited in number, all the letters necessarily must be in number as many as the elements, since neither two nor more than two of them would be the same. Section 1. But a doubt of no less difficulty has been overlooked, both by modern investigators and by our predecessors, namely, as to whether the first principles of things corruptible and of things incorruptible be the same or different. For if indeed they are the same, how is it the case that some things are incorruptible and others corruptible, and from what cause does this difference arise? Those of the Hesiodic school, and all as many as are theologians, fix their thoughts only upon the probable as it appeared to themselves. But they have treated us with disdain. For, seeing that they make the first principles gods, and to have been produced from gods, whatsoever did not taste of the nectar and ambrosia they say are mortal, palpably speaking of these denominations as expressive of things that are known to themselves. Respecting, however, the actual adducing of these causes, they have spoken beyond our comprehension. For if indeed the immortals partake of these for the sake of pleasure, the nectar and ambrosia are, in no respect, the causes of their existence. And if these are the causes of their existence, how would they be eternal, when thus requiring sustenance? But respecting those fabulous systems of philosophy, it is not worth one's while considering them with seriousness. But from those who make assertions by demonstration, it is necessary to ascertain in our inquiries why, forsooth, if entities are from the same source, some of them are in their nature eternal, and why others of these entities are subject to decay. But inasmuch as they neither mention a cause of this, and as it is not reasonable that the case should be so, it is manifest that the first principles of these would not be the same, nor would there be the same causes of them. For also one whom any person would suppose to speak particularly consistent with himself, namely Empedocles, has likewise experienced the same difficulty. For he indeed is for establishing discord, which is a first principle in his system, as a certain cause of corruption. Nevertheless, this would seem, however, also to produce entities that are beyond the one. For from this are produced all the other works of creation, except the Deity. The following at least are the words of Empedocles. From which are all things, as many as were, and are, and shall be after. And trees therefrom have blossomed, and men and women, and beasts and birds, and water-fed fishes, and even the long-lived gods. And the subsistence of all things independent of these is manifest. For unless discord were inherent in things, all things would have been one, as he says, for when they would have come together, then last in the conglomeration would stand discord. Wherefore also it happens to him, in his system, that the Deity, who is supremely happy, should be less prudent than the rest of beings, for he does not know all the elements, for he is not in possession of discord. But the knowledge of the like is through the like. For indeed, says he, by earth we see earth, and by water, water, and ether divine by ether, and through fire the ruinous fire, and by concord, concord, and by gloomy discord, discord. But to return to the point from whence our discourse digressed, this, at all events, is evident, that it happens, according to the theory of Empedocles, that discord is no more the cause of corruption than of existence, and in like manner that neither is harmony a cause of existence more than of corruption. For while collecting things into unity, it is a cause of corruption to other things. And at the same time also he mentions no cause of the actual transmutation, save that the thing is thus constituted by nature to take place. Mark his words. But when mighty discord was nourished in the members, and rose up to the honours of deified time, who, holding the sway over them alternately, had, in the end, surpassed the ample objects of God's adjuration. As if, indeed, it were a thing necessary that a change should take place. But he does not bring to light any necessary cause. But, nevertheless, thus much at least he only asserts consistently, for he does not constitute some entities corruptible, and others incorruptible, but all corruptible, except the elements. But the source of perplexity now mentioned is this: why, if entities spring from the same source, some of them are incorruptible, and some of them are not so? That, therefore, the first principles of things would not be the same, let this much suffice to have been spoken. But if the first principles of things be different, one matter of doubt indeed is, whether these also will be incorruptible or corruptible. For if indeed they are corruptible, it is manifest that it is requisite that these also should spring from certain entities. For all things perish into those from whence they derive their being. Wherefore it happens that to principles there are other first principles that are prior. But this is impossible, both on the supposition of the progression being stationary at some stage of its progress, and on the supposition of its going on to infinity. And, moreover, how will things perishable subsist, if the first principles will be destroyed? But if these principles are imperishable, why indeed from these that are things imperishable will arise those that are perishable, but from the others those that are imperishable? For this is not reasonable, but either is impossible or requires for its establishment much rational support. And further, neither has any one attempted to enumerate different ones, but speculators assign the same first principles of all things, the first subject of doubt. However, they entertain slightly regarding it as something trifling. Section 2. But also the most difficult point of all to examine into, and the most necessary for the discovery of truth, is whether entity and unity are substances of entities, and whether each of them, not being anything else, this is unity and that is entity, or whether it is necessary to investigate what, at length, unity and entity are, as if another nature were the subject to these. For some truly in that way, and some in this, suppose their nature to be disposed. For Plato, indeed, and the Pythagoreans do not regard entity as anything different from unity, but that this is their nature, that it should be the same thing, for the substance to be one, and to be a certain entity. But amongst natural philosophers, Empedocles, for instance, as if conducting the inquiry to that which is more known, says that unity is entity. For he would seem to affirm that this is harmony, at least this is a cause in his system of unity being found in all things. But others say that fire, and some that air is this unity and entity, from whence that entities both arise and are produced. So in like manner is it the case also with those who lay down the existence of more elements than these. For it is likewise necessary for these to reckon unity and entity such things as whatever, at least, they affirm first principles to be. But it happens, unless one will set down the existence of unity and entity as a certain substance, that not any of the rest of the universals will have any subsistence, for these are universal pre-eminently above all. But if unity itself be not some particular thing, nor entity itself, much less will there be any of the other things that will have a subsistence, except those denominated singulars. But further, on the supposition of unity not being a substance, it is evident that neither would number have a subsistence, as a certain nature that has been separated from entities. For number constitutes the monad, but the monad is the same as some certain unit. But truly, if at least actual unity and actual entity be a certain particular thing, it is necessary that the substance of that thing be entity and unity. For it is not any different thing that is universally predicated about them, but these very same things. But doubtless, if actual entity and actual unity, at least, shall have any existence, much doubt will arise how there will subsist anything different from these. Now, I mean, how there will be more entities in existence than one. For anything different from entity has no existence. Wherefore, according to the theory of Parmenides, it must needs happen that all entities are one, and that this one constitutes entity. But in both cases there is a difficulty. For even on the supposition whether unity, doubtless, be not substance, or whether any actual unity have a subsistence, it is impossible for number to be substance. But if indeed then it has not a subsistence, it hath been previously stated why. But if it has, the same doubt presents itself respecting entity also. For from what will there be another one besides the one itself? For must not that necessarily be not one? For all entities are either one or many, each of which is one. Further, if unity itself be indivisible, according indeed to the axiom of Zeno, nothing would there be having a subsistence. For that which neither when added nor subtracted makes anything greater or less, he affirms this not to belong to the category of entities, because entity is manifestly magnitude, and if it is magnitude it is corporeal, for this in every way is entity. But the addition of such things in one way will make what is greater, and in another will not make anything so at all. as a surface and a line make that which is greater, but a point and a monad by no means have this effect. But since this philosopher speculates clumsily, and it happens that there is something that is indivisible, wherefore even in this way also hath one for him a certain reply as follows: an addition of this sort will not make a thing greater, but will make it more. Yet how, forsooth, from one, or more than one, of this kind will arise magnitude? For this is even like saying that a line is made up of points. But doubtless, if any one makes a supposition in this way, so that, as some say, from actual unity, and a something else that is not one, is composed number, not the less should it form a subject for investigation, why, and how, what is produced will one time be number, and another time magnitude, if what is not one be inequality and the same nature. For neither is it manifest how from one and this nature, nor how from a certain number and this nature, magnitudes would arise. Chapter 5. But a doubt connected with these is, whether numbers and bodies and surfaces and points are certain substances or not. For if they are not, it eludes our comprehension what being is, and what the substances of entities are. For passive properties and motions and relations and dispositions and ratios do not appear to signify a substance of anything, for all these are predicated respecting a certain subject, and no one of them can be said to be this or that particular thing. But things which would seem particularly to signify substance, namely water, and earth, and fire, from which compounded bodies consist, the heats and colds of these, and such like qualities, are affections, not substances, but all the while the body, which undergoes these passive conditions alone, sustains them as a certain entity, and as being a certain substance. But truly, both body is less substance than a superficies, and this latter than a line, and this than the monad, and the point. For by these is body defined. And these indeed seem capable of existence without body, but the existence of body without these seems impossible. Wherefore the majority of speculators and our predecessors considered substance and entity to be body, and the other things to be passive properties of this, so that also the first principles, those of bodies, are the first principles of entities. Subsequent investigators, however, and they too, persons that appeared endowed with more wisdom than these, supposed such to be numbers. As, therefore, we have said, unless these are substance, there is, upon the whole, no substance in existence, nor no entity, for the accidents, at least, in these it would not truly be worthy to call entities. But if, doubtless, this is acknowledged, that dimensions and points are substance rather than bodies themselves, yet we do not perceive to what sort of bodies these would belong, for that they be inherent in things that fall under cognizance of the senses, this is impossible. In this case, then, there would not be any substance in existence. Further, however, it appears that all these entities are divisions of body, one indeed into breadth, and another into depth, and a third into length. But in addition to these things, in like manner, there is in the solid every kind of figure whatsoever, so that if neither mercury is in the stone, nor the half of a cube in the cube, in such a way as has been defined, neither in this case would one surface exist in body. For if this would be the case with anything whatsoever, it would be with that which would separate the half. Now, there is the same mode of reasoning in the case of a line, and a point, and a monad. Wherefore, if body especially be substance, and if these are substance rather than this, and these have no existence, nor do certain substances exist, there eludes our comprehension what entity is, and what is the substance of entities. For in addition to the statements that have been made, those irrational consequences relating to generation and corruption also take place. For indeed, substance, when not previously existing, it comes into existence now, or when it, which formerly had an existence, afterwards ceases to exist, the substance, I say, appears to undergo these affections, namely production and corruption. But points and lines and surfaces cannot possibly arise or be destroyed, though sometimes these have a subsistence and sometimes they have not. For when bodies mutually touch or intersect each other at the same time that they touch, they become one, and at the same time that they intersect, they become two, so that points, lines, and surfaces, when bodies are compounded together, have no subsistence, but then have been reduced to corruption. But when bodies are divided, these rise into existence, though previously they had no existence. For a point, truly, that is indivisible is not capable of being divided into two, and if they are produced and destroyed, they are produced from something. But in a similar way is it the case respecting the present time, which is contained in duration, for neither does this admit of being generated and destroyed, but nevertheless invariably seems to be a thing that is different, not that it is, however, any particular substance. In like manner, also, it is evident that it is the case both respecting points, and lines, and surfaces, for the reasoning is the same, for all these, in like manner, are either bounds or divisions. Chapter 6. But upon the whole, would one feel perplexity, why also it is necessary to investigate into certain other entities besides sensibles and media, for example, such as we posit as forms? For if it is on this account, because mathematical entities indeed differ from those that are here in a certain other respect, yet in regard of there being many of them of the same species, there is no difference in this. Wherefore, the first principles of these will not be limited in number, as neither of all the lines which are here are the first principles limited in number, but in species, unless one takes the principle of this particular syllable, or of this particular voice, and the first principles of these will be limited in number. In like manner also is it the case with things that are intermediate, for there, likewise, things of the same species are infinite. Wherefore, unless, in addition to sensibles and mathematical entities, there are certain others, such as some call the forms, there will not be a substance, one in number and species, nor will there be certain first principles of entities, so many in number, but in species. If then this is necessary, the subsistence of forms on this account is necessary also. For even although they who make such assertions do not propound their theories with distinctness, yet it is this which they aim at, and they must needs affirm this, that each of the forms is a certain substance, and that not one of them subsists according to accident. But, doubtless, if we posit the existence of the forms, and of the first principles, as one in number, but not in species, we have declared the impossibilities which must need come to pass. Contiguous also to this inquiry is the question whether elements subsist in potentiality, or in some other manner. For if, indeed, in some other manner, there will be something else that is prior to first principles, for potentiality is prior to that cause. But it is not necessary that everything that is potential should be disposed in that way. But if elements are existent in potentiality, it is admissible that none of the entities should have a subsistence, for it is possible for that to exist which not as yet has any existence. For indeed, that which has no existence is being produced, but nothing of things that are impotential is produced. And these doubts then is it necessary to moot respecting first principles. And there remains also the inquiry whether universals exist, or, as we say, singulars. For if indeed universals exist, they will not be substances. For not of those things that are general signify this particular thing, but a thing of such a sort, but the substance is this particular thing. But if it will be possible to exhibit this particular thing, and that which thereof may in common be predicated, in such a case many animals will Socrates himself be, and man and animal, if each signify this certain particular thing, and that which is one. If indeed, therefore, first principles are universal, these consequences take place, but if they are not universal, but are as singulars, they will not be objects of scientific knowledge. For the sciences are conversant about all things that are universal. Wherefore will there be different first principles prior to principles, namely, those that are predicated universally in case there is likely to be a science of them. End of chapter 6. And end of book 2. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards. Chapter 1 of Book 3 of Metaphysics by Aristotle, translated by John McMahon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jeffrey Edwards. Chapter 1. There is a certain science which makes, as the object of its speculation, entity, as far forth as it is entity, and the things which are essentially inherent in this. But this is the same with none of those which are called particular sciences. For none of the rest of the sciences examines universally concerning entity, so far forth as it is entity, but, cutting away a certain portion of it, they investigate what is accidental in regard of this, as, for example, the mathematical sciences. But whereas we are in search of first principles and the topmost causes, it is evident that they must needs be absolutely of a certain nature. If, therefore, they also who investigate the elements of entities were accustomed to investigate these first principles, it is necessary, likewise, that the elements of entity should not have a subsistence according to accident, but so far forth as they are entities. Wherefore also must we ascertain the first causes of entity, so far as it is entity. Chapter 2. Now, entity is spoken of in various senses indeed, but in reference to one, and to one certain nature, and not equivocally, but in like manner also, as everything conducive to health is termed so in reference to health, partly indeed in its preserving that state, and partly in giving rise to it, and partly in being an indication of health, and partly in being receptive of it. And in like manner as the medicinal is styled so in reference to the art of medicine, for indeed a thing is called medicinal partly in reference to its possessing the medicinal power, partly in its being by nature adapted for the possession of such, and partly in its being the work of the medicinal art. And we shall receive the predication of other things in a similar manner with these. Thus, however, is entity also spoken of in various ways indeed, but every entity in reference to one first cause. For some things, because they are substances, are styled entities, but others because they are affections of substance, but others because they are a way to substance, either as corruptions, or privations, or qualities, or things formative or generative of substance, or of those which are spoken of in reference to substance, or the negations of any of these, or of substance. Wherefore also the non-entity we pronounce to be non-entity. As then there is one science of all things pertaining to health, in like manner also is this so in the case of other things. For it is the province of one science to speculate concerning not only those things spoken of according to one, but also those spoken of in reference to a single nature, For these also, in a certain manner, are spoken of in accordance with one. It is evident, therefore, that it is the province of a single science to speculate concerning entities, so far forth as they are entities. But in every respect is the science of ontology strictly a science of that which is first or elemental, both on which the other things depend, and through which they are denominated. If then this is substance, the philosopher or metaphysician must needs be in possession of the first principles and causes of substances. Now, of every genus there is both one sense of each, and one science, as, for instance, grammatical science is one, and speculates into all vocal sounds. Wherefore, to speculate into, also, the number of the species of entity, and the species of the species, belongs to a science one in kind. If, therefore, entity and unity are the same thing, and one nature, from the fact of their following each other as first principle and cause, yet they are not manifested by a single definition. There is, however, no difference should we even make our suppositions in regard of them after a similar manner. Nay, even rather is it for the advantage of the present inquiry, for it is the same thing, one man and the entity man and man, and not anything different does it make manifest, according to a repetition of the expression, to say man is, and one man. But it is evident that there is no separation of being either in the case of production or corruption, but in like manner also is it the case with unity. Wherefore it is manifest that addition in these implies the same thing, and that nothing different is unity from entity. And further, the substance of each thing is one not according to accident, and in like manner also is it the case with any entity whatsoever. Therefore, as numerous as are the species of unity, so numerous also are those of entity, into the nature of which it is the province of the same science in kind to investigate. Now, I speak, for instance, of sameness and similarity, and of the other things of this sort, and of those that are in opposition to these, and almost all contraries are reduced to this first principle. These points, however, have formed the subject matter of our inquiries in our treatise styled, A Selection of Contraries. And so many portions of philosophy are there as there are, at least, substances. Wherefore is it necessary that there should be a certain first philosophy, and one next in order belonging to these. For unity and entity are things straightway involving genera, wherefore also the sciences will follow upon these. For the philosopher or metaphysician is as one that is styled a mathematician, for his science also has parts, and there is a certain first and second science, and another next in order, in mathematics. But whereas it is the province of one science to investigate things that are in opposition, and since plurality is opposed to unity, it is also the province of one science to speculate into negation and privation, on account of both kinds of inquiry being possible in the case of unity, of which there is the negation or the privation, either absolutely affirmed that such does not reside therein, or in a certain genus thereof. In this case indeed, therefore, the difference is present in unity, with the exception of that which is inherent in negation, for negation is the absence of that, and in privation also is there a certain subject nature of which the privation is predicated. Now, plurality is opposed to unity, wherefore also the things that are in opposition to those that have been mentioned, namely both diversity and dissimilarity and inequality, and as many other qualities as are denominated either according to the same or according to plurality and unity, it is the province of the science of metaphysics that we have alluded to examine into, among the number of which also a certain one is contrariety. For contrariety is a certain difference, but difference is diversity. Wherefore, since unity is spoken of in various ways, these also shall in many ways be spoken of. But nevertheless it is the province of one science to make known all such, for even though unity be spoken of in many ways, on that account it is not the province of a different science to investigate them. If, however, neither the definitions are capable of being reduced in accordance with one, nor in reference to one, then is it the province of a different science. But since all such are referred to what is first, as, for example, as many things as are styled one are spoken of in reference to the first one, in the same manner may the assertion be made that this science is concerning sameness and diversity and the rest of the contraries. Wherefore, in dividing how many modes each is expressed by, in this way must reference be made to what is first or original in each category, in order to ascertain how it is expressed in reference to that. For things will be denominated partly by reason of having those primaries, and partly that they are causes of them, and partly according to other such modes. Therefore is it evident, as has been stated in the doubts, that it is the province of one science to institute an inquiry concerning these, and concerning substance, but this was one of those inquiries that have been mentioned in the doubts. And it is the part of the philosopher to be able to speculate about all the foregoing subjects of inquiry. For if it be not the province of the philosopher, who shall there be that will be likely to examine whether he be the same person, Socrates, and Socrates sitting, or whether one be contrary to one, or what a contrary is, or in how many ways it is denominated? In like manner also is it in the case of the rest of such points for investigation. Since therefore these of themselves are affections of unity, so far forth as it is unity, and of entity, so far forth as it is entity, but not so far forth as they are numbers, or lines, or fire, it is evident that it is the province of that science of ontology to make known both what these are, and the accidents that are inherent in them, and not in this respect do they err who examine concerning these, as not philosophizing, but because substance, about which they understand nothing, is a thing prior in existence. Since, as there are peculiar affections of number as far as it is number, for instance, oddness, evenness, commensurability, equality, excess, defect, and as these both absolutely and relatively to one another are inherent in numbers, and since in a similar way there are other peculiar qualities in what is solid and incapable of motion, and in what is being moved, both that which is without weight, and that which has weight, so also in entity, so far forth as it is entity, are there certain peculiar properties, and these are they about the truth of which it is the province of the philosopher or ontologist to inquire. Now, a proof of this is the following. For dialecticians and sophists assume, indeed, the same figure as the philosopher. For sophistical is only apparent wisdom, and dialecticians dispute about all things. To all, however, is entity common. But they dispute concerning these evidently from the cause of these being proper subjects of inquiry for philosophy. For indeed, sophistry and dialectics are employed about the same genus as philosophy is, but philosophy differs from the one in the mode of power, and from the other in the choice of life, and again, dialectic science is merely tentative of the knowledge of those things that philosophy has already actually reached, but sophistic science is only apparent and not real. and the same is further proved from the fact that a different co-ordination of contraries is privation, and all things are referred to entity and nonentity, and to unity and plurality. As, for instance, rest in its nature partakes of unity, and motion of plurality, but that entities and substance are compounded of contraries almost all men acknowledge. All, at least, assert the first principles to be contraries, according to some, indeed, these principles being odd and even, and according to others, hot and cold, and according to others, finite and infinite, and others, harmony and discord. But all the rest of such are referred apparently to unity and plurality. For let this reduction be received by us as is done in the first book of our work, concerning the good. Now, there it appears that first principles, both altogether and as is acknowledged by others, fall under these genera. From these statements, therefore, is it also evident that to investigate entity, so far forth as it is entity, is the province of one science. For all things are either contraries or composed from contraries. But the first principles also of contraries are unity and plurality, and these are belonging to the department of one science, whether the predication be made according to one or not, as perhaps the truth is. But, nevertheless, even though unity be spoken of in many ways, to the first will the rest be reduced, and the contraries in like manner. And for this reason, even though entity and unity be not universal and the same, in the case of all things, or separable as perhaps they are not, yet some things, no doubt, are referred to unity, but others to that next in order, and for this reason it is not the business of the geometer to investigate into what the contrary is, or the perfect, or unity, or entity, or identity, or diversity, save only from hypothesis. That, therefore, it is the province of one science to investigate entity, so far forth as it is entity, and the things therein existing, so far forth as they constitute entity, is evident, and that the same science is speculative not only of substances, but also of things that are inherent in substances, and of the particulars enumerated both concerning priority and subsequence, and genus and species, and whole and part, and the rest of each. This is evident also. Chapter 3. But we must determine whether it is the province of one science, or a different one, to speculate concerning axioms, as they are called in mathematics, and concerning substance. Doubtless, it is manifest that it is belonging to one, and that the science of the philosopher, and the investigation of such inquirer, is respecting these. For in all entities are they inherent, but not in any genus separate distinctly from the rest. And all investigators employ them, indeed, because they belong to entity, so far forth as it is entity. Each genus, however, constitutes entity. And thus far do they employ them as is sufficient for their purpose. But that is as far as they comprise the genus about which they bring forward their demonstrations. Wherefore, since it is evident that they are inherent in all things, as far as they are entities, for this is held by these in common, the speculation of them belongs to the philosopher, whose business it is to make known the truth concerning entity, so far forth as it is entity, and concerning these. Therefore, no one of those who are partial inquirers attempts to say aught concerning these, whether they are true or not, neither, for instance, the geometer nor the arithmetician. Some of the natural philosophers, however, in doing so, act reasonably, for they alone are accustomed to think that it is their province to examine concerning the whole of nature, and concerning entity. But since there is something of a higher order than the physical, for nature is merely one certain genus of entity, the investigation in regard of these should belong to the universal, and to that which is speculative of the first substance. Now, I admit there is a certain wisdom, namely, even the physical, but it is not the first. As many things, however, as certain of those who speak concerning the truth of axioms attempt to lay down, in what way they ought to be admitted, they do this from ignorance of analytics. For they ought to approach such a subject who are instructed therein beforehand, but, whilst hearers, they should not be investigators. That, therefore, it is the part of the philosopher and of the inquirer concerning substance in its entirety, so far forth as it is such by nature to examine also in regard of syllogistic principles, is evident. But it is becoming that one especially furnishing information about each genus should be competent to speak of the very surest principles of the thing. And therefore the same holds true of a person that is engaged in the investigation of entities, so far forth as they are entities. I mean that he should be able to adduce the most firm principles of all. Now this is the philosopher, and the most firm first principle of all is that concerning which there can be no possibility of deception, for such must needs be that which is most known. For those points respecting which men do not impart knowledge are all exposed to deception in, and it must needs likewise be a thing independent of hypothesis. For a principle which one must be in possession of who understands any entity whatsoever, this is not an hypothesis, but what one must make known in the manifestation of anything whatsoever, he must also needs come forward furnished with this. That, therefore, indeed, such is the most firm first principle of all is evident. Now, what this principle is we shall after this declare. For the same thing to be present and not be present at the same time in the same subject, and according to the same, is impossible. And whatsoever things we have further defined, let these be so defined in respect of their logical difficulties. This, however, is the most firm of all first principles, for it involves the distinction spoken of above. For it is impossible to suppose that anything whatsoever is the same, and is not the same, as certain think that Heraclitus asserts. For it is not necessary, as far as concerns what one asserts to exist, to suppose that these also do exist. But if it is not admissible that contraries at the same time should subsist in the same subject, now the usual definitions have been additionally made by us to this proposition, and if an opinion contrary to an opinion be that of contradiction, it is evident that it is impossible for the same inquirer to suppose that at the same time the same thing should be and not be, for one labouring under deception in regard of this would entertain contrary opinions at the same time. Wherefore all who employ demonstration reduce the matter to this last opinion, for by nature this also is the first principle of all the rest of the axioms. End of chapter 3. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards. Chapter 4 of Book 3 of Metaphysics by Aristotle. Translated by John McMahon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. Chapter 4. Now, there are certain philosophers who, as we have intimated, themselves both affirm that it is possible that the same thing may and may not be, and that they really think so. This principle, however, do many of the investigators of nature employ. But we just now have assumed it as a thing impossible in the case of an entity that it should be and not be at the same time, and by means of this have we demonstrated that this is the most firm of all principles. Now some also demand a demonstration of this from ignorance, for it is ignorance the not knowing what things one ought to seek a demonstration of, and of what things he ought not. For indeed, upon the whole, it is impossible that there should be a demonstration of all things, for one would go on in this case to infinity, so that there would not be any demonstration at all in this way. If, however, there be some things of which we should not seek a demonstration, what they in preference require such a first principle to be, they have not the ability to affirm. But it is possible to demonstrate concerning this, by refutation, that it is impossible, if only he would affirm anything who doubts. But if he makes no assertion, it would be ridiculous, the seeking an argument against him who had not a reason to put forward about anything, so far as he had no such reason. For an adversary of this sort, as far now as he is such, would be like unto a plant. Now, I say, demonstration by refutation differs from demonstration simply, or properly so called, because he that employs demonstration would seem to require what is the principle in the beginning, but on the supposition of the existence of another cause of such a kind, it would be a refutation, and not a demonstration. Now, a commencement of a discussion in regard of all such points is, not the demanding the declaration that either a thing exists, or doth not exist, for this, one would imagine, perhaps, was the asking the principle assumed originally, but the demanding the signification, at least, of a thing, both as for oneself and for another. For this also amounts to a necessity if he is to say anything at all, for if he does not, there would be no possibility of a rational discussion with such a one, neither for himself relatively to himself, nor to another. If any one, however, would grant this, there will be a demonstration in existence, for now will there actually be in existence something that has been determined, but the cause is not the person demonstrating, but the person sustaining the argument, for by overturning the discussion he yet sustains the discussion, and further, he that acquiesces in this hath acquiesced in the truth of something independent of demonstration, so that not everything would be so and not so. In the first place, indeed, therefore, it is evident that this very assertion is true, because the name signifies the existence or the non-existence of this particular thing, so that not everything would be so and not so in this particular way. Further, if man signifies one thing, let this be a two-footed animal. Now, I say that this signifies one thing, if this be man. Whatever is a man, this, namely, the being a two-footed animal, is the being in man. But there is no difference should any one assert that more is thereby signified, provided only they have been reduced under proper definitions. For grant that upon each definition a different name may have been imposed. Now, I say, for example, if he would not assert that man signifies one, but many things, of one of which there is a single definition, namely, two-footed animal, yet also are there many others, but defined according to number, for its own proper denomination might be set down according to each of the definitions. But if its proper denomination should not be thus set down, but one would say that such signified an infinity of things, it is palpable that there would not be a definition of it at all. For the signifying not any one thing is the signifying nothing, and when the denominations are devoid of meaning, there is an end to mutual discussion, and also in reality to discussion on the part of a man with himself. For it is not possible that a person should understand anything that is not capable of understanding one thing. But if it were possible, one name would be imposed on this thing. Let it doubtless be granted, as has been stated in the commencement, that a name significant of something be significant of one thing also. It is not therefore possible that being in man signifies the same particular thing as the not being in man, if man is significant not merely of what is predicated of one, but even one thing itself. For this we do not require, that the one should signify that which is predicated of one. Since if the case stands in this way, at least, the musical, and the white, and the man, would signify one thing, so that all things would be one, for they would be synonymous, and it will not be possible that the same thing be and not be save by equivocation, just as if we would call any one a man whom others would call a not man. The subject of doubt, however, is not this, if it is possible that the same thing at the same time should be and not be the man nominally, but really. But if the name man and the name not man do not signify anything different, it is evident that the not being man will not differ from the being man, wherefore the being man will be the not being man. For they will be one thing. For this signifies that they are one, as a tunic and a cloak, if there is one definition of each. And if they shall be one, the being man and the not being man signify one thing, but it has been demonstrated that they signify a different thing. There is a necessity, therefore, of this consequence, if there be a particle of truth in the assertion, that man in signification is equipolent with the being a two-footed animal, for this was what the expression man was assumed to signify. Now, if there exists a necessity that this be the case, it is not possible for this very thing not to be a two-footed animal then, for this doth the phrase, the being a necessity, signify, namely, the impossibility of its not being man. Accordingly, it is not possible to be true to say at the same time that the same thing is both a man and is not a man. But there prevails the same mode of reasoning in the case of the not being man also. For the being of a man and the not being of a man signify a different thing, if truly both the being white and the being man are different. For much more is their opposition in this case to justify the difference of signification. But if, also, one would say that the white signifies one and the same thing with the being man, again will we make the same assertion as has been declared on a former occasion, namely, that all things will be one, and not merely things in opposition. But if this be not possible, that which has been declared will happen, if the question asked be answered. If, however, when a simple question is put, one subjoin negations also, the question actually put is not replied to, for nothing hinders the same thing being both man and white, and other things 10,000 in multitude. But, nevertheless, if the question be asked, if it is true to affirm man to be this, or not to be so, the reply should be that it signifies one thing, and no addition should be made that it is both white and large. For also it is impossible to go through accidents when, at least, they are infinite. Either, therefore, let one go through all or none. In like manner, therefore, if also 10,000 times over they are the same thing, namely, man and not man, the reply to the question if man is, should not be that at the same time also not man is, unless the reply likewise states, in addition, the rest of whatsoever things are accidents, as many as are so, and as many as are not. If this, however, be not done by the person asked the question, there is nothing under discussion at all. But in general, they who make this assertion overturn substance and essence, or the formal cause and very nature of a thing. For they must themselves needs affirm all things to be accidents, and that the essence of man or animal, whatsoever it be, has no existence. For if there will exist the essential nature of anything whatsoever, such as is that which is to be man, this will not be to be not man, or not to be man, although these are negations of this. For it was one thing which it signified, and this was the substance of a certain thing. But the signification of the substance of a thing is, that not anything else is the being of that thing. But if the being whatsoever man is will be found in this, being either whatsoever is not man, or whatsoever not is man, is a thing impossible, for it will be a something different. Wherefore it will be necessary for them to say that a formal and substantial definition of this kind, and one invariably suited unto the subject, will be one of a nonentity. But all things, as we have supposed, are according to accident. For in this lies the distinction between substance and accident. For the white is an accident in man, because he is white, but not anything whatsoever that is white. But if all things are spoken of according to accident, there will be no primary universal, if an accident always signifies a predication about a certain subject. There is a necessity, then, of going on in a progression to infinity, but this is impossible, for more than two of such are not connected together. For accident is not a thing that is accidental to that which is an accident, unless that both are accidental in the same subject. Now, I say this, for example, in the instance of the white being musical, and the latter being white, because both are accidents in man, but not on this account is Socrates musical, because it happens that both are accidents in a certain other subject. Since accidents, therefore, are spoken of some in this way and some in that, as many as are so expressed, as the white in Socrates, it is not possible should be infinite in an ascending series of productions in the case of man, as, for example, that in Socrates the white there should be some other different accident, for any one thing is not produced from all. Nor truly in the white will be found any different accident, as for instance the musical, for also in no wise rather is this an accident in that than that in this, and at the same time the distinction has been made that some things are accidents after this manner, but others as the musical in Socrates. But as to as many things as are accidental in this way, such are accidents not in such a way as an accident in what is accidental, but this is the case with whatsoever is accidental in that other way. Wherefore all things will not be spoken of according to accident. Something then will there be significant also as of substance. And if this be so, it has been demonstrated that it is impossible that at the same time contradictions should be predicated of the same subject. Further, if all contradictions are true at the same time concerning the same thing, it is manifest that all things will be one. For the same thing will it be both a trireme, and a wall, and a man, if it is possible to affirm or deny anything of everything, as there is a necessity for those to do who assert the opinion of Protagoras. For if also to any one a man seems not to be a trireme, it is evident that he will not be a trireme. Wherefore also he is, if the contradiction be true. And doubtless comes to pass a saying of Anaxagoras, at the same time subsist together all things, so that in reality nothing is one. The indefinite, therefore, they seem to speak of, and thinking that they mention entity, they talk about nonentity, for an entity in capacity and not in actuality constitutes the indefinite. But doubtless must we say to the authors of this hypothesis that of everything either an affirmation or a negation must be predicated, for it would be absurd if in each thing there will be inherent the negation of itself, but that the negation of what is different, and which is not inherent therein, will have no existence. Now I say, for example, if it is true to assert of a man that he is not a man, it is manifest also that he is not a trireme. If indeed, therefore, there is truth in the affirmation, there is a necessity that also there be truth in the negation. But if there is not truth in the affirmation, the negation at least of a trireme will more appertain to him than the negation of himself. If, therefore, that also be true, there will also be truth in the negation of the trireme, and if in the negation of this, in the affirmation also. And these consequences happen to those who make such a statement, even to the effect that it is not necessary to employ either affirmation or negation. For if it is true that the same individual is man and not man, it is evident that such a one will be neither man nor not man. For of those two qualities there are two negations. But if that is one which is composed of both, this one would also be in opposition. Further, indeed, respecting all things it is so, and a thing will be white and not white, and entity and nonentity, and it will be so respecting the rest of the assertions and negations in a similar manner, or this will not be the case, but only so regarding some, and not regarding others. And if, doubtless, it were not so respecting all, these would be indisputable. But if it be true concerning all, again, no doubt, in the case of whatsoever there is an assertion, there will also be a negation, and in the case of whatsoever there is a negation, there will likewise be an assertion, or in the case of whatsoever there is an assertion, there will also be a negation, or of whatsoever indeed there is an assertion, there is also a negation. But of whatsoever things there is a negation, of all such there will not be an assertion. And if this be so, there would be something indubitably a nonentity, and this will be a firm opinion. And if to be a nonentity be something both firm and known, more firm would be the opposite assertion. And if in like manner also it is necessary that in the case of whatsoever things one employs a negation, he should employ an affirmation also, it would be true undoubtedly by dividing to say either that a thing, for instance, is white, and again that it is not white, or that this would not be true. And if indeed it is not true by dividing to say so, he does not affirm these things, and there is nothing in existence. But how can one speak of nonentities, or understand anything respecting them, or thus move forward in the paths of knowledge? And all things would be one, as it has been said heretofore, and both man and God and trireme and the contradictions of them will be the same. But if in like manner this be so in the case of each thing, in no wise will one thing differ from another, for if there will be a difference, this will be true, and a peculiarity of this. In like manner also, if it is possible that he who makes the division should speak the truth, there happens that which has been declared. And to this reason we may subjoin the following, that all would speak the truth, and all would speak falsely, and one would acknowledge himself to be speaking what is false. At the same time, however, it is evident that the investigation with such a person is concerning nothing, for he affirms nothing, for neither in this manner nor in that is the assertion made with such a one, but in this manner and not in this manner. And again, at least, with respect to these points, he makes a negation of both, because the assertion is made that they are neither so in this manner, nor not in this manner, but both in this manner, and not in this manner. For if this were not the case, there would now be in existence something that has been defined. Further, if when an assertion be true, the negation be false, and if when the latter itself be true, the affirmation be false, it would not be possible at the same time to assert and deny the same thing with truth. But perhaps persons will say that this is what has been laid down from the commencement. Further, does one who supposes that in a manner a thing either is so and so, or that it is not so, labour under a misapprehension? But he who thinks that it is both, does he speak truth, or can he verify his assertion? For if he affirms truth, what is the assertion, save that such is the nature of entities? And if he does not affirm the truth, but rather he speaks truth, who makes a supposition in that way, entities in such a case would in a certain manner be now disposed thus. And would this be true, and not so at the same time, and yet in reality not true? But if in like manner all both speak falsehood and speak truth, it is not possible for such either to utter or to declare anything, for at the same time he says the same things and not the same things. But if he makes no supposition, but in the same way thinks and does not think, in what way will he be disposed differently from plants? Whence also it is especially manifest that no one either of the rest of the sceptics, or of those making this statement, is so affected. For why, may I ask, does he walk towards Megara, but not remain still, thinking that he is actually walking? nor straightway at dawn does he proceed to a well or a precipice, if he may chance to meet with such. He, however, appears cautious, as not considering the falling into it to be not good, and to be good in the same sense. It is evident, accordingly, that the one he considers preferable, but the other as not preferable. And, if this be the case, both the one he must needs consider a man, and the other not a man, and the one thing sweet, and the other not sweet. For not as of equal importance doth he investigate and regard all things, inasmuch as he thinks it better to drink water and to visit a certain person, and then seeks in point of fact for those very things. Although he ought to seek for all things with equal zest, if in like manner it were the same thing, I mean to say both man and not man. But, as has been declared, there is no one who does not appear cautious in regard of the one set of things, and not so in regard of the other. Wherefore, as it appears, all men suppose that the case is absolutely so, if not concerning all things at least, concerning what is better and worse. Now, if they do so not from scientific knowledge, but from opinion, much more must attention be paid to truth, just as also the health of one that is diseased must be looked after more than that of a person that is sound. For he that indulges in theory or surmise, compared with one possessed of scientific knowledge, is not healthfully disposed towards truth. Further, although as much as possible all things should especially be so and not so, yet at any rate the more and the less are inherent in the nature of entities. For one would not say that 2 and 3 were similarly even, nor does a person in the same manner assert an untruth who thinks 4 5, as he who thinks it 1,000. If, therefore, he be not deceived, in the same manner it is evident that the other is less deceived in this way, so that he affirms what is more true. If, therefore, that which is more true be more immediate to the truth, there would be something true at least, to which what is more contiguous will be more true. And even if nothing should be true, yet now at any rate is there something that is more firm and more true than another, and so in this way would we be liberated from that intemperate theory alluded to, and one which forbids the definition of anything mentally. End of chapter 4. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards. Chapter 5 of Book 3 of Metaphysics, by Aristotle, translated by John McMahon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. Chapter 5. Now, from the same opinion originates also the theory of Protagoras, and in like manner is there a necessity that both of them should be or not be capable of verification. For if all things that seem so are true, and if all things that are apparent are true, then must all things at the same time be true and false. For many entertain contrary opinions to one another, and those who do not happen to think the same with themselves they regard as victims to delusion, so that the same thing must needs be and not be. And if this be the case, it is necessary that all things that seem so should be true, for opposite sentiments do they hold with one another who speak falsehood and who speak truth. If then things be so, all will speak truth. That from the same opinion then both of these theories originate is evident. There does not, however, exist the same method of conducting our controversy as regards all such philosophers. For some of them require persuasion, and some compulsion. For as many indeed as have formed opinions in this way from doubt, the ignorance of these is remediable, for the refutation is directed towards not the theory, but the understanding, and as many as speak for argument's sake, refutation is a cure also of these, both of that discourse which consists in voice, and of that which consists in names. But unto those persons who labour under doubt in this way has the opinion itself originated from sensibles. The opinion, I mean, that contradictions and things contrary subsist together, inasmuch as they see contraries arising from the same thing. If, therefore, it is not possible that nonentity should come into existence, in a similar way, according to them, must the thing have pre-existed, namely, as both contraries at once, as also Anaxagoras says, and Democritus, that everything was mingled in everything. For also this latter philosopher maintained that vacuity and fulness are similarly resident in any part whatsoever, although the one of these is entity, and the other nonentity. Respecting indeed, therefore, those who form their opinions from these data, we will say that in a certain manner they speak correctly, and that in a certain sense they are involved in ignorance. For entity is spoken of in a twofold point of view, so that it is in a way admissible that something should arise from that which has no being, and that it is in a way not admissible that it should be so, and that the same thing at the same time should be an entity and a nonentity, but not according to the same entity. For in capacity, no doubt, is it admissible at the same time for the same thing to be contraries, but in actuality not so. And further, shall we deem them to suppose the existence of a certain other substance of entities, in which is inherent neither motion, nor corruption, nor generation at all? And in like manner also has the truth respecting the things apparent reached some speculators from sensibles, for they do not consider it fitting that the true should be decided by plurality or fewness. But the same thing seems sweet to some on tasting it, and to others bitter. Wherefore, if all persons were sick, or all beside themselves, but 2 or 3 were sound in health, or in possession of their mind, it would happen that these latter would appear to be ill, and labouring under an aberration of intellect, but that the rest would not seem so. Further, to many of the rest of the animal creation do contraries appear to be the same thing as well as to us, and to each very person with himself things do not always, according to sense, appear to be the same. Which description of these, therefore, is true, or false, is obscure. For nothing the more is this true than that, but both in like manner are affected as regards truth. Wherefore Democritus says, at least, that, positively, either nothing is true, or that if it be so, that to us it is wrapped in obscurity. But, upon the whole, on account of their supposing prudence, no doubt to be sense, and that this sense constitutes an alteration, these persons affirm that the apparent according to sense is necessarily true. For from these sceptics, both Empedocles and Democritus, and each of the other philosophers, so to speak, have become entangled in opinions of this sort. For Empedocles also asserts that those changing their habit change their prudence. Witness his words, For the present counsel varies in men. And in other passages he says that, As far as diverse men become, so far is present also in them always diverse thought. And Parmenides evinces the same mode of thinking, for instance in the words, For as each has a tempering of graceful limbs, so present in man is mind. For the same thing with whatever thinks is the nature of limbs in men, both every and all, for more than this is mind. And the apothegm of Anaxagoras also is remembered amongst certain of his associates, namely, that entities are such to them as they may have supposed them. Now, they say that even Homer seems to have been in possession of this opinion, because he made Hector, after he was deranged from the wound, to lie in a delirious state, as if even those of unsound mind were capable of exercising thought, indeed, but not the same thoughts as with those of sound mind. It is evident, therefore, if both be exertions of prudence, that also entities subsist in this way, and not in this way, at the same time. Wherefore also most difficult is that which ensues from this theory, for if they, who particularly perceived as true that which it is admissible should be true, but these are they who especially seek after it and love it, if these persons hold such opinions, and manifest such tenets respecting truth, how is it not becoming those to despair who attempt to philosophize? For the pursuit of things eluding their grasp would constitute the investigation of truth. But a cause of this opinion of theirs is the following, that from time to time they have examined into the truth concerning entities no doubt, but the entities they have supposed to be sensibles merely. Now in these is inherent much of the nature of the indefinite, and that of entity which subsists in such a manner as we have declared. Wherefore they speak naturally, but they do not speak things that are true. For so is it more in harmony for them to speak after this manner than as Epicharmus in his reply to Xenophanes. But, moreover, seeing the whole of this visible nature in motion, but respecting what is being changed, seeing nothing verified, regarding at least what is being changed altogether and everywhere, they considered that verification was not a thing that is possible. For from this hypothesis blossomed that most extreme opinion of those philosophers mentioned just now, namely, that of those speculators who profess to adopt the philosophy of Heraclitus, and such as Cratylus held, who at last was of opinion that one ought to speak of nothing, but moved merely his finger, and who rebuked Heraclitus for saying that it is not possible to enter the same river twice, for he himself was of opinion that you could not do so once. In reply, however, to this theory, we will also say that there is some foundation in reason for their supposing with these, that that which undergoes a change, when it does change, may not be considered as existing. This, however, is a circumstance attended with doubtfulness, for the rejecting substance retains something of that which is rejected, and of that which is being produced must there now necessarily exist something, and if, in short, it is undergoing corruption, there will subsist a certain entity, and if it is being produced, there must needs be that from which it is produced, and by which it is generated, and that this process goes not on in a progression to infinity. Omitting, however, these arguments, let us make those assertions following, namely, that not the same thing is the alteration according to quantity and according to quality. Grant, indeed, that as far as quantity goes, it does not abide the same, but it is according to form that we know all things. But further, it is worth while reproving those who think thus, because although knowing the number of sensibles themselves, and that in the case of the fewer number of sensibles this state of flux and mutation was to be found, they have yet manifested similar sentiments respecting the whole heaven. For the place about us of what is sensible continues alone to subsist in a condition of corruption and generation. But this in no wise, so to say, is part of the universe. Wherefore, more justly would it be, on account of the greater number of witnesses, to have acquitted these, than on account of these, the fewer, to have condemned those. And further, it is evident that in reply also to these, we may use the same arguments with those that have been originally laid down by us. For that there is some nature immovable has been demonstrated to their satisfaction, and has gained their assent. It happens, however, to those at least who say that a thing is, and is not at the same time, to affirm all things to be in a state of rest, rather than of motion. For on this hypothesis there exists nothing into which anything is changed, for all things are inherent in all. Regarding, however, the truth that not everything that is apparent is true, in the first place, indeed, it might be replied that sense, to be sure, is not deceitful in what falls within its own peculiar province, but that imagination is not the same with sense. It is worthy of consideration and wonder, in the next place, if they really are in doubt of this, whether magnitudes are so great, and colours such as they appear to those at a distance, or such as they appear to those that are near, and whether they are such as they appear to persons in health, or such as they appear to persons in sickness, and in regard of weight, whether things more weighty are such as appear so to the weak, or such as seem so to the strong, and lastly, in respect of truth, whether things are true such as appear so to the sleeping, or such as seem so to those who are awake. For that they do not, in reality, think so, at least, is evident. For no one, if even he supposes when asleep by night that he were in Athens, when he is in Libya, goes when he awakes to the Odeon. And further, respecting the future, as also Plato says, doubtless, not similarly decisive is the opinion of the physician and that of the ignorant quack, for example, as to the likelihood that one will be sound, or that one will not be so. And further, in the case of the senses themselves, not similarly decisive is the testimony of sense in respect of what is foreign, and in respect of what is its peculiar province, or of that which is near, and of that which is remote from itself. But respecting colour, it is sight and not taste that judges, and respecting juices, it is taste but not sight, each of which never at the same time affirms about the same thing that simultaneously a thing is so and not so disposed. But neither in a different period have the senses doubted about the passion at least to which they are subject, but about that in which the passion is an accident. Now I say, for example, that the same wine, either from being changed, or from the bodily organ being changed, might so appear at one time to be sweet, and at another time not sweet. But the sweet then, at least, when it is sweet, is not such, for it never has undergone a change, but always verification thereof is possible, and of necessity is it that such will be a thing that is sweet. All these theories, however, overturn this conclusion, since, also, if there is not a substance of anything, neither is there anything necessarily subsisting. For it is not admissible for the necessary to be at one time disposed one way, and at another time another. Wherefore, if there is anything of necessity, it will not be disposed both so and not so. If also, upon the whole, what is sensible exists merely, nothing would there be subsisting, inasmuch as animated beings would have no existence, for sense would have no existence. Perhaps then, on the supposition of the non-existence of sense, the truth would be that neither sensibles nor sensations exist, for of the percipient is sense and affection, but that it is impossible that the subjects themselves which produce sense have not any existence, even though sense exist not. For, doubtless, sense itself is not of itself, but there is something else also, different from, and independent of, sense, which must needs be prior to sense. For the moving cause is prior in nature to that which is being moved, and if these assertions are made one with another, not a whit the less is the same theory true. Chapter 6. But there are some who doubt, and are sceptics, both amongst those who are persuaded of the reality of these opinions, and those who merely affirm these theories. For they ask, who is it that judgeth him that is in good health, and him that, upon the whole, is capable of forming his decision correctly about each particular? Now, doubts of such a sort as this are similar to one's doubting whether we now sleep or are awake. For all such doubts are tantamount to the same. For these persons demand that there should be a reason of all things, for they seek for a first principle, and expect to obtain this by demonstration, whereas, at least, that they are not persuaded of the validity of their position they make manifest in their acts. But, as we have said, this is the characteristic property of these philosophers, for they seek for a reason of things of which there is no reason. For the principle of demonstration is not demonstration. These, therefore, indeed, would be easily persuaded of this, for it is not difficult to apprehend. They, however, who seek in reason compulsion merely, seek an impossibility, for what is contrary they deem it right to speak, immediately uttering contrary things. But if all things are not relatives, but some are also themselves by themselves, that is, absolute, in such a case everything apparent would not be true, for the apparent is apparent to some one. Therefore, he that says that all things apparent are true, makes all entities relatives. Wherefore also must the precaution be adopted by those who seek for compulsion in reason, and at the same time also think right to subjoin a reason that not the apparent is true, but that the apparent is true to whomever it appears so, and when it appears, and how far, and in what manner. But if they subjoin a reason, to be sure, but do not in this way subjoin it, it will happen speedily unto them that they should speak things that are contrary. For it is possible for the same thing to appear honey, as far as the sight goes, and not to appear so to the taste. And as we have two eyes, not the same will a thing appear to each organ of vision, if they be dissimilar. Whereas, in reply to those, at least, who, on account of the causes originally enumerated, affirm the apparent to be true, and for this reason contend that all things in like manner are false and true, in reply to these, I say, it may be affirmed that neither the same things appear the same to all men, nor to the same person do the same things invariably appear the same, but frequently things contrary at the same time. For the touch, in the alteration of the fingers, says that there are two objects, but the organ of sight, one. But neither to the same sense, at least, do the same things seem the same, and according to the same, and in like manner also in the same moment of time, wherefore this would be true. But perhaps for this cause it is necessary to say to those who speak not on account of doubt, but for talk's sake, that this is not absolutely true, but that it is true relatively to this person. And as doubtless it has been formerly affirmed, it is necessary also to make all things relative, both in reference to opinion and sense, so that nothing either has been produced or will arise except on the supposition of some person previously exercising thought. But if anything has been generated or will arise, it is evident that all things would not be according to opinion. Further, if one thing exists, it exists in relation to one, or in relation to a definite thing, and if the same thing is both half and equal, such exists in relation to these, yet the equal is not in reference to the double. Now, in relation to opinion, if man and the subject of the opinion be the same, man will not be the thinking subject, but the subject of opinion. But if each thing will be in relation to the thinking subject, the thinking subject will subsist in relation to things infinite in species. That indeed, therefore, most indisputable of all is the opinion that assertions in opposition are not at the same time true, and what happens in the way of consequence unto those who say that they are true, and why they say so, let thus much suffice to have been spoken. But since it is impossible that contradiction should be true of the same subject at the same time, it is evident that neither can contraries possibly subsist at the same time in the same subject. For indeed of contraries one or other is not the less privation, but privation of substance is negation from some definite genus. If, therefore, it is impossible at the same time to affirm and deny with truth, it is impossible that also contraries should be inherent in the same subject at the same time, but either both must be inherent partially, or the one partially, and the other simply or absolutely. CHAPTER 7 But, truly, neither is it possible that there is any mean between a contradiction, but there is a necessity either of asserting or denying any one thing whatsoever of one. Now, in the first place, this is evident to those who define what truth and falsehood are. For, indeed, the assertion that entity does not exist, and that nonentity does, is a falsehood, but that entity exists, and that nonentity does not exist, is truth. Wherefore, the person who affirms that this medium is in existence, or is not, will speak truth or utter falsehood, but neither is entity nor nonentity said not to exist or to exist. Further, either will there be a mean between contradiction, as that of a darkish colour between black and white, or it will be as that which is neutral between man and horse. If, therefore, this subsist in this way, there would be no change, for a change takes place from something that is not good into that which is good, or from this latter into what is not good. But now it is always apparent as taking place, for there is not a change existing, but one into opposites and media. If, however, there is a mean, so also would there be a certain production into a thing that is white, not from that which is not white, but this is not perceived as being the case. Further, everything intelligible and mental the understanding either affirms or denies, and this is manifest from definition when truth is spoken or falsehood, when indeed in this way it is composed as an assertion or negation, truth is spoken, but when in that way, falsehood. Further, must there be in all contradictions a mean, save where the assertion is made only for argument or talk's sake, so that also one will neither utter truth nor not utter truth, and besides entity and nonentity there will be something in subsistence. Wherefore, besides generation and corruption, some change will there be. Moreover, in whatsoever genera negation introduces the contrary, in these also will be found this medium, as, for example, in numbers a number neither odd nor not odd. Such, however, is impossible, and from the definition is this evident. Further, would we go on in a progression to infinity, and not only will there be sesquialterate entities, but even more than this. For again, it will be possible to deny this in regard of the assertion and negation of the medium of the former contradiction, and this will be something, for there will be a certain other substance of this. Moreover, as to the question if a thing is white when one says that it is not, nothing has he denied than that it is, but that a thing is not amounts to a negation. But from the same source as other paradoxes has this opinion reached unto certain speculators, for when they are unable to solve arguments open to dispute, giving in to reason, they consent to the truth of whatever is brought out by syllogism. Some therefore make assertions from some such cause as this, but others on account of requiring in their investigations the reason of all things. The principle, however, in respect of all these is to be derived from definition, but definition arises from their necessarily signifying something, for the sentence of which the name is assigned becomes the definition of a thing, and the theory of Heraclitus, affirming all things to be and not to be, appeared to make all things true, but that of Anaxagoras was, that there is a certain medium between contradiction, so that all things are false, for when they are mingled, neither is the mixture good nor not good, wherefore there is nothing that one can affirm as true. Chapter 8. Now, these distinctions having been laid down, it is evident that the predications made in one way only, and also those that are made about all, it is impossible should be as certain affirm they are. Some indeed saying that nothing is true, for nothing, they say, hinders all things from being in such a way as that the diagonal of a square is commensurable with its side, but others affirming that all things are true, for almost all these assertions are the same with those of Heraclitus. For this philosopher, in affirming that all things are true and all things false, affirms also, separately, each of these theories. Wherefore, if those are impossible, it is impossible likewise that these should be so. But further are those palpably contradictions which, likewise, it is not possible should at the same time be true. Nor, doubtless, is it possible that all should be false, although, at least, it would the rather seem to be admissible from what has been stated. But in reply to all such theories must the question be asked, as also has been declared in the discussions above, not if there is something, or if there is not, but if something has a signification. Wherefore, from the definition is the discussion to be drawn, by assuming what falsehood or truth signifies. But if the true and the false be nothing else than to assert what is true or deny what is false, it is impossible that all things be false. For it is necessary that either portion of the contradiction be true. Further, if it be necessary either to assert or deny everything, it is impossible for both to be false, for either part of the contradiction is false. Truly also doth the common saying happen unto all such theories, that they overthrow or stultify themselves. For the person that says that all things are true renders the statement contrary to this true also. Wherefore he makes his own affirmation not true, for the contrary says that it is not true, but he that says that all things are false, even himself falsifies his own position. If, however, they make an exception, the one making an exception in the case of the contrary that it is not alone true, and the other in the case of his own assertion that it is not false, in no wise the less does it happen unto these sceptics that they require the truth and falsehood of an infinite number of assertions. For he who says that a true theory is true agrees with the affirmation that it is true, but this will go on in a progression infinity. It is evident, however, that neither they who lay down that all things are at rest speak the truth, nor they who say that all things are in motion. For if, indeed, all things are at rest, the same things will always be true and false. Now this appears to be a thing undergoing a change. For he who speaks once himself was not, and again will not be. If all things, however, are in motion, there will be nothing that is true. All things, in that case, are false. But it has been demonstrated that this is impossible. Further, must entity needs undergo a change, for from something into something is the change made. But, doubtless, neither are all things at rest or in motion at any particular time, but nothing subsists in such a condition of rest or motion eternally, for there is something which always moves the things that are in motion, and the first imparter of motion is itself immovable. End of chapter 8 and end of book 3. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards. Chapter 1 of Book 4 of Metaphysics by Aristotle, translated by John McMahon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. Chapter 1. That is called a principle from whence anything has had motion imparted to it in the first instance. For example, the principle of length, and of a way. From hence, indeed, is the actual principle, but from the contrary a different one. But again, that is called a first principle from whence each thing would spring in the most beautiful manner. As, for instance, even in the case of discipline, the beginning must be made sometimes not from what is first, and the principle of a thing, but from whence one may learn with the greatest facility. And again, that is a principle from whence is produced the first of a thing that is inherent, as, for example, a keel of a vessel, and a foundation of a house. And some suppose the heart of animals to be a thing of this sort, but others the brain, and others whatever else of this kind they may happen with. And again, that is a principle from whence the first of a thing not inherent is produced, and whence motion and change have first been naturally fitted to commence, as, for example, the child from the father and the mother, and the battle from abuse. And that is a first principle according to the free impulse of which things in motion are moved, and things undergoing a change are changed, as in cities, dominions, and dynasties, and kingdoms and tyrannies are styled principles, and both the arts, and especially those of them that are architectonic, are called principles. Further, whence a thing is known first, this is called a principle of that thing. As, for example, the hypotheses are principles of demonstration, in as many ways also as first principles are styled, are causes in like manner denominated, for all causes are first principles. Common to all first principles is the being the original from whence a thing either is, or is produced, or is known. But of these principles some indeed are inherent, and others are extrinsic. Wherefore, nature constitutes both a first principle, and an element is so likewise, and understanding, and free will, and substance, and the final cause. For in the case of many things the principle of knowledge and of motion is the good and the fair. Chapter 2. In one way that is called cause, from which, as inherent, anything is produced, as, for example, the brass of a statue, and the silver of a cup, and the genera of these. But in another way the form and exemplar are regarded as causes, and this is the reason of the formal cause, and the genera of these. As, for instance, in the diapason the cause is the ratio of 2 to 1, and in general number and the parts, those that are in the ratio, belong to this order of cause. But further, that constitutes a cause from whence is the first principle of change or of rest, as, for instance, the designing cause, and the father of a child, and, generally speaking, the forming of that which is being formed, and that capable of effecting a change of that which is undergoing a change. Further, a cause is as the end. This, however, is the final cause, as, for instance, health of walking. For why does one walk? We say that he may have good health, and, saying so, we think that we have assigned the cause. And as many operations, doubtless, as take place between any other source of motion and the end are regarded as causes, for example, of health tenuity, or purging, or medicines, or instruments, for all these are on account of the end. But they differ from one another in respect of being, some as instruments, and others as things done. Causes indeed, therefore, are enumerated almost somehow after this manner. And seeing that causes are thus multifariously denominated, it happens that many of them are causes of the same thing, not according to accident. For instance, of the statue, both the statuary art and the brass, not according to anything that is different, but so far forth as it is a statue. This, however, does not take place in the same manner, but the brass is as matter, and the art as the origin of motion, or the efficient cause. And some things are reciprocally causes of one another, as, for example, labour of a good habit of body, and this latter again of labour, yet not in the same manner, but the one is as the end, and the other as the principle of motion. Further, the same thing sometimes is the cause of things that are contrary, for that which when present is the cause of this particular thing, this when absent we sometimes denominate the cause of the contrary. For example, the absence of the pilot is the cause of the capsizing of the boat, the presence of whom is the cause of its preservation. Both, however, as well the presence as the absence of the pilot are as efficient causes, that is, causes imparting motion. Now, all the causes just enumerated fall under 4 modes the most evident. For, indeed, the elements of syllables, and the matter of things constructed by art, and the fire and earth, and all such bodies, and the parts of a whole, and the hypotheses of the conclusion, are causes, as that whereof other things are produced. But of these, some are as the subject, as, for instance, the parts, but others as the formal cause, for example, both the whole, and the composition, and the form. But the seed, and the physician, and the deliberator, and, in short, the maker, all are the causes of the principle of change or of stability. But the rest, as the end and the good, are causes of other things. For the final cause aims at being the best, and an end to the other things. Let there be, however, no actual difference in saying a thing is good or appears good. These causes, indeed, therefore, are so many in species, but the modes of causes are, doubtless, many in number. These, however, become less numerous by being reduced under heads. For causes are called so in many ways, and of those things of the same species, antecedently and subsequently, one thing is the cause of another. As, for example, of health the physician and the artisan, and of the diapason the double and number, and always those things that comprise anything whatsoever of singulars. But, moreover, cause is denominated as the accident and the genera of these. As, for instance, of a statue, in one sense, Polyclitus is the cause, and in another, the statuary, because it is accidental with the statuary to be Polyclitus. And the things embracing the accidental are causes. For instance, man is a cause of a statue, or also, in general, animal, because Polyclitus is a man, and man is an animal. But also of the accidents one is more remote, and another more contiguous than others. For example, just as if the white and the musical should be termed a cause of the statue, but not merely Polyclitus, or man. But besides all things, both these that are denominated appropriately or strictly, and those according to accident, some causes are denominated as things endued with a capacity, but others as things energizing, as the cause of the house being built is the builder, or the builder considered as in the act of building. In like manner, with what has been stated will be mentioned also the causes in the case of which there are causes, as, for example, of this statue, as far forth as it is a statue, or in general of an image, or of this brass, so far forth as it is brass, or in short, matter, and in the case of the accidents it is so in like manner. Further also, these and those shall be predicated as connected together, as, for example, not Polyclitus, nor a statuary, but Polyclitus a statuary. But, however, all these at least are 6 in number, yet are expressed in a twofold manner. For either as a singular are they denominated, or as the genus thereof, or as the accident, or as genus of the accident, or as these connected together, or simply expressed. Further, all of them as energizing, or according to capacity. But thus far is there a difference, that causes energizing and singulars, and those of which they are the causes, subsist at the same time, and at the same time cease to be, as, for example, the person healing, with that person that is being restored to health, and this person the builder, with that which is being built. Not invariably, however, is this the case with regard to causes in capacity, for not at the same time sink into decay the house and the builder. Chapter 3. An element is called that from which, as an inherent first principle, and indivisible in species, something is compounded into a different species. As, for instance, the elements of voice are those things of which the voice is composed, and into which it is ultimately divided. Those elements, however, no longer are divided into other voices, different from them in species. But even though they be divided, the parts would be of the same species, as, for example, the portion of water is water, but a portion of the syllable is not a syllable. In like manner also do the old philosophers, who enumerate the elements of bodies, say that they are those entities into which bodies are ultimately divided. But those no longer are divisible into others different in species. And whether such may be one or many, these they yet call elements. Similarly also are denominated the elements both of diagrams and in general those of demonstrations. For the primary demonstrations, and those that are inherent in many more demonstrations, themselves are styled elements of demonstrations. But of such kind are the first syllogisms, which are composed of 3 terms by means of the one middle. And, by a transference of the meaning, they hence call an element that which, being one and small, may be useful for many purposes. Wherefore also what is small and simple and indivisible is styled an element. Hence it has come to pass that those things which are most especially universal are elements, because each of them is one and simple, and is inherent in many things, or in all, or in as many as possible. And to some speculators it seems that the one and the point are first principles. Since, therefore, those things called genera are universal and indivisible, for there is one definition of them, certain persons call the genera elements, and that, too, in preference to difference. For the genus is more universal, for in whatsoever the difference resides, the genus also follows. But in what the genus resides does not, in every way, constitute the difference. Common, however, to all is the characteristic that the being of the element of each body is the first inherent quality in each. Chapter 4. Nature is called, in one way, the production of things that are by nature. As, for instance, if one putting forth his voice should articulate the letter U, and in another, as that from which, as being inherent, that which is being naturally produced is primarily formed. Moreover, nature is the origin of the earliest motion in each of the things in itself subsisting by nature, so far as it is this very thing. Now, those things are said to be produced by nature as many as involve growth through another body by means of contact, and growth along with, or growth beside, just as embryos. But the being connascent differs from contact, for in the latter there must needs be nothing else besides the touch. But in things that are connate there is some one thing that is the same in both, which, instead of involving contact, causes them to be connascent, and causes them to be one according to what is continuous and involving quantity, but not according to quality. Moreover is that styled nature from which, as its primary matter, there either is or arises anything of the things that subsist by nature, being without regular motion, and unchangeable from the power which belongs to itself. For instance, of a statue, or of brazen vessels, the brass is called the nature, and of wooden vessels the wood. But in like manner is it in the case of the rest, for each thing is from these the primary matter remaining in a state of conservation. For in this way also do they affirm the elements of those things that are by nature to constitute nature, some saying that this is fire, but others earth, and others air, and others water, but others asserting some other such thing, and others some of these, but others all of them. In another way, however, nature is styled the substance of things that exist by nature. For instance, those who affirm that nature is the earliest synthesis, as Empedocles says that, quote, nature is there of no one of entities, but merely mixture and of things mixed, a change, and thus by men is nature styled. Close quote. Wherefore, as many things also as by nature exist, or are produced, that being in existence already, from which it is natural that they should arise, or should have their being, not as yet do we say that such is in possession of nature, unless they have the species and the form. By nature, then, subsists that which is composed from both of these, as, for instance, animals and their parts. Nature, however, constitutes the primary matter, and this in a twofold sense, either the primary in reference to a thing itself, or upon the whole the first. For example, of brazen works, the first in reference to these is the brass, and water perhaps, in general, if the primary matter of all things that are capable of being liquefied be water. And nature constitutes both species and substance, and this is the end of production. But now, metaphorically speaking, and generally, every substance is called nature for this reason, because nature also is a certain substance. Doubtless, from the things that have been stated, the earliest nature, and that termed so with precision, is the substance. I mean of those things possessing the principle of motion in themselves, so far forth as themselves are such. For matter, in respect of its being susceptible of this, is styled nature, and generations and the act of production are termed so in consequence of their motions being from this. And the first principle of motion in those things that by nature subsist is nature inherent as a first principle in a manner either potentially or actually. Chapter 5. Necessary is defined that without which, as a cooperating cause, it is not admissible for a thing to exist. As, for instance, respiration and nourishment are necessary conditions for an animal, for without these it is impossible that an animal can exist, and that is necessary without which it is not possible for what is good either to subsist, or to arise, or to cast aside any evil, or that any evil should be exterminated. For instance, the drinking a certain medicine is a necessary precaution against sickness, and the sailing to Aegina against the loss of one's property. Further, the compulsory and compulsion are styled necessary, but this is that which constitutes an obstruction, and is capable of offering an hindrance to impulse and free will. For what is compulsory is styled necessary, wherefore also is it a thing that is sad, as also Evenus has it, quote, for everything necessary is a thing doleful. And force, or compulsion, involves a certain necessity, as also Sophocles says, quote, but force compels me to do these things. And necessity seems to be a something that is inevitable, correctly so, for it is contrary to the motion that results according to free will, and according to the power of reasoning. Further, that which does not admit of being otherwise than it is, we say is in this way disposed as a necessary thing. And according to this acceptation of the word, what is necessary, and all the other things that are so, are also in a manner styled necessary. For the violent or compulsory is called necessary, either in regard of action or passion, at such times as when a person cannot make any move according to impulse on account of some constraining cause, so that this is a necessary impulse on account of which the thing could not be otherwise. And in the case of the cooperating causes of the principle of vitality, and the good, it is so in like manner. For when it is not admissible, on the one hand, to obtain indeed the good, and on the other to live, and to exist, without certain things, these things then are necessary, and this cause constitutes a certain necessity. Further does demonstration belong to those things that are necessary, because it is not possible that the things that are being demonstrated should be otherwise, if the thing be absolutely demonstrated. But causes of this are things primary, which it is impossible should subsist otherwise than they do, out of which is formed the syllogism. Of some things truly is there a different cause from themselves of their being necessary, but of others there is no such cause, but on account of these are other things that are from necessity. Wherefore, what is primary and what is absolute or simple are strictly necessary, for it is not possible that this can be disposed in many ways. Therefore, neither can it subsist in different ways at different times, for on such a supposition would it now be disposed in many ways. If, therefore, there are certain things that are eternal and immovable, there is in them nothing compulsory or contrary to nature. Chapter 6. One is called that which subsists as such according to accident in one way, and in another that which subsists essentially. A thing is called one according to accident, for instance, Coriscus, and what is musical, and the musical Coriscus. For it is one and the same thing to say Coriscus, and what is musical, as to say Coriscus the musician. Also, to say the musical and the just is one with saying the just musician Coriscus. For all these are called one according to accident, the just indeed, and the musical, because they are accidents in one substance, but what is musical, and Coriscus, because either is an accident in the other. Likewise also, in a certain sense, the musical Coriscus is one with Coriscus, because either of the parts of those that are in this sentence is an accident in the other, as, for example, what is musical in Coriscus, and the musical Coriscus in just Coriscus, because one portion of either is an accident in the same one. For there is no difference whether what is musical is an accident in Coriscus, or Coriscus the just in the musical Coriscus. In like manner, however, will one be denominated according to accident, though it should be predicated of the genus, or of some universal names, as, for instance, if man were said to be the same with a musical man. For that it should be so, either because the musical is an accident in the man being one substance, or because both are accidents in any one of those which are singulars, as in Coriscus. Nevertheless, both are not inherent in the same manner, but the one perhaps as genus, and in the substance, and the other as a habit or passion of the substance. Therefore, as many things as are expressed according to accident are styled one after this manner. But of things denominated one essentially, some are styled so on account of their being continuous, as, for instance, a bundle held together by a string, and a piece of wood by glue, and a line even though it be curved, yet if it be continuous is called one. As also each of the parts of the body, for instance a leg and an arm. Now, of these very things, those are more one, which by nature are continuous, than those that are continuous by art. But that is called continuous of which the motion is one essentially, and also which it is not possible should be otherwise. And motion is one when it is indivisible, and indivisible according to time. Those things, however, are essentially continuous, as many as are not one by contact. For if you were to place sticks touching one another, you would not say that these are one, either one piece of wood, or one body, or anything else that is continuous. And indeed, in general, things that are continuous are called one, even though they may have a curve, and still rather things that have not a curve. Thus the leg and thigh are more one than the leg and foot together, because it is possible that the motion of the leg and foot be not one. And the straight line is one rather than the curved line, but the curved, and that which has an angle, we call both one and not one, because it is admissible that both the motion of the whole should not be at the same time, and yet that at the same time should be motion of a part. But part and the whole of a straight line are always at the same time in motion together, and no such portion as involves magnitude partly remains at rest and partly is in motion, as of a line that is curved. Further, in another way a thing is called one in respect of the subject being in species indifferent or destitute of a difference. But things that are indifferent are those of which the form, according to sense, is indivisible, and the subject is either the first or the last in respect of the end. For both wine is called one and water one, so far forth as either is indivisible according to the form, and all fluids are styled one, as oil, wine, and things that are soluble, because the ultimate subject of all these is the same, for all these are in reality water and air. But those things are styled one also, of which the genus is one, differing by opposite differences. And all these are called one, because one genus is the subject of the differences. For instance, horse, man, dog, is a certain one, because all of them are animals. And doubtless they are one in some similar manner as the matter is one. These things, however, sometimes in this way are styled one, and sometimes the superior genus is regarded one, which is denominated the same, if those higher up than these be the ultimate species of the genus, as, for example, the isosceles, to be sure, and the equilateral are one and the same figure, because both are triangles, but they are not the same triangles. Further, are those things styled one, the definition of whatsoever of which, denominating the essence of them, is indivisible as far as regards another definition signifying the being of the thing, for every actual definition is essentially indivisible. For so also both that which has undergone increase and diminution is one, because the definition is one. As in the case of surfaces possessing length and breadth, the definition of the species is one. In general, however, are those things one, of which the perception is indivisible. I mean, that which perceives what the essence or formal principle is, and which cannot be separated either in time or place or definition. These most especially, I say, are one, and of these as many as are substances. For, universally, whatever things do not involve division, so far forth as they have it not, so far are they styled one. For example, if man, as far as he is a man, has not a division, he is one man. And if an animal, as far as it is an animal, is indivisible, animal is one. But if magnitude, as far as magnitude is concerned, is indivisible, magnitude is one. The most things, no doubt, then, are styled one, because some one different thing they either affect, or suffer, or possess, or because of their being relative to some one thing. But those things primarily denominated one are those of which the substance is one. One, however, either in continuity, or species, or definition. For also we reckon as plural, or many, either those things that are not continuous, or those of which the form is not one, or of which the definition is not one. But further is it the case that we say sometimes that anything whatsoever is one, provided only it involves quantity and continuity. And we sometimes say that it is not one if it be not a certain whole, that is, if it does not possess one form. For instance, we would not say that in like manner a shoe is one, when, looking at the portions of that shoe any way whatsoever put together, although there may be continuity involved therein. But if it be in such a position of its parts as to be in reality a shoe, and to have a certain form, it would already then be one. Wherefore also of lines the circular is particularly one, because it is entire and perfect. Of the one, however, the very essence consists in this, that it is the principle of a certain number. For the first measure is the principle of each genus thereof. For that whereby as primary we make a thing known, this is the first measure of each genus. Therefore the first principle of that which may be known constitutes in regard of each genus the one. But the one is not the same in all the genera, for here it is diesis, and there a vowel, or a mute. But of gravity there is a different one, and of motion another. Everywhere, however, is unity indivisible, either in form or in quantity. That, indeed, therefore, which is indivisible according to quantity, and so far forth as it is a quantity, I mean, what is in every direction indivisible, and is without position, this is called an unit or monad. but that which is in every direction indivisible, and involves a position, is a point, and that which is divisible in one direction is a line, and that capable of a twofold division a surface. But that which in every way and in three directions is divisible according to quantity is a body, and conversely that which is divisible in a twofold respect is a surface, and that in a single direction a line, and that divisible everywhere in three directions is a body, but that divisible nowhere according to quantity a point and a monad, the one without position a monad, and the other with position a point. And moreover, some things are one according to number, but others according to species, and others according to genus, and others according to analogy. Those things are one in number of which the matter is one, but in species of which the definition is one, but in genus of which there is the same figure of predication. But according to analogy are things one as many as are disposed as one thing in relation to another. The subsequent, however, invariably follows the things that are prior, as, for instance, whatsoever things are one in number are also one in species, but whatsoever things are one in species are not all one in number, but all things are one in genus. Whatsoever are likewise so in species, but whatsoever are one in genus are not all one in species, but are so in analogy, and whatsoever things are one analogically are not also in genus. It is manifest, however, also that plurality will be spoken of in an opposite manner to the one, partly from the fact of its being not continuous, and partly from having its matter divisible according to species, either as the first matter or the ultimate matter, but partly from possessing many of those reasons or definitions which declare the essence of a thing, or its very nature. End of chapter 6 of book 4. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards. Chapter 7 of Book 4 of Metaphysics by Aristotle, translated by John McMahon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. Chapter 7. Entity is denominated partly as that which subsists according to accident, and partly that which subsists essentially. An entity subsists according to accident, as when we say that a just man is musical, and that the man is musical, and that the musician is a man, speaking in a similar manner as when we say that the musical man builds because it is an accident to the builder to be a musician, or for the musician to be a builder. For the affirming that this particular thing is that signifies that this thing is an accident in that. So also in the case of the instances that have been mentioned, when we say that the man is a musician, and that the musician is a man, or that one who is white is the musician, or that the latter is white, we say this because both of these are accidents in the same subject. But we say that because they are accidents in entity. But that the musician is a man we say because the being a musician is an accident to this person. So also is it said that what is white is a man because that is a man to which the being white is an accident. Things indeed, therefore, said to subsist according to accident are expressed in this way, either because both are inherent in the same entity, or because they are inherent in that entity, or because they are the same with that in which the accidents are inherent, and of which the thing itself is predicated. Entities also are said to subsist essentially whatsoever signify the figures of predication. For as often as they are predicated, so often do they signify essence. Since, therefore, of the things that are predicated, some signify what a thing is, or quiddity, and others quality, and others quantity, and others relation, and others action or passion, and some the place where, and others the time when, to each of these the being or essence signifies the same thing. For there is no difference in the expression the man is in a healthy state, from this namely, the man is healthy, or the man is walking, or is cutting, from the expression man walks or cuts. And in like manner also is it in the case of the rest. Further, the words to be and it is signify that a thing is true, but the words not to be that it is not true but false. In like manner is it the case both in respect to affirmation and negation, as for example, he who says that Socrates is musical says so because this is true, or he who says that Socrates is not white says so because it is true. He, however, who says that the diameter is not incommensurable says so because this is false. Further, to be and being signify that which is expressed partly as potentially and partly as actually of those things that have been enumerated. For we say also that seeing is both seeing in potentiality expressly and in actuality, and similarly we say that he is endued with scientific knowledge who both has the ability to employ scientific knowledge and does actually employ it, and that a thing is in a condition of rest, both in which rest is at present inherent, and which involves the capability of remaining in a state of quiescence. But in like manner also is it in the case of substances. For we speak of the existence of mercury in the stone, and the half of the line, and we call that corn which not yet has reached a state of maturity. When, however, a thing is potential, and when it is not as yet potential, must be defined elsewhere. Chapter 8. As regards substance, both simple bodies, as for instance earth, and fire, and water, and such like, are called substances, and in general bodies are styled so, and animals consisting of these, and those beings that are of the nature of demons, and the parts of these. Now all these are denominated substances because they are not predicated of a subject, whereas other things are predicated of these. But in another way is that styled substance whatever may be the cause of being, and may be inherent in such as are not predicated of a subject. For example, soul in an animal. Further, as many parts as are inherent in such things that both define and signify the what a certain thing is, on the removal of which the whole is taken away. As, for example, if superficies be taken away, body also is destroyed, as some say. And superficies is destroyed by taking away a line, and in general number seems to certain to be a thing of this kind, for that if it is removed away nothing can subsist, and that it defines all things. Such parts we may consider substances. Further, the essence of which the formal cause is the definition, this also is styled the substance of each thing. Now substance happens in two ways to be styled substance, both as the ultimate subject which no longer is predicated of anything else, and as that which may be this certain particular thing, and may be separable, but such is the form and the species of each thing. Chapter 9. But the same are styled partly according to accident, as the white and the musical are the same because they are accidents in the same subject, and man and musician are the same because either is an accident in the other. I mean that man is musical because the musical is an accident in man, and this is the same with either, and either of these the same with this. For also with the man that is musical, both man and musical are styled the same, and that is regarded the same with those. Wherefore also all these are not predicated universally, for it is not true to say that every man is the same thing with what is musical, For universals are absolute existences, but accidents are not absolute existences, but are simply predicated of singulars. For it seems the same thing to be Socrates and Socrates the musical, for the expression Socrates is not affirmed of all, wherefore not every Socrates is predicated as every man is. And some things in this way are called the same. Some things, however, are called the same essentially in the same way as unity also. For those things likewise of which the matter is one either in species, or in number, or in genus, are called the same, and those of which the substance is one are called the same. Wherefore it is evident that sameness is a certain unity of the being of either many things, or when one employs anything as many, as when one affirms the same thing to be the same with itself, for he employs that thing as two. But diverse are those things called of which either the species are numerous, or the matter, or the definition of the substance, and in general is the diverse denominated in a manner opposite to the same, and those things are styled different whatsoever are diverse. Being, however, in some respect the same, not merely in number, but either in species, or genus, or analogy. Further, things are considered different of which the genus is diverse, and the things that are contrary, and whatsoever involve diversity in the substance. Similar are those things styled both which everywhere undergo the same affection, and undergo more of the same affections than of the diverse, and of which the quality is one. And in as many of the contraries as a change is possible, that which possesses more of these, or the more important amongst these, is similar to that thing. Things that are dissimilar, however, are denominated in an opposite way to those that are similar. Chapter 10. Things that are opposite are called contradiction, and contraries, and relations, and privation, and habit, and those things from which ultimate things arise, and those into which they are resolved, as for instance the generations and corruptions of bodies, and whatsoever things it is not admissible at the same time should be present in that which is receptive of both, these are said to be opposite either themselves or those whereof they are compounded. For black and white at the same time are not inherent in the same subject. Wherefore those colours of which they are compounded are opposite to these. Those things are called contraries, both those which cannot be present in the same subject at the same time, of things that differ in genus, and those things are called contraries which involve the greatest amount of difference, of those that are in the same genus, and things that widely differ in the same recipient, and which widely differ of those under the same capacity, and those of which there is the greatest difference, either simply, or according to genus, or according to species. And other things are styled contraries, some as having such things in possession, and others as being recipients of such, and some in being effective, or in being capable of undergoing passive conditions, or in being agents, or being passive, or being rejections, or affinities, or habits, or privations, of these and of things of this sort. Since unity and entity, however, are spoken of in many ways, there is a necessity of the other things also following as many as are expressed according to these. Wherefore also will there be a distribution of the same, and the diverse and the contrary, so that there must needs be something diverse in each category. And diverse in species are those things called as many as being of the same genus are not subalternate, and as many as being in the same genus involve a difference, and as many as in the substance are related in the way of contrariety. And contraries are diverse in the species of one another, either all or those which are denominated primarily, and are those of whatever in the ultimate species of the genus the definitions are diverse, as for instance man and horse, which are individuals in the genus, but the definitions of them are diverse, and those are contraries as many as being in the same substance involve a difference. Those things, however, are in species the same which are expressed in an opposite way to these. Chapter 11. Prior and subsequent are things called. Some, as in the case of a certain thing existing as first, and as a first principle in each genus. For prior is that which is nearer a certain first principle, defined either simply and by nature, or relatively, or according to place, or by certain things. As, for instance, some things are prior in place, from the fact of being nearer either by nature to a certain definite place, as to the mean or the extreme, or by some ordinary relation in this way, and that which is more remote from this definite locality is subsequent. Other things prior and subsequent, however, are so in accordance with time. For some things indeed are considered prior as they are more remote from the present moment, for instance in the case of things that have taken place in time past. For the Trojan annals are prior to the Median because they are further removed from the present time, and other things are prior in regard of being nearer the present time, as in the case of things to come. For the Nemean games are prior to the Pythian because it is an event nearer the present, using the present as a first principle and a thing that is first. Some things also according to motion are prior and subsequent, for that which is more immediate to the first moving power is prior, as for example a boy is prior to a man, and this also is a certain first principle simply considered. Some things also are prior according to potentiality, for that which is supereminent in potentiality is prior, and that which is more potential is prior. But that nature is of such a kind as according to the free will of which another must needs follow which is also posterior. Wherefore, in the event of that one not imparting motion, the consequence will be that no motion should ensue in the other, and in the event of that one imparting motion, that motion should ensue in the other, but free will constitutes a first principle. Also, things according to order are styled prior and subsequent, but these are such as according to some one relation defined are distant proportionally, as for example in a dance the person standing second is prior to one that stands third, and the paraneet to the neat, in a musical instrument, for in the former is the person who presides, and in the latter the medium is a first principle. These things indeed therefore are styled prior in this way, but in another way is a thing prior in knowledge, as if it were even absolutely prior. Of these things however that are otherwise, some are according to reason, and some according to sense, for certainly according to reason things that are universal are prior, but according to sense the singulars are prior, and according to the reason also the accident is prior to the whole, as the musical is before a man that is musical, for the entire reason will not be without the part, although it is not possible to be musical when there is not a certain one that is musically gifted. Further, the passive conditions of things that are prior are called prior, as for instance straightness is prior to smoothness, for the one is an essential affection of a line, and the other of a superficies. Some things therefore are called prior and subsequent in this way, but others are termed so according to nature and substance, as many as it is admissible can be in subsistence without others, but others cannot subsist without them, which opinion Plato adopted. But since the being is in many ways denominated, in the first place the subject is prior through which the substance is prior. In the next place, the things according to potentiality and actuality are otherwise, for according to potentiality are some things prior, and others according to actuality subsequent, as for instance according to potentiality is the half prior to the whole, and the part to the whole, and the matter to the substance, but according to actuality is this a thing that is subsequent. For when dissolution has taken place, things will subsist according to actuality. In a certain manner, it is true, all things that are styled prior and subsequent are expressed according to these, for some according to generation it is admissible may subsist without others, as the whole without the parts, but some according to corruption, as the part is prior to the whole. but it is in like manner with the rest. Chapter 12. Potentiality is called the first principle of motion or change in another thing, or so far forth as it is another thing, as the building art is a potentiality that does not reside in the thing that is built, but the art of healing, when it constitutes a potentiality, would reside in the person who is being healed, but not so far forth as he is a person that is being healed. Therefore, in general, the first principle of change, or of motion, is said to be potentiality in another thing, so far forth as it is another, and potentiality is styled such from another thing, or so far forth as it is another, for according to this sense of potentiality is what is passive in any degree passive. Sometimes, then, if it may be possible also that anything whatsoever undergoes passion, we say that thing involves the potentiality of being passive, but sometimes we say that this is not the case as regards every passion, but if it be passive in reference to what is better. Further, is potentiality the capacity of accomplishing this particular thing well, or doing so according to free will? For sometimes persons who merely have been walking or speaking, but yet who have not done so well, or not as they would choose, we would not say possessed the power or potentiality of speaking or walking, but also in like manner is it in the case of passion. Further, as many habits as according to which things are entirely devoid of passion, or unchangeable, or not capable of being easily altered into a worse state, such are styled potentialities, for things are broken indeed, and rubbed together, and bent, and are in general subject to decay, not from the having capacity, but from the not having capacity, or potentiality, and from deficiency in some point. Other things, however, are impassive by such as scarcely, and in a small degree, become affected on account of potentiality, and the possession of potentiality, and the being in a certain manner disposed. Now, seeing that potentiality is denominated in so many ways, in the first place will also the potential be styled as that which possesses a first principle of motion, or of change. For even what is stationary is something potential in another thing, or so far forth as it is another. And in the second place, if anything else of this should possess a capacity of this sort. And in the third place, if it involves such a capacity of bringing about a change in anything whatsoever, whether into what is worse or into what is better. For also, that which is in a state of decay seems to be a thing capable of falling into decay, otherwise it would not be corrupted if such were impossible, but already has it a certain disposition of parts, and a cause and first principle of such a passive condition. Sometimes, however, from the fact of possession, and sometimes from the fact of privation, does it seem to be a thing of this sort. And if privation in a manner constitute a habit, all things by the fact of the possession of something would be potentialities, but the entity would be also expressed equivocally. Wherefore is a thing potential in respect of having a certain habit, and first principle, and in respect of involving the privation of this, if it is admissible that it should involve privation. And in the fourth place is a thing potential from the non-possession of a potentiality, or a first principle of this in another, or so far forth as it is another, which is subject to corruption. But, moreover, are all those things potential either in the mere accident of their being generated, or not being generated, or in respect of their being generated in an excellent manner. For also in things that are inanimate is there such a capacity inherent, as for instance in musical instruments. For one lyre, they say, can send forth sound, but that another does not possess this capacity, if it be not fair sounding. Impotentiality, however, is a privation of potentiality, and a certain removal of a first principle of such a sort, as has been mentioned, either entirely so, or from being by nature adapted to have such, or already to have such when it has been naturally fitted thereto also. For we would not say that in like manner was it impotential or impossible for a man and an eunuch to beget a child. But, moreover, according to both sorts of potentiality is their impotentiality opposed both to that merely which is capable of motion, and to that capable of motion in an excellent manner. And things are styled impotential, some in accordance with this kind of impotentiality, and others in another way, as, for instance, both the possible and the impossible. That, indeed, is a thing impossible, the contrary of which is necessarily true, as the commensurability of the diameter is a thing that is impossible, because such a position in mathematics is false. And the contrary of this is not only true, but also must necessarily be so, namely the incommensurability of the diameter. Its being commensurable, accordingly, is not merely false, but must be false. The contrary, however, to this is the possible, when it is not necessary that the contrary should be false, as, for example, the possibility of a man sitting. For not necessarily is his being in a posture not of sitting a thing that is false. The possible, in one way, therefore, as has been stated, signifies that which is not necessarily false, but in another it signifies the being true, and in another that which it is admissible may be true. Now, this is what, in geometry, is figuratively styled potentiality. These, indeed, therefore, are things possible, not so according to potentiality. But all the things that are expressed according to potentiality are enumerated with reference to one original potentiality or capacity, and this is a principle of change in another, so far forth as it is another. For the rest are styled potential, partly in some other of them possessing such potentiality, and partly in its non-possession thereof, and partly in its being thus disposed. In like manner also is it the case with things that are impotential, wherefore the precise definition of the first potentiality would be a principle capable of bringing about a change in another thing, or so far forth as it is another. Chapter 13. Quantity is denominated that which is divisible into things that are inherent, of which either or each thing is adapted by nature to be a certain one thing, and a certain particular thing of this sort. Multitude, then, indeed, is a certain quantity, if it may be numerable, but magnitude, if it may be measurable. And multitude is styled that which is divisible in capacity into what is not continuous, but magnitude into that which is continuous. Now of magnitude, that which is continuous in one direction is length, and that in two directions breadth, and that in three depth. But of these, finite multitude is number, and length is a line, and breadth a superficies, and depth a body. Moreover, some things are said to be certain quantities in themselves, or to be essential quantities, but others quantities according to accident, as a line, to wit, is a certain essential quantity, whereas what is musical is a quantity according to accident. Now, of quantities that are so essentially, some are a certain quantity according to substance, as, for instance, a line. For in the definition expressive of what anything is, a certain quantity is inherent. But other quantities are passions and habits of such a substance, as, for example, much and little, and long and short, and broad and narrow, and high and low, and heavy and light, and the rest of such properties. Likewise, both the great and the little, and the greater and the less, expressed both in reference to themselves and in relation to one another, are the essential passions of quantity. These names, indeed, are also transferred to other things. Of quantities, however, that are expressed according to accident, some are so expressed as has been declared, because what is musical is quantity, and what is white is so in respect of there being a certain quantity in that subject wherein they are inherent. And other things are quantities as motion and duration, for these also are termed certain quantities, and things continuous in respect of those things being divisible, of which these are passive states. Now, I mean not that which is in a state of motion, but that which has had motion imparted to it. For from the fact of that being quantity, motion is likewise quantity, and duration, from the fact of this latter being quantity, is regarded as quantity itself also. Chapter 14. Quality is styled in one way the difference of substance, as man is a certain quality of animal because he is a biped, and horse is a certain quality of animal because he is a quadruped, and a circle is a certain quality of figure because it is without angles, so that the difference constitutes the quality according to the substance. Now in this one way is quality styled the difference of substance, but in another as things incapable of motion and mathematical entities, just as numbers are certain qualities, for example, those that are compound, and not only those which subsist in respect of one, but those of which surface and solid are an imitation. Now these are plane, square, or cube numbers, and in general, whatever besides quantity inheres in substance, for the being assumed once is the substance of each thing, as for example, the substance of the 6 is not twice 3, or thrice 2, but the being taken once, for once 6 is 6. Moreover, as many things as are passive conditions of substances in a state of motion are called qualities, as heat and cold, and whiteness and blackness, and gravity and lightness, and whatever such like properties there are, according to which the bodies of those things that are undergoing a change are said to be altered. Further are things qualities so far as they subsist according to virtue and vice, and in general to what is bad and good, so that almost in two ways may quality be expressed, and in one of these, which would be the most strict or appropriate. For first, indeed, as quality is the difference of substance, and a certain part of this also is the quality contained in numbers, for this is a certain difference of substances, yet either not of things that are being moved, or not so far forth as they are being moved. These, however, are passive conditions of things that are in motion, so far forth as they are being moved, and are differences of motions. And virtue and vice are a certain portion of such passions, for they make manifest the differences of motion and of energy, in accordance with which those things that are in motion are agents, and are passive in an excellent or a worthless manner. For that which in this way possesses the power of motion, or of energizing, in this way is good, and that which is moved and energizes in that way, and in a contrary manner is worthless. And most especially do what is good and bad signify quality in the case of animated natures, and amongst these particularly does this apply to the case of those that possess free will. Chapter 15. With respect to relatives, they are denominated some of them as a twofold to a half, and a threefold to a third, and in general a multiple to a submultiple, and excess to that which is exceeded, and others of them as the calorific to that which is heated, and the divisible to the divided, and in general the active to the passive, and others of them as the measurable to the measure, and the object of scientific knowledge to science, and the sensible to sense. Now, regarding these relatives, the first of them are expressed according to number, either simply or by definition, in respect of them or in respect of one, as for example, the twofold in respect of one is a definite number, and the multiple is according to number in respect of one, but such as is not defined, as for example, this or this particular number. But the sesquialiter in relation to the subsesquialiter is according to number in relation to a definite number. Superpartient in relation to superpartient is according to the indefinite in the same manner as the multiple is in relation to one. But that which exceeds in relation to that which is exceeded is in short indefinite according to number. For number is commensurable, but the excess and what is exceeded are denominated according to a non-commensurable number. For that which exceeds is such in relation to that which is exceeded, and something further than this, but this is indefinite, for whatsoever chances to be the result is either equal or not equal. These things, therefore, which are relatives, are all denominated according to number, and are passive properties of numbers, and further the equal, and similar, and same, according to another manner, are termed thus, for all these are expressed according to the one. For the same, indeed, are those things of which the substance is one, but similar are those things of which the quality is one, and equal are those of which the quantity is one. And the one is the first principle and measure of number, so that all these are denominated relations according to number indeed, yet not in the same manner. Things active and passive, however, subsist according to an active and passive potentiality, and according to energies that belong to potentialities, as that capable of promoting heat to that which is heated, because of its being endued with potentiality, and again the making warm in relation to that which is made warm, and one who severs in relation to that which is severed, as things energizing are relatives. But of those things that are relatives according to number, these are not energies, save only in the manner it has been mentioned elsewhere, but energies according to motion do not subsist in numbers. And of those things that are relatives according to potentiality, some are already styled so according to periods of duration, as, for example, that which forms in relation to that which has been formed, and that which is likely to form in relation to that which is likely to be formed. For so also is a father called a father of a son, for there is something that partly has been active, and partly passive. Further are some things considered relations according to the privation of potentiality, for instance, just as the impossible, and as many things as are expressed in this way, as, for example, the invisible. Things, therefore, denominated relatives according to number and potentiality are all of them so called because each derives that which it is from reference to another, but not because something else is denominated with reference to it. And the measurable, and that which may be scientifically known, and that which is an object of the intellect, on account of something else being denominated in respect of them, are styled relatives. For also, being an object of the intellect signifies that the intellect is exercised about this. The intellect, however, does not subsist in relation to that about which the intellect is conversant, for the same thing, doubtless, would be said twice. In like manner, also, the power of sight is that of something, and not of him to whom the sight belongs. This, however, is a true statement, but it is in relation to colour, or something else of this kind. Yet in that way the same thing would be expressed twice. I mean that sight is the sight of him of whom it is the sight. Things indeed, therefore, called relatives essentially, are denominated partly in this way, and partly if their genera are of this kind. As, for instance, the art of healing belongs to those things that are relative, because the science which is the genus of it seems to belong to those that are relatives. We may subjoin as such those things according to which, whatever they may be, things that possess them are spoken of as relatives. For example, equality is a relation because of the equal being relative, and similarity is a relation because of the similar being relative. Some things, however, are called relatives according to accident, as man is a relative because it is accidental to him his being twofold, and this belongs to those things that are relatives. Or the white is a relative if it is accidental to the same thing to be twofold and white. End of chapter 15 of book 4. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards. Chapter 16 of Book 4 of Metaphysics by Aristotle, translated by John McMahon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. Chapter 16. perfect is denominated that beyond which it is not possible to assume anything or any one single portion, as, for instance, the time of each thing is perfect, beyond which it is not possible to assume any period of duration which is a portion of this time, and that which, according to virtue, and to what belongs to the excellent, doth not involve excess with respect to any genus, as, for instance, a perfect or finished physician, and a perfect or finished musician, are such when they are in no wise deficient as far as regards the species of the excellence that is proper to their professions. So also, transferring our remarks to the case of evil things, we say a perfect or finished sycophant, and a finished thief, since we also denominate these characters good, as a good thief, and a good sycophant, and virtue is a certain perfection, for each thing is then perfect, and every substance is then perfect, when, in accordance with the species of its proper excellence or virtue, no portion of the natural magnitude is deficient. Further, in whatever things resides an admirable end, these are styled perfect, for in respect of involving an end are they perfect. Wherefore, since the end is something belonging to extremes, and transferring also our remarks to the case of things that are worthless, we say that a thing is perfectly lost and perfectly corrupted when not of the corruption and of what is bad is deficient, but when it has arrived at the ultimate limit of these. Wherefore also death metaphorically is called the termination, because both are extremes. The end, however, together with the final cause, is a thing that is ultimate. The things indeed, therefore, denominated essentially perfect, are styled in thus much number of ways, partly in their being no wise deficient according to subsisting in an excellent manner, nor involving excess in each genus, nor there being anything extrinsic belonging to them, and the other things now are termed essentially perfect in respect either of the doing some such thing, or the having it in possession, or of the adaptation of itself to this, or in accordance at least with some other mode of expression in relation to things that are primarily called perfect. Chapter 17. A termination is called the last of each thing, and beyond which, as first, it is not possible to assume anything, and within which, as first, are comprised all things, and that likewise which may be a form of magnitude, or of that which is in possession of magnitude, and which is the end of everything. Now, a thing of this kind is that towards which motion and the mode of an action tend, and not from which they originate. Sometimes, however, a termination is both of these, both that from which motion and action originate, and towards which they tend. Also, that for the sake of which other things operate, and the substance of each thing, and the essence or the formal cause of each. For this is a termination of knowledge, and if of knowledge, also of the thing done. Wherefore it is evident that even as often as the first principle is predicated, so often also is the termination, and still more multifariously. For the first principle, to be sure, is a certain termination. Not every termination, however, is a first principle. Chapter 18. The according to which, is denominated in many ways. In one way, indeed, as the species and the substance of each thing, as, for instance, that in accordance with which a man is good, itself is good, and in another way, as that in which first a thing has been fitted by nature to rise into being, as colour in a superficies. Therefore, what has indeed in the first instance been mentioned as the according to which constitutes form, but that mentioned secondarily as such is as the matter of each thing, and the first subject in everything. And in general, the according to which will have a subsistence as often as the cause, For according to what a man has come is an expression of the same import as on account of what he has come, and the inquiry according to what false reasoning or correct reasoning may be drawn is the same as an inquiry into what is the cause of the syllogism or the paralogism in such cases. Moreover, the according to which is denominated that which subsists according to a position according to which one stands, or according to which one walks, for all these signify position and locality. Wherefore, that according to itself or the essential is necessarily expressed in many ways. For in one way is that according to itself or the essential the very nature of each thing, or the formal cause, as for example Callias essentially is the very nature also of Callias, and secondly it signifies whatsoever things are inherent in the what anything is, as Callias essentially is an animal. For in the definition of Callias is to be found animal, for Callias is a certain description of animal. And thirdly may we denominate that according to itself or the essential as a thing that has primarily been a recipient in itself, or a certain part of things that belong to itself, as for instance superficies is essentially white, and man essentially is an animal, for the soul is a certain portion of the man in which vitality is primarily inherent. Fourthly, does it signify that of which there is not any other cause, for of man there are many causes, such as animal, biped, but nevertheless man is man essentially. Fifthly, we consider that according to itself or the essential as many things as are inherent in some one particular thing alone, and as far forth as it is alone, wherefore whatever has a separate has also an essential subsistence. Chapter 19. Disposition is styled an arrangement of that which has parts either according to place or to potentiality, or according to species, for it is necessary that there be a certain position, as also the name disposition makes manifest. Chapter 20. Now habit is denominated in one way as a certain energy of the possessor and the possessed, just as it were a certain action or motion. For when the one accomplishes and the other is accomplished, the act of accomplishing is a mean between them. So also between one having in possession a garment and the garment had in possession, habit is a mean. Therefore indeed is it evident that it is not admissible that this should involve another habit. For the thing would go on to infinity if it be the case that one habit should involve the habit of that which is possessed. And in another way is habit styled a disposition according to which that which is disposed well or ill, and this either according to itself, that is essentially, or in relation to another, as for example health is a certain habit, for it is a disposition of this sort. Further is a thing called habit in a case where it may be a portion of such a disposition, wherefore also is the virtue or excellency of the parts a certain habit. Chapter 21. Passion is denominated in one way, quality according to which a thing admits of alteration, as white and black, and sweet and bitter, and gravity and lightness, and whatsoever other such things there are. And in another way now are energies and alterations called passions of these. Still more than these are noxious alterations and motions, passions, and particularly those motions that along with being noxious or injurious are painful likewise. Further, the crushing burdens of misfortunes, and of things that are fraught with suffering, are called passions. Chapter 22. privation is denominated in one way in case a thing does not involve any of the things that by nature are adapted for being possessed, even though itself may not by nature be adapted for the possession of such, as, for example, a plant in this sense is said to be deprived of eyes. And in another way is that termed privation if a thing be by nature fit for possession of a thing, either itself or the genus, and yet may not have possession of that thing, as in one sense is a blind man deprived of sight, and a mole in another, the latter indeed according to the genus, and the former according to itself or essentially. Further is that privation if a thing be by nature adapted to possess a quality, and when it is so adapted by nature to possess it, yet possesses it not. For blindness is a certain privation, but for an animal to be blind is not in accordance with every age, but with that only in which it is fitted by nature to have sight, and yet may not have it at all. And in like manner may privation be found in the what, and according to what, and for what, and so far forth as it may be adapted by nature for the possession of such, and yet may not possess them. Further, the violent removal of each thing is styled a privation, and as often also as are expressed negations from A, so often likewise are expressed privations. For the unequal is denominated thus from the fact of the non-possession of equality when by nature it is fitted for it, but the invisible both from being entirely without colour and in consequence of having it defectively. And an animal is called apos, or without feet, both from its being without feet entirely, and in consequence of having them attended with some defect. Further do we call a thing privation when that thing has anything small, as for instance, any fruit with a small kernel, and this amounts to the being in a manner disposed defectively. And again we say privation exists where a thing cannot be effected with facility, or in a proper manner, as for example, that which cannot be severed is so not only in respect of the incapacity of being severed, but also in respect of the incapacity of being severed easily or properly. Moreover, privation is found in the non-possession of a thing in every way, for a person blind is not called such from being one-eyed, but from being deprived of the power of vision in both eyes. Wherefore, not every man is good or evil, or just or unjust, but also there are shades of character intermediate between these. Chapter 23. Possession is denominated in many ways. In one way as the action of a thing according to the nature of that thing, or according to the impulse of it. Wherefore, both a fever is said to possess a man, and tyrants are said to possess states, and those that are clothed a garment. And in another way we term possession as that in whatever anything is inherent, as being receptive, as for instance, the brass possesses the form of a statue, and the body possesses disease. And in another way we term possession as a thing that embraces the things that are comprised, for wherein anything is comprised, by this it is said to be possessed. As for instance, we say that the vessel possesses moisture, and the city inhabitants, and the ship sailors, and so also the whole possesses the parts. And further, that which hinders, in accordance with its own force, anything from motion or action, is said to possess this very thing, as for example, both the pillars possess the superincumbent weights, and just as the poets make Atlas to possess the heaven, so that it should otherwise fall upon the earth, as also certain of the physiologists affirm. And in this way likewise is the connecting said to possess the things which it connects, as if they would otherwise have severally been separated according to their own proper force. And the being in anything is expressed in a similar manner with, and as a consequence upon, possession. Chapter 24. The being from anything is said in one way to be that from which a thing is, as from matter, and this in a twofold respect, either according to the first genus, or according to the last species, as, for instance, all liquids, in a way, are from water, and the statue is from brass, and in another way we consider the being from anything as that which springs from the first moving cause. Thus, from what doth the battle arise? From invective, because such is a first principle of the battle. In another sense, however, is this defined as that from what is composite, I mean from matter and form, as the parts from the whole, and the verse from the Iliad, and the stones from the house. For form is an end to be sure, but that which possesses an end is finished. And in some respects it is as the species from a part. For instance, man is from biped, and a syllable from a letter, for these are from those otherwise than the statue from the brass. For from the matter cognizant to the senses is the composite substance, but also form consists from the matter of the form. Some things are styled in this way, as that from anything, and others if they subsist according to any part of these modes, as from the father and mother the child, and from earth the plants, because they spring from some part of them. And lastly is this styled as that which subsists after anything in time, as night is said to be from day, and a storm from a calm, because the one follows after the other. But of these some are so called in respect of possessing the power of mutual change, as also those particulars just now enumerated, but others only in respect of their being successive in time, as from the equinox is made a voyage, because it is made after the equinox, and the Thargelia are from the Dionysia, because they are celebrated after the Dionysia. Chapter 25. A part is said to be in one way that into which any quantity whatsoever may be divisible, for always that which is subtracted from quantity, so far forth as it is quantity, is called a portion of that thing. Thus of three is the two in a manner called a part, and in another way that which measures it is called the part of things of this sort merely. Wherefore two in one way is a part of three, as is stated, and in another is not so. Moreover, those things into which the species of animal may be divided, without quantity, these also are called parts of this species. Wherefore they say that species are parts of the genus. We further call those things parts into whatsoever anything is divided, or those things whereof the whole is made up, or the species, or that which involves the species, even as the brass is a part of the brazen sphere, or of the brazen cube, but this is the matter wherein the form resides, and an angle also is a part. Moreover, those things that are contained in the definition which manifests each thing, these also are parts of the whole. Wherefore the genus is called a part also of the species, and in other respects the species is regarded a part of the genus. Chapter 26. A whole is styled first that from which is absent no part of those things whereof the whole by nature is said to consist, and secondly that which contains the things contained, so that they form one certain thing. And this is the case in a twofold way, for it is so either in such a manner that each may be one, or that one thing may arise from these. For the universal indeed, and that which is predicated in general as being a certain whole, are universal in such a way as that the predication of each contains many things, and that all are one as each predicated thing is. For example, man, horse, God, is individually one thing, because all are animals. And the continuous and the finite may we regard as a whole when there may be produced one thing from many things that are inherent, especially when this is the case in potentiality, but if not in energy. Now, of these very things rather are those wholes which subsist by nature than such as are made by art, as also we say in regard of the one, that entirety is a certain unity. Further, seeing that quantity has a first principle, and a mean, and an extreme, of whatsoever quantity's position does not cause a difference, all is predicated, but of whatsoever it does, a whole is predicated, and as many things as admit of both whole and all are predicated. There are those things, however, whose nature abides the same in the act of transposition, but not so with the form, as wax and a garment. For both whole and all are they styled, for they possess both. But water, and whatsoever things are moist, and number are called all, no doubt. Yet number is not styled a whole, and water a whole, unless metaphorically. All those, however, are predicated thus, of which the entire is predicated, as in the case of the one. In the case of these, I say all things are predicated, as in the case of things divided, we say all this is number, and all these monads. Chapter 27. But the mutilated is styled amongst quantities, not every indiscriminate quantity, but it must needs be itself divisible and a whole. For two things are not mutilated when either one is being subtracted. For both the mutilation and what remains nowhere are equal, nor in general is any number mutilated, for also must its substance needs remain. Thus, if a goblet be mutilated, still must the goblet exist. But a number is no longer the same when a part is taken away. And in addition to these, if also things may be of dissimilar parts, neither can all these be considered mutilated. For number is that which also contains dissimilar parts, as for example a duad, a triad. But in short, none of those things of which the position does not make a difference is mutilated, as water or fire, but such must needs be mutilated which have a substantial position. Further, things continuous must needs be mutilated, for harmony consisting from things of dissimilar parts indeed also possesses position, but it does not become mutilated. And in addition to these, neither are those things mutilated, whatsoever are wholes, by the privation of any part whatsoever indifferently. For it is not necessary that either the principal parts of the substance, or those that are taken away anywhere whatsoever, should make what remains mutilated. As for instance, if a goblet be bored, it is not mutilated, but if its handle, or if any of its extremities be, it is mutilated. And a man is not mutilated if he have flesh or spleen, but if he have an extremity taken away, and not every such indifferently, but should it be that which does not possess the power of reproduction, when entirely taken away. Wherefore, bald persons are not mutilated. Chapter 28. Genus is styled so partly when there may be a continuous generation of things that possess the same species, as for instance there is said to be a genus of men, because as long as the generation of them may be continuous, there would exist such. And it is that also from which things derive their being, as the first disposing cause towards existence. For so are the Hellenes styled the genus, and the Ionians, the former as springing from Helen, and the latter from Ion, as the first generator. And rather are those things a genus that are from the generator than from the matter, for they are said to be the genus also that are from the female, as those from Pyrrha. Further are they termed as the surface is called the genus of superficial figures, and the solid of such as are solid. For as regards each of the figures, the one is such a surface, but the other is such a solid, and this is the subject in the differences, which of course is the genus. Further, do we regard genus as that which first is inherent in definitions, which is predicated in the case of the essence of a thing, the differences of which are called qualities. The genus, therefore, indeed is denominated in thus many ways, partly according to the continuous generation of the same species, and partly according to the original moving power of the same species, and partly as matter, for that to which the difference and the quality belong, this constitutes the subject which we style matter. And things are called diverse in genus of which the first subject is diverse, and in the case of which one is not resolved into another, nor both into the same, as the form and the matter are something different in the genus. And whatsoever things are denominated according to a different form of the predication of entity, for some entities signify quiddity, and some a certain quality of a thing, and some have a signification in accordance with our former division, for neither are these resolvable either into one another or into any one thing. Chapter 29. The false is denominated in one way as a false thing, and in regard of this, partly in the fact of its not being composed, or in the impossibility of its being in a state of composition, as the expression of the diameter being commensurable, or of your being in a sitting posture, for of these the former is indeed always, but the latter sometimes false, for thus are these not in being. For things are false as many as are in being, no doubt, but yet are fitted by nature to appear either not such as they are, or what they are not, as, for example, a rough painting and dreams. For these truly are something, but not those things of which they cause an imagination or impression. Things indeed, therefore, are thus termed false, either in respect of themselves not being, or in respect of the impression that is conveyed from them being that of a nonentity, and a false discourse is a discourse about nonentities, so far forth as it is false. Wherefore every false definition or discourse is employed about something that is different from that of which it would be a true discourse, as the discourse about a circle is a false one when transferred to a triangle. Now, the discourse or definition of everything is partly as one, namely, that explanatory of the essence, and it is partly as many, since somehow a thing itself, and this thing, viewed as passive, may be regarded the same as Socrates, and Socrates the musical. And a false discourse is a discourse simply about nothing. Wherefore Antisthenes entertained a silly opinion when he thought that nothing could be predicated, unless one, in regard of one thing, by a proper definition or discourse. The result of which statements was, that there can be no contradiction in existence, and almost no way of making a false assertion. It is possible, however, to express each thing not only in a discourse proper to itself, but also in that which belongs to a different thing, falsely no doubt, and altogether so. Notwithstanding, then, is it possible to express the same in a manner also with truth, as for instance 8 are twofold from the definition of the duad. Some things indeed, therefore, are denominated in this way false. But a false man is called one who is ready and disposed to admit false assertions of such a sort, not on account of anything that is different, but on account of their being false, and who, in the case of others, is the cause of the adoption of such false assertions, as also we say that those things are false as many as create a false impression. Wherefore the reasoning in the Hippias of Plato is sophistical, so far as it endeavours to establish that the same man is false and true. For one that is capable of deceiving he receives as false, and this person is one that is knowing and prudent. Further, a man who is voluntarily worthless he pronounced a better man. Now, this falsehood he gathers by induction. For one that is lame voluntarily is superior to one that is so involuntarily, considering the voluntary lameness as an imitation of lameness. since if were he lame voluntarily he would, perhaps, be a worse individual, as this also would be the case as regards moral deportment. Chapter 30. An accident, however, is denominated as that which is inherent in something, and which it is true to affirm is so, yet not either necessarily or for the most part, as, for example, if any one in digging a furrow for a plant should discover a treasure. This then would be an accident to the person engaged in digging the trench, namely, the discovery of the treasure, for neither does the one necessarily follow from the other, nor after it, nor should one be occupied in planting does he, for the most part, find a treasure. And the case is the same should any one who is musical be white, since, however, this takes place neither of necessity, nor as, for the most part, we pronounce this an accident. Wherefore, since there is something which has a subsistence, and a subsistence in something, and some of these both in a certain place and at a certain time, whatsoever would be so indeed, but would involve no illusion as to why it was this particular thing, either now or here, such will be an accident. Nor, doubtless, is there any definite cause of what is accidental, but the cause of this is the casual or ordinary, and this is the indefinite. Thus it has been accidental to a certain individual his arriving at Aegina, if he has not left home for this purpose, that he should go thither, but has been driven there by a storm, or captured by pirates. The accidental, doubtless, has been generated, and will have a subsistence, not, however, so far forth as itself is concerned, but as far as something else is. For the storm was the cause of his going to the port he was not sailing for, and this was Aegina. And in another way is a thing called an accident, for example, in the way whatsoever things are inherent in each thing essentially, and yet are not contained in the substance of that thing, as in a triangle to have angles equal to two right angles. And accidents of this sort it is admissible should be eternal, yet this is not the case with any of those others. The reason, however, of this may be found elsewhere. End of chapter 30 and end of book 4. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards. Chapter 1 of Book 5 of Metaphysics by Aristotle, translated by John McMahon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. Chapter 1. The first principles and causes of entities are under investigation, and it is evident that the investigation regards the causes and first principles of entities so far forth as they are entities. For there is a certain cause of health, and of a good habit of body, and of mathematical entities. Likewise are there first principles, and elements, and causes, and in general also every science which is an intellectual one, or in any degree even partaking of the faculty of thought, is conversant about causes and first principles, which are either more accurate or more simple as the case may be. All of these, however, being descriptive of one particular subject and a particular genus, are engaged about this, but not concerning being or entity simply considered, nor so far forth as it is entity, nor do they make any account of the substance of a thing, but from this one particular subject, partly from sense making this manifest, and partly assuming an hypothesis as to substance or quiddity, they accordingly demonstrate the things that are essentially inherent in the genus about which they subsist, either more necessarily or more feebly. Wherefore it is evident that there is not a demonstration of substance, nor of the what a thing is, that is, of quiddity, by means of an induction of such a kind, but there is some other mode of manifestation. In like manner also, these sciences say nothing as to whether the genus about which they are engaged is or is not, on account of its belonging to the same faculty of thought, or understanding, and of its making manifest the nature of a thing, and whether it is this particular thing. But since also physical science happens to be conversant about a certain genus of entity, for about such a sort of substance is it conversant in which is contained in itself the first principle of motion and of rest, it is evident that it is neither practical nor productive, that is, effective, for the first principle of things that are productive resides in the producer or efficient cause, whether that principle be mind, or art, or a certain capacity. But the first principle of things that are practical is free will in the agent, for the same thing is an object of action and of free will. Wherefore, if every dianoetic faculty be either practical, or productive, or speculative, the physical dianoetic energy would be some speculative science. But speculative about such an entity as it is possible should have motion imparted to it, and about such a substance as existing according to reason, for the most part has not a separable subsistence merely. It is requisite, however, as regards the essence or formal cause, and the definition how things are so, that this should not escape our notice, as without this knowledge at least, the present investigation would be the accomplishing of nothing. But of things that are defined, and to which the inquiry what they are belongs, some subsist in such a manner as the flat nose, and some as the hollow, and these differ, since flat nose is conceived along with matter, for in truth a flat nose is a hollow nose, but hollowness or concavity is without sensible matter. If, therefore, all physical or natural things are predicated in the same way as flat nose, as, for instance, nose, eye, face, flesh, bone, in short, animal, leaf, root, bark, in short, plant, for the definition of none of these subsists without motion, but such invariably involves matter, it is plain how it is necessary in physical inquiries to investigate the nature of a thing, and to define it, and why also it is the part of the natural philosopher to institute an inquiry concerning a certain soul, namely, such a soul as is not unconnected with matter. That therefore the physical dianoetic energy is speculative is evident from these statements. But also the mathematical dianoetic energy is speculative also. Whether it is conversant, however, about entities that are immovable and capable of a separate subsistence, is a point that at present is obscure. But that certain mathematical systems investigate certain entities, so far as they are immovable, and so far as they have a separable subsistence, is clear. Now, if there is something that is eternal and immovable, and that involves a separate subsistence, it is evident that it is the province of the speculative, that is, of the ontological science to investigate such. It is not certainly the province of physical science at any rate. For physical science is conversant about certain movable natures, nor of the mathematical, but of a science prior to both of these, that is, the science of metaphysics. For physical science, I admit, is conversant about things that are inseparable, to be sure, but not immovable. And of mathematical science, some are conversant about entities that are immovable, it is true, yet perhaps not separable, but subsisting as in matter. But metaphysics, or the first philosophy, is conversant about entities which both have a separate subsistence and are immovable. And it is necessary that causes should be eternal, all without exception, but particularly these, for these are the causes of the things that are manifest or phenomenal amongst those that are divine. Wherefore, according to this view of things, there would be three speculative philosophies, namely the mathematical, the physical, the theological. For it is not obscure that if what is divine exists anywhere, it resides in such a nature as this, and it is requisite that that should be the most honourable science, which is conversant about a genus of things which is most entitled to our respect. The speculative sciences, accordingly, are more eligible than the rest of the sciences, and of such as are speculative, this science of metaphysics, now under investigation, is more eligible than all the others. For one would feel a doubt as to whether at all the first philosophy, or ontology, is universal or conversant about a certain genus, and one nature. For neither is there the same method of conducting our inquiries in the mathematical sciences, but geometry, in fact, and astronomy are conversant about a certain peculiar nature. Yet, in reply to this, I would say that pure mathematics universally is common to all the branches of that science, and thus that the first philosophy universally is common to all the sciences. If, then, there is not some different substance besides those that consist by nature, the physical would be the first science. But if there is a certain immovable substance, this will be prior, and the subject of the first philosophy, and in this way will subsist universally, because it is the first of the sciences, and it would be the province of this science of metaphysics, or ontology, to institute an inquiry respecting entity, so far forth as it is entity, and respecting quiddity, or the nature of a thing, and respecting those things that universally are inherent in it, so far forth as it is entity. Chapter 2. Since, however, entity, simply so called, is denominated in many ways, of which one was that which subsists according to accident, and another that which is as a thing that is true, and the non-being of which is as a thing that is false, and besides these, since these are figures of predication, as for example quiddity, and quality, and quantity, and the place where, and the time when, and whatever else there is that is significant in this way. Further, besides all these, is there that which subsists in potentiality, and that which subsists in energy. Since, however, I say entity is denominated in many ways, in the first instance, as far as regards that subsisting according to accident, must we declare that respecting this there exists no speculation. And a proof of this statement is the following. For in no science is there any attention paid to this, neither in practical, nor productive, nor speculative science. For neither does one who builds a house make at the same time as many things as are accidental to the house, when it is built, for these are infinite. There is no hindrance, for example, but that the house, when it has been constructed, should prove to some persons agreeable, but to others injurious, and to others serviceable, and, as I may say, different from all entities, of none of which the building art is productive. And in the same manner, neither does the geometrician speculate into things which in this way are accidental to figures, nor whether there is any difference between a wooden triangle and a triangle having angles equal to 2 right angles. And this coincidence takes place rationally, for the accidental subsists as it were in name merely. Wherefore, after a certain mode, Plato judiciously arranged nonentity about the art of the sophist. For the arguments of the sophists are employed about the accident, as I may say, most especially of all things. For they ask, for instance, whether a musician and a grammarian are a different person, or the same, and whether the musical choriscus and choriscus are the same, and whether everything which may exist, yet not always, has been generated. Wherefore, whether in case a man is musical he has been made grammatical, and whether in case he is grammatical he has been made musical, and as many other arguments, no doubt, as there are of this kind. For accident appears to be a something that hovers on the confines of nonentity. Now, this is evident also from such arguments as the foregoing. For of those things that subsist in a different way from accidents, there is generation and corruption, but this is not the case with those things that subsist according to accident. Nevertheless, however, must we further discuss concerning accident, as far as is possible, what is its nature, and on account of what cause it exists. For at the same time, perhaps, will it be evident on account of what reason also there is not a science of it. Since, therefore, there are in entities some things that are always disposed in a similar manner, and from necessity, a necessity that is not denominated according to what is violent, but that which we have spoken of in the case of its not being admissible for a thing to be otherwise than it is, and since other things, though these are not of necessity to be sure, nor always, yet are in existence for the most part, this is the first principle, and this the cause of the subsistence of accident. For whatever may be neither always, nor for the most part, this we pronounce to be an accident, as for instance in the dog days, that is, when the sun is in Canis, if there should prevail storm and cold, we say that this is accidental. We should not, however, speak in this manner, should stifling heat and warmth be generated, because the latter invariably, or at least for the most part, is prevalent at such a season of the year, whereas the former is not. And that a man is white is an accident, for neither is he always so, nor for the most part, but that man is an animal is not according to accident. And for a builder to have been instrumental in producing good health is an accident, because a builder is not fitted by nature to accomplish this, but a physician is. But it would be an accident for the builder his being a physician, and a cook aiming at furnishing pleasure would probably make something calculated to promote health, but not in accordance with or by virtue of the art of cooking. Wherefore we say that this would be accidental, and that in a certain respect the cook makes something that is salubrious, but simply considered that he does not so. For of some things are there other potentialities that sometimes are productive, but of others there is no definite art or potentiality. For of those things that are, or are generated according to accident, the cause also is according to accident. Wherefore, since all things are not from necessity, and always either are entities or are in generation, but since most things have a subsistence for the most part, it is necessary that there be in existence something which subsists according to accident, and that it should be such as is a white musician, who exists neither always, nor for the most part. Since sometimes, however, such is produced, there will be a subsistence according to accident, and if not, all things will subsist from necessity. Wherefore, matter will be the contingent cause of what is accidental differently from that which has a subsistence for the most part. We must, however, assume this as a beginning of the inquiry, whether there is nothing which subsists neither always nor for the most part, or whether this is impossible. Accordingly, in addition to these things, is there something which in one way or other has a casual subsistence, and a subsistence according to accident? Shall we, however, admit that that which has a subsistence for the most part, and that which has a perpetual subsistence, is not inherent in the nature of anything, or are there certain entities that are eternal? Concerning these points, indeed, we will afterwards examine. That, however, there is not a science of the accidental is manifest. For certainly every science is a science either of that which subsists always, or of that which subsists as for the most part. For otherwise how should one learn anything, or instruct another? For it is necessary that the object of the science be defined either by that subsisting always, or that having a subsistence for the most part, as that meat is useful for the most part for one that is sick of fever. What, however, is beyond this it will not be allowable to affirm, namely, as to the time when it may not be useful, as for instance during new moon, for either always or for the most part is the mead serviceable during new moon, also, and what is different from these is accidental. What in truth, therefore, the accidental is, and from what cause it arises, and that there is no science of it in existence, has been declared. Chapter 3. Now, that there are first principles and causes that are generable and corruptible without anything rising into existence and falling into decay is evident. For if this were not the case, all things would subsist from necessity. If of that which is being produced and corrupted, there must needs be a certain cause which does not subsist according to accident. For whether will this particular thing take place or not? If, at least, this be produced, it will, but if not, by no means will it take place, but this latter will take place if something else is accomplished. And so it is manifest that when time is subtracted from finite duration, you will invariably come to the present moment. Wherefore, this person will die either by disease or violence if he, at least, go forth out of the city, and this will take place if he should be thirsty, and this will happen if something else happens, and so will he come to that which now is, or to something of those things that have been, as, for instance, if he may have felt thirst, and this will happen if he eats things that are pungent to the taste, and this assuredly is the case or is not, wherefore he shall necessarily either die or shall not die. In like manner also, if any one pass over in his inquiry to the things that have been done, the reasoning is the same, for already does this subsist in something, but I speak of that which has been done. Accordingly, all things that are likely to be in future will subsist from necessity, as, for instance, the death of one that is living, for already has something been accomplished which shows a tendency towards dissolution, I mean the existence of things that are contrary in the same body. But if the death of this person is to be brought about by disease or violence, not as yet has this taken place, but should this particular thing be effected. It is evident, then, that this reduction advances towards a certain principle, and this principle no longer extends to anything else. Therefore will this be the principle of what is casual, and there will be nothing as a cause of its generation. But into what sort of first principle, and what sort of cause such a reduction may be made, whether as into matter, or as into the final cause, or as into the power that imparts motion, that is the efficient cause, is particularly worthy of consideration. Chapter 4. Therefore, indeed, respecting the entity which subsists according to accident, let the discussion be dismissed, for the subject has been determined with sufficient accuracy. Now, that which subsists as true is entity, and that which subsists as false is nonentity, since they are employed about composition and division, and entirety about a portion of contradiction. For that which is true involves an affirmation in the case of composition, and a negation in the case of division, but that which is false involves the contradiction of this division. But how it is possible to understand what subsists at the same time, or has a separate subsistence, this is another question. Now, I mean that things which subsist together, and that which subsists apart, are disposed in such a way as not to subsist in a consequent order, but so as to become one certain thing. For not in things themselves are the false and the true, as that which is good is true, but that which is bad is false, but in the understanding, and the truth and falsehood concerning things that are simple, and concerning essence, are not in the understanding either. As many points, then, as it is requisite to examine into as regards entity subsisting in this way, and regarding nonentity, must be investigated on a subsequent occasion. Since, however, composition and division are in the intellect, but not in the things themselves, and that which is an entity after this manner is different from those things that are properly termed entities, for either the nature of a thing, or its being of a certain quality or quantity, or something else of the kind, doth the intellect conjoin or separate. That which, as an entity, subsists as an accident, and that which is as it were what is true, the consideration of these must be omitted. For the cause of the one is indefinite, but of the other a certain affection of the understanding, and both are conversant about the remaining genus of entity, and do not render manifest any nature that is of an higher order than entity. Wherefore let these points be omitted to be sure, but we must examine the causes and the first principles of entity itself, so far forth as it is entity. And it is evident in what we have laid down concerning the multifarious predication of everything, that entity is denominated in many ways. End of chapter 4 and end of book 5. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards. Chapter 1 of Book 6 of Metaphysics by Aristotle, translated by John McMahon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. Chapter 1. Entity is denominated in many ways, as we have previously made the division in the case of those statements relating to its multifarious predications. For one signification of entity is, the what a thing is, or quiddity, and this certain particular thing, and another is quality, or quantity, or each of the rest of the things that are so predicated. Now, seeing that entity is spoken of in thus many ways, it is evident that the first entity amongst these is quiddity, or the what a thing is, which signifies substance. For when we say that this particular thing is of a certain quality, we term it either good or bad, but not as of 3 cubits, or that it is a man. When, however, we say what a thing is, we term it not white, or warm, or of 3 cubits, but a man, or a god. But the other entities are denominated so in regard of belonging to entity that is really such, some, to wit, as being quantities, and some qualities, and some passions, and others some other things of the sort. Wherefore one might feel perplexed as to whether walking, and health, and sitting were each of them an entity or a nonentity. And in like manner also is it the case with any whatsoever of the other things of this kind, respecting which similar doubts are entertained. For none of them is adapted by nature either to subsist essentially, or is capable of being separated from substance, but rather, if I may express myself so, this is to be said of any amongst the entities which is walking, and sitting, and being in sound health, and these rather than those appear to be entities, because they have some definite subject, and this is substance, and the singular, which appears in the category of this kind. For that which is good, or the sitting posture, is not expressed without this also. It is evident, therefore, that each of those also subsists on account of this. Wherefore, that which is primarily entity, and not any particular entity, but entity simply, or absolutely, will constitute substance. Therefore, that which is first is denominated in many ways. Nevertheless, first of all is substance, both in reason and knowledge, and time and nature. For no one of the rest of the categories is capable of a separate subsistence, but this alone. And in definition is this first, for in the definition of everything there is a necessity that the definition of substance be inherent. And then we think we know each particular thing, especially when we know what man is, or fire is, rather than when we know the quality, or the quantity, or the situation of a thing, since we then come to know each of these things when we know what the quantity of them is, or the quality. And unquestionably also was that originally, and at the present time, and always a subject of investigation, and invariably of doubt, namely, what entity is, that is, what substance is, for some say that this is one, but others that it is more than one, and some maintain that things which are finite are this entity, but others things that are infinite. Wherefore also especially and primarily and exclusively, as I may say, we must investigate concerning that which subsists as entity after this manner as to what it is. Chapter 2. Now, substance seems to subsist, no doubt, in bodies most palpably. Wherefore, we say that both animals and plants and the parts of them are substances, and we say the same of natural or physical bodies, as fire, and water, and earth, and everything of this sort, and as many as are either parts of these, or are composed of these, either partly or entirely, as both the heaven and its parts, stars, and moon, and sun. Whether, however, these are the only substances, or whether there are others besides, or whether no one of these, but certain different ones are substances, this must be examined into. But to some the boundaries of bodies, as superficies, and line, and point, and monad, seem to be substances, and that, too, rather than body and solidity. Further, with the exception of things that are sensible, some are not of opinion that there is anything in existence of the kind, but others that there are many such, and that especially those entities have a subsistence which are eternal, as Plato considered both forms and mathematical entities as two substances, and as a third the substance of sensible bodies. But Speusippus, starting from one, says that there are many substances and first principles of each substance, one of numbers, but another of magnitudes, then another of soul, and in this way extends therefore the classes of substance. And some affirm that forms and numbers have the same nature, but that other things that are connected therewith, as lines and surfaces, belong to a second class of substances, as far as to the substance of the heaven, and to sensibles. Accordingly, respecting these, we must consider what it is that is said well or not well, and what substances exist, and whether there are certain ones besides sensibles, or are not, and how these subsist. Also, whether there is any separable substance, and why there is, and after what mode of subsistence, or whether there is no substance besides sensibles. This, I say, must form the subject of our investigation, having first delineated substance in a sketch of what it is. Chapter 3. Now, substance is denominated, if not multifariously, yet at least in 4 ways particularly. For both the essence or the formal cause, and the universal and the genus, seem to be substance in each thing, and fourth of these is the subject. But the subject is that of which other things are predicated, while itself is no longer predicated of any other thing. Wherefore, concerning this point, we must come to a determination in the first instance. For substance appears especially to be the primary subject. Now, in some such manner is matter denominated substance, but in another way form, and in a third that which results from, or is a compound of these. Now, I mean by matter brass, for instance, but by form the figure of the idea, and by that which is composed of these the statue in its entirety. Wherefore, if form be prior to matter, and rather than it is entity or being, also for the same reason will be prior that which is a compound of both. Now, therefore, by way of a rough delineation has it been declared what substance is at all, namely, that it is not that which is predicated of the subject, but is that of which other things are predicated. It must needs, however, be spoken of not in this manner solely, for such is not sufficient, for this account of it is obscure. And further, matter becomes substance, for if matter is not substance, what else is, escapes our comprehension. For when other things are removed away, nothing appears remaining, for other things are the passive conditions of bodies, and are productions and potentialities. But length, and breadth, and depth are certain quantities, but not substances. For quantity is not substance, but rather that wherein these very qualities are inherent primarily, that is substance. But unquestionably, if we take away length, and depth, and breadth, we see nothing left except whatsoever is bounded by these. Wherefore, to persons conducting the inquiry in this way, matter must needs appear only as substance, and I call matter that which essentially is termed neither quiddity, nor quantity, nor anything else of those things whereby entity is defined. For there is something of which each of these is predicated from which, quote, the being, close quote, is different, as well as from each of the categories. For the other things are predicated of substance, but this of matter. Wherefore, that which is ultimate essentially is neither quiddity, nor quantity, nor quality, nor any other such thing. Neither, therefore, are negations so, for these also will have a subsistence according to accident. In consequence of these things, no doubt, therefore, it happens with speculators that matter is regarded as substance. This, however, is impossible, for both a capability of separation in its subsistence, and the subsisting as this particular thing, seem to inhere especially in substance. Wherefore, form, and that which is composed of both, would appear to be substance rather than matter. Indeed, then, as regards the substance which is composed of both, I mean composed of matter and form, the consideration of this must be omitted, for it is posterior and manifest. But somehow matter also is plain. But respecting the third substance must there be an inquiry made, for this is most perplexing. Now, certain substances of sensibles are acknowledged to exist. Wherefore, in the case of these, let us in the first place institute an examination. Chapter 4. But since in the beginning of this book we have made a division in how many ways we define substance, and of these a certain one seems to be the essence, or the very nature of a thing, we must make an inquiry respecting this, for advantageous is the transition to what is more known. For in this way is instruction imparted to all by means of advancing through those things that are less known to nature to things that are more known. And this is something accomplished, as in practical things, the having made from those things that are good to each, things that are good to each generally. So from things that are more known to oneself, the having made things that are known to himself, to be known to nature, as well as things that are known to individuals, and such as are first, and are often but little known, and often involve little or nothing of entity. Nevertheless, however, from things badly known, to be sure, yet known to oneself, must we endeavour to attain a knowledge of things generally known, making a transition, as has been stated, by the way of these very things. And, in the first place, let us speak thereof some things logically, because the very nature of everything is that which is denominated as subsisting essentially or absolutely. For your essence does not consist in being in one that is musical, for not according to yourself are you musical. Your essence then subsists according to yourself. For, truly, not everything that is essentially present to a thing is the very nature of that thing. For that is not the case with that which is so essentially present, as a white surface, since the being of a surface is not the same thing with the being of what is white. But, doubtless, neither is that which is composed of both, namely, the being of a white surface the same as the essence of superficies? Should the question be asked, why it is not, our reply is, because superficies is contained in the definition of white surface. In whatever definition, then, expressive of this will not be found inherent. This will be the reason of the essence or very nature of each thing. Wherefore, if the being of a white surface is the being of a smooth surface, the being white and smooth is one and the same thing. But since also, in accordance with the rest of the categories, there are natures that are composite, for there is a certain subject to each as to quality and quantity, and the time when, and the place where, and motion, we must examine if there is a definition of the very nature or essence of each of them, and also whether the essence of a thing is inherent in these, as, for example, if in man the essence of white man is inherent. Now, let his name be garment. What, then, is the being of a garment? But, doubtless, neither does this belong to those things that are expressed absolutely, or shall we say that a thing which is not essential is predicated in two ways, and that of this the one is from addition, but the other is not so? And in regard of this being added to another thing, it is denominated as that which is defined. For instance, if one, defining the being white, should assume the definition of white man, another thing is so denominated, because something else is not added to it. For example, if a garment signifies a white man, but some one should define the garment as white, in this case a white man is, doubtless, something that is white. Yet his essence, or very nature, does not consist in being white, but in being a garment. Is there, then, in short, in existence, such a thing as the essence or very nature of entities, or not? For whatsoever is the very nature of a thing is the essence of that thing. But when one thing is predicated of another, it is not this certain particular thing, as, for instance, a white man is not this certain particular thing, if the being this particular thing belong to substances only. Wherefore, the very nature of a thing appertains to those things the discourse respecting which is a definition. But not every discursus which signifies the same thing as the name is a definition, for in this case all discourses would be definitions. For the name will be the same with any discourse whatsoever. Wherefore also the term Iliad will be a definition. But if it may be one of some primary thing, a discourse is then a definition, and things of this kind are such as are spoken of not in respect of the predication of one thing of another. The very nature of a thing will not, accordingly, be found in any of those things that are not the species of a genus, but in these only. For these seem to be predicated not according to participation and passion, nor as an accident. But no doubt there will be a discourse of each thing, and it will signify something of the other things, if it be a name. I mean that this particular thing is inherent in this, or instead of the simple assertion, is there one that is more accurate, but it will not be a definition, nor the essence or very nature of a thing. Or also shall we say that definition as well as the essence of a thing is expressed in many ways? For also the inquiry what the nature of a thing is in one way signifies substance, and the being this particular thing, but in another each of the categories, quantity, quality, and whatever things else there are of this sort. For as the inquiry what a thing is also belongs to all things, though not after a similar manner, but to one thing primarily, and to others in a consequent order, so also the nature of a thing inheres in the substance simply, but in other things in a sort of a way. For also, as to the quality of a thing, we could ask the question what it is. Wherefore, likewise, quality belongs to those things to which the inquiry what they are appertains, but not simply considered, but just as in the case of nonentity, certain speculators say that it is nonentity, logically speaking, not simply, but that it is nonentity, so also is it with respect to quality. It is necessary, therefore, to examine also how one should speak of everything, not, certainly, at any rate, more than how each thing subsists, or is disposed. Wherefore now, also, since what is spoken is manifest, the very nature or essence of a thing will also in like manner be inherent primarily and simply in substance, and afterwards in other things, as in the inquiry what a thing is, the essence or very nature of that thing will not be inherent simply, but with the addition of quality or quantity will the essence be inherent. For it is requisite to speak of the existence of these entities either equivocally or with addition and ablation, as also that which is not the object of scientific knowledge is a thing that may be scientifically known, since this is correct at least, neither to speak of these equivocally, nor in like manner, but just in such a way as what is medicinal is predicated in reference to one and the same thing, without, however, being one and the same thing, and yet, indeed, is not equivocally predicated either, for no medicinal body is termed a work and an apparatus either equivocally or according to one, but in relation to one thing. Therefore, in whatsoever way one chooses indeed to express these things makes no difference. This, however, is evident, that definition primarily and absolutely considered, and that the essence or very nature of a thing belong to substances. Notwithstanding, they belong to other things also, in a similar manner, except not primarily. For there is no necessity, even though we should admit that a name has the same signification with a certain discourse, that a discourse about that which the name signifies should be a definition of this. But this will take place if the name may have the same signification with a discourse, at least a certain discourse. And this takes place if it be of one thing, not by continuity, as the Iliad, or whatever things else are one by connection, but if it is as multifariously expressed as one thing is. Unity, however, is predicated in as many ways as entity, and entity signifies partly this particular thing, and partly quantity, and partly quality. Wherefore also of white man will there be a certain discourse and definition, and in another way will there be the same, both of that which is white and of substance. Chapter 5. This statement, however, involves a doubt, in case any one denies definition to be a discourse subsisting from addition, of what the definition will be of those things that are not simple, but connected together. For from addition it is necessary to make them manifest. Now, I say, for instance, there is nose and hollowness, and flatness of nose. I mean, that which is called from both of these in respect of this being inherent in that, and neither the hollowness nor the flatness of nose is, according to accident at least, a passion of nose, but subsists essentially, nor do they subsist as the white in Callias, or man, because Callias is white, to whom it is an accident to be man, but they subsist as the male in animal, and the equal in quantity, and in the same way as all those things that are said to be essentially inherent. But these are those in whatsoever is inherent either the definition or the name of which this is an affection, and which it is not possible to manifest separately, as it is possible to make manifest the white without man. Not so, however, the female without animal. Wherefore, the very nature and definition of these are either of nothing, or if there is a definition of these, it is in a manner otherwise from what we have declared. And there is also another matter of doubt about these. For if in truth a flat nose and a hollow nose are the same thing will be the flat and the hollow. But if not, on account of its being impossible to use the word flat even without the thing of which it is an essential affection, and if flatness of nose will be a hollowness in the nose, the speaking of flat nose either is a thing not possible, or the same thing will be said twice over, as thus nose is hollow nose, for the nose that is the flat nose will be a hollow nose. Wherefore the inherence in things of this sort of what is the essence or formal principle would be absurd, and if it were not absurd there would be a progression ad infinitum. For in a nose, a flat nose, will there further be inherent something else that is essential. It is evident, therefore, that of substance only is their definition. For if it were also of the rest of the categories, it must needs be from addition, as in the definition of quality and unevenness. For it is not framed without number, nor is the definition of female framed without animal. Now, definitions formed from addition I call those in whatever the same things happen to be said twice, as in these. And if this be true, neither will there be definition of those things that are conjoined together as of an odd number. It escapes their notice, however, that not accurately are the definitions of these things expressed by them. But if there are definitions of these things also, doubtless in a different way do they subsist. Or, as has been affirmed, definition must be spoken of as subsisting in many ways, and so with the essence, or the very nature of a thing, likewise. Wherefore, in one way, there will not be a definition of any of these, nor will essence be inherent in any one of these, save in substances, and in another way they will be inherent. That therefore, indeed, definition is a discursus or description of the very nature or essence of a thing, and that the essence or formal principle belongs either to substances only, or especially both primarily and simply, is manifest. End of chapter 5 of book 6. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards. Chapter 6 of Book 6 of Metaphysics by Aristotle. Translated by John McMahon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. Chapter 6. Let us now consider whether the essence or very nature of a thing and each individual thing are the same or different. For this will be of advantage in reference to the inquiry concerning substance. For both each particular thing does not seem to be different from its own substance, and the essence, or very nature of each thing, is said to be the substance of that thing. Therefore, in the case, no doubt, of things that are predicated according to accident, these would seem to be different, as that a white man is a thing different from the being of white man. For if they were the same, both the being of man and the being of white man would be the same. For man and white man, as they say, are the same thing. Wherefore also the being of a white man and the being of man would be the same. Or is there no necessity for whatever things that are according to accident to be the same as those things that have an essential subsistence? For not in like manner do the extremes become the same. But perhaps at least it would seem to happen that the extremes should become the same according to accident, as for instance the being of white and the being of a musician, but this does not seem to be the case. And as regards things that are predicated absolutely, there always is a necessity that they be the same, as must take place if there are certain substances belonging to which there are not different substances, nor different antecedent natures, such as some affirm ideas to be. For if the actual good be a different thing from the being good, and animal from the being animal, and entity from the essence of entity, there will exist both different substances, and natures, and ideas, besides those mentioned, and those substances will be prior if there be in existence the essence of substance. And if they are indeed unconnected one with another, of such there will not be a scientific knowledge, and they will not be entities. Now, I mean by the phrase unconnected, if neither in the actual good is inherent the being good, nor if the existence of good pertains to this. For the scientific knowledge of each thing subsists when we know the essence or very nature of each thing. And in the case of what is good, and of other things, the same takes place. Wherefore, if the being good be not good, neither will the being in entity constitute entity, nor that in unity be unity. In like manner also, all or not one of the essences will have an existence. Wherefore, if neither it be so with the being in entity, neither will it be so with anything else. Further, in whatever is not inherent, the being good is not good. Accordingly, it is necessary that the good and the being of good be one, also the fair and the being fair. In fact, whatsoever things are not predicated of another, but have an absolute subsistence, and are things which are primary. For also this is sufficient if it takes place, even though forms may have no existence, but rather perhaps if forms do subsist. But at the same time it is evident that also if ideas are such things as some say they are, the subject of them will not be substance. For it is necessary that these be substances, I admit, but it is not necessary that they be predicated of a subject, for in this will they be inherent by participation. And doubtless from these arguments it is evident that each particular itself, and the essence, not according to accident, are one and the same thing, and that to have a scientific knowledge at any rate of anything is to know scientifically the very nature or essence of that thing. Wherefore, according to this exposition, it is requisite that both be a certain one thing. But that a thing predicated according to accident, as the musical or white, should be the same as the very nature of a thing itself, on account of the twofold signification of that in which it is an accident, and the accident itself, this is not a true assertion, so that in a certain respect a thing itself is the same, and in a certain respect is not the same with the very nature of that thing. For the being of man is not the same with that of a white man, but so far as the essence of man is passive to whiteness, it is the same. Now, it would appear absurd also if any would impose the name on each thing of the essences, for there will be another essence besides also that, as besides the essence of horse there will be a different essence of horse. Although what hinders certain essences even from being now directly the same as the things of which they are the very natures, if the very nature of a thing be substance? But truly, not only are they one, but also the definition of them is the same, as is also evident from the statements that have been made. For to be one and one are not according to accident. Further, if they be different, they will go on in a progression ad infinitum. For the one will be the essence of being one, but the other the one itself. Wherefore also, in the case of those, will there be the same definition. That, therefore, in the case of the first existences, and of things predicated essentially, the being of each thing, and that very thing itself, are one and the same thing, is evident. As regards, however, the refutations of the Sophists in reference to this position, it is palpable that they are decided by the same solution. For example, these Sophists inquire whether Socrates and the being Socrates are the same. For there is no difference in the things either from which one would ask the question, or from which he should light upon an answer in his attempted solution of it. How then the essence or very nature is the same, and how it is not the same with each particular thing, has been declared. Chapter 7. Now, of things that are being produced, some are produced by nature, and others by art, and others from chance. All things, however, that are produced by means of something, and from something, and become something. But I mean that they become something according to each category, for they are generated either as quiddity, or quantity, or quality, or the place where. But generations, the physical or natural ones, I mean, are those, unquestionably, of which the generation is from nature, and that from which they are generated is that which we denominate matter. But that by means of which they are generated belongs to some one of those things which have a subsistence by nature. And that which is some particular thing is man, or plant, or some one of the things of that sort which we affirm to be especially substances. Now, all things which are produced either by nature or art involve matter, for it is possible for each of them both to be and not to be. This capability, however, is the matter in each. And in general, nature is even that from which a thing proceeds, and that according to which entities are generated is nature likewise. For that which is being produced has a nature, as, for example, a plant or animal, and that by means of which a thing is generated is nature herself, which is predicated according to the species, and is of the same species. But this is inherent in another, for man begets man. In this way, therefore, are produced the things that are generated through nature, and the rest of the generations are denominated productions, or operations. All operations, however, are either from art, or from potentiality, or the understanding. But of these, some are produced also from chance, and from fortune, in a similar way, as in the case of those things that are produced by nature. For there also are produced some things that are the same both from seed and without seed. Respecting indeed these, then, we will subsequently institute an examination. From art, however, are generated those things of whatsoever there is a form in the soul. But I mean by form the essence or very nature of each thing, and the first substance. For also of contraries in a certain manner is there the same form, for thus the substance of privation is the substance that is the one opposed, as health of disease. For by the absence of health is disease made apparent, and health constitutes the principle in the soul and in the science. The salubrious, however, is produced when the physician reasons thus. Since this is done for the sake of health, it is necessary, if this will be salubrious, that this particular condition should exist, for example, evenness, and if this take place, that the result be heat. And so he always reasons until he conducts you to that which he himself can accomplish last. Accordingly now, the motion which begins from these is called the operation that tends towards becoming healthy. Wherefore it happens that in a certain manner from health is generated health, and a house is constructed from a house, namely, that which involves matter arises, or is generated from that which does not involve a connection with matter. For the medicinal and the house-building arts are the form, the one of health and the other of a house. Now, I mean by substance not involving any connection with matter, the essence or very nature or formal cause of a thing. Of generations, however, and of motions, one is termed thought, and another operation. That is termed conception, or thought, which arises from the first principle and the form. But that is operation, which takes its rise from the thought or conception of what is ultimate. In like manner, also, is produced each of the rest of those things that are media. Now, I say, for instance, if health is to be restored, there must needs be a reduction to equality secured. What, then, is this reduction into a state of equality? It is this particular result. But this particular result will take place if heat shall have been promoted. And what is this? It is this particular effect. Now, this effect is inherent in capacity, but the former already lies in the power of the physician. Now, that which brings about the result, and whence the motion of restoring health derives its beginning, if it springs from art, such is the form that is in the soul. But if it arises from chance, it arises from that evidently which, for once, is the principle of bringing about the change to one that acts from art, as also perhaps, in the case of restoring health, the first principle originates from the communication of heat, and this result is accomplished by means of friction. Accordingly, heat is either a part of health, I mean such heat as inheres in the body, or there follows it directly some such thing as is a part of health, or this is accomplished indirectly, that is, by means of many media. This last, however, is that which produces the result, and in this way is part of health, as stones are parts of a house, and something else a part of other things. Wherefore, as it is said, it is impossible that there be a production of anything, if nothing may pre-exist. That certainly, therefore, a portion will exist necessarily is evident, for matter is that part, for this is inherent and is itself produced. But then, as such, is it to be classed amongst those things that are contained in the definition. And in both ways we denominate the brazen circles what they are, speaking of both the matter that it is brass, and the form that it is such a figure, and this is the genus into which it is first posited. But a brazen circle involves matter in its definition. But that from which, as from matter, some things are formed is styled, when it is so formed, not that from which they are formed, but is called something else that is of this, as, for example, a statue is called not a stone, but of stone, or stony, and a man who is in a state of convalescence is not denominated that from which he recovers back his health. And a cause of this is the following, that arises from privation, and the subject which we call matter, as both a man and a person that is indisposed become healthy. Rather, however, is health said to arise from privation, as one in health from one that is indisposed, than from man. Wherefore, a sick person is not denominated as one that is sound in health, but this is affirmed of man, and a man who is in sound health. And in regard of those things of which the privation is obscure and nameless, as in the case of the brass, whatever be the figure, or in the bricks and timbers of a house, those things seem to arise from these, as in the instance above adduced, one that is in health from a person that is indisposed. Wherefore, as neither that which is produced is called by the name of that from which it is formed, in the case of the instance above adduced, so neither in this instance is the statue called wood, but derivatively is classified as wooden, not wood, and as brazen, but not brass, and stony, but not stone, and a house also is spoken of as made of bricks, but not as bricks, since if one carefully examines, he would not say absolutely that either is the statue produced from wood, or a house from bricks, on account of its being necessary that whatever is produced from anything should be changed from that from which it is produced, but should not continue as it was before. Therefore, on account of this indeed, the thing is expressed in this manner. Chapter 8. Since, however, that which is produced both by something, now I mean that whence also originates the first principle of generation, that is, its efficient cause, and from something, but let this be not privation, but matter, for already has it been defined in what manner we have denominated this. Also must there be that which is produced, and this is either a sphere, or a circle, or whatever else of the other things that may chance to present itself, as neither the efficient cause produces the subject, I mean the brass, so neither does it make the sphere, unless by accident, because a brazen sphere is a sphere, but it does not produce the sphere itself. For the production of a certain thing of this kind is the production of this particular thing from the entire subject. Now, I say that to make the brass round is not to make the round or the sphere, but something different, such as this form in another thing. For if the artist produces it, he would produce this from something else. For this would be the subject, as, for example, to make a brazen sphere, and this the artist makes in this manner, because from this particular thing which is brass he forms this which is a sphere. If therefore also he produces this very thing, it is evident that in like manner he will produce another, and the productions will go on in a process ad infinitum. It is palpable then that neither form, or by whatever name we must needs term form, as it subsists in that which is cognizable to sense, is produced, nor is there a generation thereof, nor is this the essence or very nature of a thing, for this is that which is produced in another subject either from art, or from nature, or potentiality, and the efficient cause it is which produces the existence of a brazen sphere, for it produces it from brass, and a sphere, for into this particular thing which is the form doth the efficient cause mould the brass, and this constitutes a brazen sphere. And if, in short, of the being or existence of sphere there exists a generation, it will be a something that is a generation from a certain thing. For it will be necessary that what is produced always be divisible, and that this should be this particular thing, and that should be something else. Now, I mean that this should be matter, and that form. Therefore, if a sphere be a figure equal from the centre to all points of its periphery, of this one part will be that in which that which produces will be inherent, and the other part that which resides in this part, but the whole is that which has been produced or generated, as for instance the brazen sphere. It is evident, therefore, from the statements that have been made, that what is denominated as form, or as substance, is not generated, but that the union which is said to take place according to this is generated, and that in everything which is being produced matter is inherent, and that one part is matter, but the other form. Whether then is there any sphere besides these components, or is there a house besides the bricks, or shall we say that if this were the case, neither would this particular thing ever have been produced, save that it signifies a particular thing of this sort? This, however, also is not defined, but it produces and generates such a particular kind of thing from this particular thing, and when it has been generated, it is this particular thing with such a quality. And the whole of this particular thing is Callias or Socrates, just as this is a brazen sphere, and man and animal are, in general, as the brazen sphere. It is evident, therefore, that the cause of forms, as some have been accustomed to denominate forms, if there are certain natures of this sort in existence besides singulars, in no wise is useful towards both generations and substances, nor would essential substances have a subsistence on account of these at least. It is accordingly evident that in the case of some things also, the generator is such as that which is being produced or generated, not, I admit, the actual thing itself at least, not so numerically, but specifically, as may be observed to take place in natural phenomena. For man generates man, unless something abnormal or contrary to nature be produced, as when a horse begets a mule, and with these is it in like manner. For that which would be common to a horse and an ass, namely the most proximate genus, would not have a name imposed upon it, but both perhaps would be as a mule. Wherefore it is plain that it is in no wise necessary to provide a form, as an exemplar or model, for in these, that is, in things sensible especially, investigators from time to time have searched for them. For these same, in an eminent degree, are substances. But for the generator it sufficeth to have produced, and to be the cause of the subsistence of form in matter. And the entire now of such a form in these things, such as flesh and bones, is Callias and Socrates, and different, no doubt, is a thing on account of the matter thereof. For matter in each thing is different, but in form it is the same, for the form is indivisible. Chapter 9. Some one, however, may doubt perhaps why some things are produced by both art and from chance, as health, but other things are not produced in this way, as a house. Now a cause of this is the following, that the matter of these, which is the first principle of generation, consists in the accomplishing and the production of something of those things that are artificially formed, in which there is inherent a certain portion of the thing, which matter is partly of such a kind as is capable of being moved by itself, and partly is not so. And of this one part is it possible to move in this particular way, but the other it is not possible. For many things involve the capacity of being moved by themselves, but not in this way, for instance to leap. As regards those things, therefore, of which the matter is of such a kind, as stones, it is impossible for them to be moved in this way, unless by something else, yet in this way assuredly, and it is so with fire. On account of this, some things will not be without that which is in possession of art, whereas other things will be, for they will be moved by those things which do not possess art, no doubt, but are themselves capable of being moved either by other things which do not possess art, or possess it partially. But it is evident from the statements that have been made, that also all things, in a certain manner, are generated from things that are equivocal, as those that have a subsistence from nature, or from an equivocal portion, for example, a house from a house, or by reason of intellect. For art is form, either from a part, or from that which possesses a certain part, if it be not produced according to accident. For the cause of the production is an essential first portion. For the heat which is involved in motion has generated heat in the body, and this is, unquestionably, health, or a part of health, or there follows it a certain part of health, or health itself. Wherefore also it is said to be a producer, because that produces health on which heat follows, and to which it is an accident. Wherefore, as in the syllogisms, substance is the first principle of all things, for from the nature of a thing are syllogisms, so also in this instance are generations, and in like manner also with these are those things that are by nature constituted. For the seed produces as things that are constructed from art, for it involves form in capacity, and that from which the seed originates is, in a manner, equivocal, for it is not necessary to investigate all things in this way, as man is from man, for woman also is from man. Wherefore, mule does not originate from mule, save unless there be an injury from mutilation. Thus, as many things, however, as are being produced from chance, just as in that instance, are those the matter of which is capable also of being moved by itself with that motion which the seed effects. But those things the matter of which does not possess this capability, it is impossible can be produced in any other way except from themselves by generation. Not only, however, does this reasoning concerning substance manifest the non-production of form, but in like manner concerning all that are primary natures there is involved the same reasoning in common as of quantity, quality, and the rest of the categories. For as the brazen sphere is what is produced, but not the sphere or the brass, and as it is so in the case of brass, if it is what is produced, for always it is necessary that there pre-exist matter and form, so also must it be in the case of the what anything is, or quiddity, and in the case of quality and quantity, and similarly of the rest of the categories. For there quality is not produced, but such a sort of quality of wood, neither quantity, but such a measure or quantity of wood, or an animal of such a kind. But from these statements may we acquire what is a peculiarity of substance, namely, that there is a necessity that there should always pre-exist a different substance, I mean one subsisting in a state of actuality, which produces, as for instance, an animal must pre-exist, if an animal is produced, but this is not necessarily the case with quality or quantity, unless in potentiality merely. End of chapter 9 of book 6. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards. Chapter 10 of book 6 of Metaphysics by Aristotle. Translated by John McMahon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jeffrey Edwards. Chapter 10. But since definition is a sentence or explanation, and every sentence or explanation has parts, and as a sentence is similarly related to the thing itself, as the part of the sentence to the part of the thing itself, the doubt now suggests itself whether it is necessary that the definition of the parts should be inherent in the definition of the whole or not. In the case of some things they appear to be as things that are inherent, but in the case of others it is not so. For thus the definition of a circle does not involve that of its segments, but the definition of a syllable involves that of the letters of speech, notwithstanding that the circle also is divided into segments, as, likewise, is the syllable into letters or elements of speech. But further, if the parts are prior to the whole, and if the acute be a part of the right angle, and the finger of an animal, the acute would be a thing that is prior to a right angle, and the finger to man. Now, these do not seem to be prior, for in the definition they are denominated from them, and also are they prior in their being capable of subsistence without one another. Or shall we say that part is denominated in many ways, of which one mode is the measurement according to quantity? Let, however, the mode of the subsistence of this be omitted, but into those things of which substance is composed, as from parts, we must institute an investigation. If, therefore, the one be matter, but the other form, and the third that which is composed of these, and if substance be both matter and form, and that which consists from these, it is the case that also matter is termed in one respect a part of something, but it is the case that such is not so in another respect. But this is true as regards those things of which the definition of form consists, as for instance of hollowness. Indeed, the flesh is not a portion, for this is matter from which hollowness is produced, but it is a certain portion of flatness of nose, and of the entire statue, no doubt, is the brass a part, but of that which is denominated as the form of the statue it is not so. For by form must we predicate, and so far forth as everything involves form. Never, however, is the material to be essentially predicated. Wherefore the definition of a circle does not involve that of its segments, but that of a syllable does involve the definition of the elements of speech. For the elements of the definition are parts of form, and are not the matter thereof, but the segments of a circle thus are parts, as matter, in which the circle is ingenerated. They are, I admit, nearer to form than the brass, when roundness is ingenerated in the brass, but it will be the case that neither all the elements of the syllable will be contained in the definition of syllable, as, for instance, these waxen letters, or those which are in the air, for now also are these a part of the syllable, as sensible matter. For also it does not follow that because a line if divided into halves is corrupted, or a man when divided into bones and nerves and flesh, that therefrom they are in such a manner, on this account, composed as though they were parts of the substance, but that they are composed from them, as from matter. And they are parts of the entire, to be sure, but they are not any longer parts of form. and of that about which the definition is concerned only. Wherefore, neither are they found in definitions. Of some definitions indeed, therefore, will there be inherent the definition of parts of this kind, and of others it is necessary that it be not inherent unless such be the definition of that which is taken together. For on this account, from these as from first principles do some things consist, into which they are corrupted, and others do not consist from these. Whatever things indeed therefore are assumed together are form and matter, as a flat nose or a brazen circle, those are corrupted into these, and matter constitutes a portion of them. But as many things as are not assumed along with matter, but involve no connexion with matter, as the definitions of form merely, these however are not corrupted either entirely or by no means in this way at least. Wherefore, things that fall not under these are the first principles and parts of those, but of the form are these neither parts nor first principles, and on this account a statue of clay is corrupted into clay, and a sphere of brass into brass, and callius into flesh and bones, and further a circle is corrupted into its segments, for there is something which is assumed along with matter. For equivocally is the circle predicated, both that which is predicated simply, and those that are singulars, on account of there not being a proper name for singulars. Therefore indeed also has the truth now been declared. Yet nevertheless let us express ourselves more clearly on resuming the subject. As many things therefore as are parts of the definition, and into which the definition is divided, these are prior, either all or some of them. But the definition of a right angle is not divided into the definition of an acute, but that of an acute angle is divided into the definition of a right angle. For a person who defines an acute employs a right angle, for the acute is less than the right. In like manner also is it the case with a circle and semicircle, for the semicircle is defined by the circle, and the finger by the whole, for such a part of a man is a finger. Wherefore, whatsoever parts involve such a relation as matter, and into which, as into matter, the whole is divided, are things subsequent. But as many as belong to the relation of definition, and of substance, which subsists according to the definition, are things that are prior, either all or some of them. Now, since the soul of animals, for this is the substance of that which is animated, constitutes the substance according to definition, and their form and the very nature or essence of such a body, if, at least, the part of each thing be properly defined, it will not be properly defined without mention of its appropriate function, and this, in the present case, will not subsist without sense. Wherefore, the parts of this, that is, of soul, are prior, either all or some of them, to the entire animal, and doubtless similarly is it with an individual thing. But the body and its parts are subsequent to this substance, and the substance is not divided into these as into matter, but the entire is. To the entire, therefore, these are in a manner prior, but in a manner are not prior, for neither are they capable of subsisting in a state of separation. For neither does finger belong to an animal when disposed in every way, but equivocally so termed is a dead finger. Now some things perish along with the whole, and these are principal parts wherein as first are inherent the definition and the substance, as for instance the heart or brain, if such be the principal part, for it makes no difference which of these is of such a kind. But man and horse, and those that are so, are found in singulars, and an universal substance does not subsist, but there will be a certain entirety composed from this reason, or formal principle, and this matter, as an universal, but as regards a singular consisting from ultimate matter, this is Socrates in the present instance, and the case is similar with other things. Therefore also is definition a portion both of the form, but by form I mean the essence or very nature of a thing, and of the universal that is composed from form and matter itself. But the parts of definition are only the parts of form, but a definition is of that which is universal. For the being of a circle, and the being of a soul, and a soul, are the same thing, and of that which is entire now, as of this circle, of any of the singulars, either sensible or intelligible. Now I mean by the intelligible, for example, the mathematical, but by the sensible, such as are made of brass and wood. Of these, however, I say there is no definition, save that they are known by the intervention of the intellect or sense, and when they are removed away from actuality, it is not evident whether they exist at all or do not exist, yet they are always expressed and made known by universal definition. But the matter is unknown in itself. Now matter is partly sensible and partly intelligible. That which is sensible is such as brass and wood, and such as is movable. But intelligible matter is that which is inherent in things that are sensible, but not so far forth as they are sensible as mathematical entities. How indeed, therefore, this is so respecting the whole and part, and respecting the prior and subsequent, has been declared. But as to whether a right angle, and a circle, and an animal are prior to the parts into which they are divided, and of which they are composed, my reply to this question, when any one puts it, must necessarily be that not simply or absolutely are the parts predicated. For if also soul is an animal, or that which is animated, every animal is each animal's own soul. And if the circle constitute the being of a circle, and the right angle the being of the right angle, and the substance also the substance of the right angle, what particular thing, and belonging to what, as a substance, each of these is, we must state on a subsequent occasion, for instance, of those parts that are contained in the definition, and of a certain right angle. For both the angle of brass, which subsists in conjunction with matter, is a right angle, and that also contained within lines, I mean singular lines. But a right angle that involves no connexion with matter is subsequent to those parts that are contained in the definition, and prior to those parts that are contained in the singular. But this is not to be affirmed of part absolutely. And if soul be something that is different, and does not constitute an animal, in this case must we both assert some parts to be prior, and other parts we must assert to be not prior, just as has been declared. Chapter 11. But it is a matter of doubt naturally what is the quality of the parts of form, and what sort the parts are not, but what kind the parts are, which belong to a composite nature. Although in case this is not evident, it is not possible to define each thing. For of that which is universal and of form is there the definition, as to which, therefore, of the parts are related as matter, and which are not so, if these be not manifest, neither will be manifest the definition of the thing. As many things indeed, therefore, as appear to be ingenerated in the form of different things, as a circle in brass, and stone, and wood, these then seem to be manifest because neither the brass nor the stone is anything of the substance of the circle consequent upon its separation from them. But as many things as are not perceived to be separated there is no hindrance to their being similarly disposed with these, as if all circles were seen composed of brass. For, nevertheless, would the brass be in no wise a part of form, but it would be difficult in thought to abstract this. As, for instance, the form of man always appears in flesh and bones, and in such like parts. Are these, then, also parts of form, and of the definition, or are they not so, but matter merely? But on account of its not being ingenerated in another also, we find it impossible to separate it. And since this seems to be admissible, yet as to the time when this is obscure, certain philosophers now are involved in doubt in the case both of a circle and in the case of a triangle, as if it were not fitting for lines, and that which is contained within lines also to be defined by continuity, but that all should be predicated in a similar manner with the flesh or bones of a man, and the brass and stone of a statue, and they refer all things to numbers, and the definition of a line, they say, is that of the duad. Of those, likewise, who assert the existence of ideas, some make the actual line the duad, but others the form of the line. For in regard of some things, they say that form, and that of which the form is compounded, are the same, as for instance a duad and the form of the duad, but in the case of a line it is not so. There happens, therefore, to be one form of many things, of which the species appears to be different, which consequence also ensued in their system unto the Pythagoreans, and it is possible, as a result from this position, to make one actual form of all things, and that other things be not forms at all, although on this supposition will all things be one. That, therefore, those things involve a certain doubt, I mean those questions that have been started respecting definitions, and from what cause it is that they are thus attended with difficulty, this has been declared. Wherefore, both to reduce all things in this way, and to abstract matter, would be superfluous. For in the case of some things perhaps, this is in this, or these things are so disposed. And the comparison that is made in the case of an animal, which the junior Socrates was accustomed to employ, is not a good one, for it forcibly withdraws one away from the truth, and makes us suppose as possible that man should subsist without parts, as a circle without brass. But this latter instance is not similar to the former. For animal, perhaps, is something that is cognizant by sense, and which cannot be defined without motion. Wherefore, neither can it be defined without the parts somehow disposed. For not altogether is the hand a part of a man, but that which is able to accomplish the proper function of a hand. Wherefore, when it is animated, it is a part, but when it is not animated, it is not a part. Respecting, however, mathematical entities, why are not definitions parts of the definitions of such? For example, why are not semicircles parts of the definition of a circle? For these are not sensibles. Or shall we say that this makes no difference, for they will be the matter of certain things, and of those that are not sensible, and of everything that is not the very nature or essence of a thing? These, then, will not be the parts of universal circle, but of singulars, as has been stated previously. For matter is partly sensible and partly intelligible, and it is evident also that the soul is the first substance, and that body is matter, but man or animal is the compound of both as universal. If the soul, however, be the form of such, Socrates and Coriscus are twofold. For some regard Socrates as soul, but others as an entirety. But if they be considered as this soul regarded simply, this body also will involve the relation of the universal and of the singular. Whether, however, beside the matter of such sort of substances, there is any other substance, and whether it is necessary to search for any different substance of these, as, for instance, numbers, or some such thing, must afterwards be examined into. For on account of this, let us also endeavour to frame some distinctions respecting sensible substances, since in a certain manner the investigation regarding sensible substance is a work of the physical and second philosophy. For not only is it necessary for the natural philosopher to afford information respecting matter, but also respecting that substance which subsists according to the definition. Even still more. In the case, however, of definitions, in what manner are those parts which are assumed in the definition, and why definition is one reason? For it is evident that the thing is one, and that the thing is in a certain way one definite particular, which involves parts. This must subsequently be inquired into. What, therefore, is the essence of a thing, and how this subsists in itself, that is, absolutely, has been declared respecting everything universally, and why the definition of the essence of some things possesses the parts of that which is defined, but in other things why this is not the case, and why that in the definition indeed of substance the parts so constituted as matter are not inherent, this likewise has been declared. For they are not parts of that substance, but of the entire together, and of this there is at least in a manner a definition, and there is not so. For as involving a connexion with matter, there is not a definition, for it is a thing that is indefinite, but according to the first substance there is, as for instance the definition of man is the definition of his soul. For the substance constitutes form, that is, such as is indwelling, from which and from matter the entire substance is denominated, as for example hollowness or concavity, for from this and nose a flat nose, and flatness are composed, for therein twice will a nose be inherent. In the substance, however, in its entirety, as in a flat nose, or calleus, is matter also inherent. And that the essence or very nature of a thing and a singular in the case of some things are the same, as in the case of primary substances, for instance a curvature and the essence of a curvature, if it is primary, that these, I say, are the same, this has been declared. Now I mean by primary or first that which is not expressed in respect of one thing being inherent in another, and in a subject as matter, but as many things as subsist as matter, or as things involving a connexion with matter. These are not the same, except that they are one according to accident, as Socrates and the musical, for these are the same according to accident. Chapter 12. Let us now, however, first discuss the subject, so far forth as there has been no statement made concerning definition in the Analytics. For the doubt that has been expressed in those inquiries is of advantage to our present dissertations respecting substance. Now, this doubt which I allude to is as follows: Why, pray, a thing that is capable of definition, of which the reason we say is a definition, is one thing, as the definition of man is a two-footed animal? For let this stand as a definition of him. Now, why is this one thing, but not many, animal and two-footed? For also, in the case of man and white, they are many things when they are not inherent either in the other, but when the one is inherent in the other, and when the subject, viz. Man, undergoes any passive condition, they are one, for then a white man becomes and is one thing. Here, however, either does not partake of the other, for genus does not appear to participate in the differences, for in such a case would the same thing at the same time participate in contraries. For differences are contraries, wherein the genus differs, and if the genus does participate in the differences, the same reasoning holds good, even though the differences be many in number, for instance having the capability of walking biped, without wings. For why are these things one, but not many? For they are not one because they are inherent, for so indeed will there be one of all. But it is requisite that at any rate as many things as are contained in definition should be one, for definition is a certain single principle or reason, and belongs to substance. Wherefore, of one particular thing this must needs be a definition, for also substance signifies one certain particular thing, as we say. And it is necessary, first, to examine respecting those definitions which subsist according to divisions, for there is nothing else involved in definition, unless the genus that is denominated first, and the differences, but the other things are genera, both that which is first, and the differences comprehended along with this, as for instance, the first genus is animal, and that next in order to this is two-footed animal, and again two-footed animal without wings, and in like manner will it be the case if the definition be expressed by means of many distinctive qualities. In general, however, there is no difference whether it subsists by many such, or by few, or by two of them. Yet if a thing be defined by two distinctive qualities, the one will be difference and the other genus, as for instance of two-footed animal, animal is the genus, and the other two-footed is the difference. If, therefore, genus, simply considered, is not anything different from the species, as it were, of that genus, or if, indeed, it is, yet it is as matter, for voice is genus and matter, but the differences produce the forms and elements out of this, it is evident, in such a case, that a definition is a sentence, or discursus composed from differences. But therefore is it necessary likewise that the difference of the difference should at least be divided, as, for example, a difference belonging to animal, such as having the support of feet. Again, it is requisite to know the difference of the animal that possesses the differential quality of being supported on feet, as far forth as it is such, I mean, such as has the support of feet. Wherefore it is not proper to say that of an animal which has the support of feet. One sort we find with wings, and another without them, if one is to express himself correctly. But on account of the impossibility of making a proper division of the distinctive qualities, will one do this. But it is correct to say so, if one kind has cloven, and another has feet that are not cloven, for these are the differences of foot. For a cloven foot is a certain quality of foot, and so always does one desire to go on making divisions of distinctive qualities, until we come to things that do not involve any difference. But then will there be as many species of foot as there are differences, and the number of animals with feet supporting them will be equal to the differences. Now, if these things are so, it is evident that the ultimate difference will be the substance of the thing, and the definition of it, if it is not necessary to say oftentimes the same things in the case of definitions, for it would be superfluous. But this at least happens sometimes, for when one calls an animal that has feet supporting it a biped, he has said no more than this, viz. That an animal having the support of feet has 2 feet. And if he make a division of this by an appropriate difference, he will say the same thing frequently, and in an equal number of times, with the differences. If indeed, therefore, a difference of a difference may be produced, one which is the ultimate difference will constitute form and substance. If, however, the division be made according to accident, as if one should make a division, in the case of the classes of that which has the support of feet, of one into white and another into black, so many differences or distinctive qualities will there be as there may be divisions of them. Wherefore it is evident that definition is a sentence that is composed from the things that are differences, and from the last of these that is drawn up in accordance with a correct classification at least. And this would be plain, if one should transpose the arrangement of the terms of definitions of this kind, as, for example, that of a man saying, instead of the ordinary definition, animal biped having the support of feet. For superfluous would be the distinctive quality of having the support of feet, on the supposition of the thing defined being denominated a biped. An arrangement of terms, however, does not exist in substance, for how is it necessary to understand the one as subsequent, but the other as prior? Respecting then definitions that subsist according to divisions of the distinctive qualities of the things defined, what sort they are, let thus much in the first instance be affirmed. End of chapter 12 of book 6. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards. Chapter 13 of book 6 of Metaphysics by Aristotle. Translated by John McMahon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. Chapter 13. But since our present investigation is concerning substance, let us once more take a review of the matter. Now, substance is said to subsist as the subject and the essence or very nature of a thing, and that which is composed from these is termed substance, and that which is universal. Respecting indeed, then, 2 of them have we declared our opinions already, for also we have done so in the case of the essence or very nature of a thing, and the subject, observing that in two ways it is a subject, either as being this certain particular thing, as an animal is the subject of its passive states, or it is as matter in a condition of actuality. But to some speculators doth the universal in an eminent degree appear to be a cause, and the universal appears to be a first principle also. Wherefore likewise as regards this point must we institute an inquiry. For it seems to be a thing impossible that substance should be anything whatsoever of those things that are denominated universal. For primary substance, to be sure, in everything is that which does not belong to another thing. That which is universal, however, is common, for that is said to be universal which by nature is fitted to be inherent in many things. Of what, then, will this be a substance? For either it will be a substance of all things or of nothing. But of all things it is not even possible that it should be a substance. And if it be the substance of one thing, other things also will be this. For those things of which the substance is one, and the essence or very nature one, will themselves likewise be one. Further is that denominated substance which is not predicated of a subject. The universal, however, is invariably predicated of a certain subject. But then shall we say that it is not possible, certainly, that it should subsist in such a way as the essence or very nature of a thing, but that it be inherent in this, for example, animal in man and horse. Therefore is it evident that there will be a certain definition of it, but there is no difference either if there is not a definition of all those things that are contained in the substance, for this, nevertheless, will be a substance of something, as man is the substance of man, wherein man is inherent. Wherefore the same consequence will again ensue, for substance will be substance of man, as for instance animal is substance in that species in which it is inherent as a peculiar property. And further, the thing would be both impossible and absurd that this particular thing and substance, if they are composed from certain things, should not consist of substances, or of anything of the sort, but from quality. For that which is not substance and quality will be prior both to substance and this particular thing, an assertion that is impossible. For neither in definition, nor in time, nor in generation is it possible. Likewise, that the passive properties of a thing should be prior to the substance of it, for they will involve a subsistence separable from it. Moreover, in Socrates, who is a substance, will substance be inherent. Wherefore will Socrates be a substance in two substances. And in general, the result following ensues, if man is substance, and as many things as are thus expressed, that none of those things contained in definition is substance of anything, and that it has not a subsistence separable from them, nor does it subsist in another. Now, I mean, for example, that there is not any animal besides those certain particular ones, or anything else of those things that are contained in the definitions. Now, from these considerations also, it is evident to persons examining into the subject that nothing of those things that have an universal subsistence is substance, and that nothing of those things that are predicated in common signifies this certain particular thing, but a thing of such a quality. And if this be not admitted, many other consequences also will ensue, and amongst the rest, the consequence that there will be a third man. Further also, it is evident that the case stands thus, from the following remark, for it is impossible that substance should be compounded from substances which are inherent in such a manner as to subsist in actuality, for two things thus would subsist in actuality, yet they never would be one thing in actuality. But if they may be two things in potentiality, they will be one, as the twofold is compounded of two halves, at least in potentiality, for actuality in the case of others separates them. Wherefore, if the substance be one thing, it will not be compounded from substances that are inherent, and subsisting according to that mode which Democritus mentions correctly. For it is impossible, he says, that from two atoms should be generated one, or two from one, for he makes magnitudes that are indivisible to be substances. Therefore is it plain that also in the case of number this will take place in a similar manner, if number be a composition of monads, as is said by some speculators, for either the duad is not one, or it is not the monad that is involved in this actuality. But the result which ensues contains a matter of doubt. For if neither from the universals is it possible that any substance be compounded, on account of an animal signifying a thing of such a sort, but not this certain particular thing, neither is it possible that there subsists any substance from substances in actuality. I mean, that no composite nature can thus subsist. Now, on such a supposition, every substance would be a thing that is uncompounded. Wherefore, neither would there be a definition of any substance. But assuredly, it seems, at least, to all speculators, and has been laid down originally, that definition is conversant about substance, either solely or principally. But now the conclusion drawn is this, that neither is there definition of this, that is, of substance, nor will there be a definition of any one thing in such a case. Or shall we say that in a certain manner there will be, and in a certain manner there will not be, a definition of substance? What, however, that is which is affirmed will be more manifest from the sequel. Chapter 14. Now, from these very circumstances is evident the result which ensues to those both who say that ideas are as well substances as separable substances, and who at the same time constitute form out of the genus and the differences. For if forms and animal exist in man and in horse, there is undoubtedly one and the same, or a different animal in number. For by definition it is evident that there is one and the same, for the same definition does he assign who says that they are inherent in each. If therefore there is some man, an actual thing subsisting essentially, that is this certain particular individual thing, and one which has a separate subsistence, it is necessary also that those things from which they are composed, as for example animal and biped, should signify this certain particular individual thing, and should involve a separable subsistence, and be substances. Wherefore also this will be the case with animal. If therefore animal will be the same and one thing in horse and man, as yourself in yourself, how will it be one in things that subsist separately? And why will not this animal subsist likewise apart from itself? If in the next place it will participate in the properties of two-footed and many-footed, something which is impossible ensues. For contraries at the same time will be inherent in this, which is one thing, and this certain particular thing. And if this is not the case, what is the mode of subsistence when one affirms that an animal is two-footed or adapted for walking? Perchance, however, they are composites and are in contact with one another, or have been mingled together. But all such suppositions as to the mode of subsistence in this case are absurd. Shall we say, however, that in each thing there subsists something that is different? Therefore, to speak the word, those things will be infinite of which the substance is animal, for not according to accident is man from animal. Moreover, many things will animal itself be, for animal which is contained in each individual is substance, for it is not predicated of anything else. And if this be not admitted, from that will man subsist, and that will be a genus of man, and further, all things from which man consists will be ideas. Therefore, idea will not be an idea of one thing, but a substance of another, for this is impossible. For in such a case each of those things that are contained in animals will be an animal itself. Further, will it subsist from this certain particular thing? And how will it subsist from this actual animal? Or how is it possible that animal should subsist, which is substance, as this very thing beside animal itself? Further also, in the case of sensibles, both these consequences ensue, and consequences still more absurd than these. If, therefore, it is impossible that this can be the case, it is evident that there is not an idea of them after such a mode as some would affirm. Chapter 15. But since both entirety and the formal cause are a different substance, now I say that the former is substance in this way as the formal cause that is comprehended along with matter, and that the latter is the formal cause in general. In regard of as many things then as are so denominated, of these truly is their corruption, for of these also is their generation. With form, however, there is not a disruption of parts in such a way as for dissolution to ensue, for neither exists their generation in this case, for the being of a house is not generated, but the being of this particular house. But forms subsist without any connexion with generation and corruption, and do not subsist in a state of dependence upon either, for it has been demonstrated that no one generates or produces these. And on this account also of sensible substances, I mean such as are singulars, there is neither definition nor demonstration, because they involve matter, the nature of which is such as to admit of the possibility both of being and not being. Wherefore all the singulars of such are things subject to decay or corruption. If, therefore, also demonstration be of those things that are necessary, as well as that which is a scientific definition, and if it does not admit of being the case, as neither with scientific knowledge, that at one time it should be scientific knowledge, and at another time should be ignorance, but a thing of this kind is opinion, so neither is it to be admitted that demonstration nor definition should subsist after this mode. But such is an opinion in regard of that which admits of being disposed otherwise. It is evident, therefore, that there would not be either definition or demonstration of those things that may subsist differently. For also things that are subject to corruption or decay are obscure to those even that are in possession of scientific knowledge, when they pass away from under the notice of sense. And though the same reasons or principles be preserved in the soul, still will there not further exist thereof either definition or demonstration. Wherefore, as regards things relating to definition, when one defines any of the singulars, it is right that he should not be ignorant that always is it possible to overturn this definition, for a thing of this sort does not admit of definition. Neither, therefore, is it possible for any idea to be defined. For the idea ranks amongst singulars, as they say, and has likewise a separable subsistence, and it is necessary also that definition consist from names, but the person who is framing the definition will not create a name or nominative term, for it will be a thing unknown. The things, however, that are posited or acknowledged are common to all. It is necessary, then, that these also subsist in other things. For instance, even just as if one should define yourself, he would say that you are an animal which is attenuated or white, or something else that will be inherent also in another. If any one, however, would say that there is no hindrance to all things being separately inherent in many, but that all collectively belong to this alone, we must in the first place say that also they would belong to both, namely animal biped to animal and biped, and this must needs ensue, likewise in the case of things that are everlasting, since at any rate they are prior existences, and are parts of that which is a composite. But assuredly also are they separable if the thing, man, be separable, for either nothing will be separable, or both will be so. If indeed then nothing may possess the capacity of a separate subsistence, there will not exist genus besides species, but if both are separable there will exist the difference likewise. In the next place, because they are prior existences in respect of being, these also, on the contrary, will not be exposed to decay. And then if ideas spring from ideas, For more uncompounded are those things from which other composites arise, it will be necessary that those things from which the idea consists should be predicated further of many, for instance, take the case of animal and biped. But if this be not admitted, how shall a knowledge of these be attained? For there will be a certain idea which it will be impossible to predicate in the case of more things than one. This does not, however, seem to be the case, but every idea appears to be participable. As, therefore, it has been declared, it is overlooked by these persons that it is impossible to frame any definitions or distinctions in the case of things that are eternal, and eminently in the case of as many things as are single, for instance, the sun and moon. For not only do persons err in the addition of things of this sort, in the event of which, being taken away, still the sun will continue as that body which revolves around the earth, or which is hid by night. For if the sun were to stand still in his orbit, or were to become apparent by night, in such a case no longer will he be the sun. But the thing would be absurd if he were not, for the sun signifies a certain substance. Further, such persons take for granted whatsoever points admit of being affirmed of another thing, just as if something else should become a thing of this sort. It is evident that it will be the sun. The definition, then, is common, but the sun was classed amongst singulars in such a way as Cleon or Socrates, whereas why does no one of these bring forward a definition of idea? For it would become manifest to those who would attempt to prove the existence of such that what is now stated is true. Chapter 16. It is evident also that, likewise, the majority of those things which seem substances are capacities and parts of animals, for none of these involves a separate subsistence, but when they may be separated, then also are they all of them as matter. I mean such as both earth and fire and air, for none of these is one thing, but each, as it were, a heap of immatured things before they be digested, and some one thing produced from their being blended together. But particularly would one suppose the parts of animated beings, and those of the soul, to be both of them contiguous to an existence in this manner, as well in actuality as also in capacity, in respect of having the first principles of motion from something in their joints or flexures. Wherefore, some animals continue to retain life after being divided, but nevertheless will all of them subsist in capacity when they may be one thing, and that which is continuous by nature, but not by force, or by connascence, that is, growth in conjunction with something else, for a thing of this kind is mutilation. Since, however, unity is denominated as also entity is, and since the substance of unity is single, and those things of which there is one substance in number are one in number, it is evident that neither unity nor entity can possibly be the substance of things, as neither can the being of an element or first principle be the substance of things. But we are actually engaged in the inquiry. What, therefore, the first principle is, in order to conduct our investigation to that which is more known. The substance, then, indeed, of these is rather entity and unity than both the first principle and the element and the cause, but by no means are these substances either, if there be not anything else which is in common with substance. For in nothing is the substance inherent but in itself, and in that which is in possession of itself, of which it is the substance. Further, unity would not subsist in many places at the same time. That which is common, however, does subsist in many places at the same time. Wherefore it is evident that nothing of those things that are universals can possess a subsistence separate from singulars. But they who affirm the existence of forms speak partly correct in assigning them a separable subsistence, if they be substances, but speak partly incorrect, because they assert unity to be a form in the case of many things. And the cause of this position with these Platonists is the following, that they have no rational account to render as to what are substances of this kind. I mean such as are incorruptible and have a subsistence independent of singulars and sensibles. Therefore do they constitute them as the same in the species with things that are corruptible. For we know these, namely ideal man and ideal horse, adding to sensibles the things signified by the term ideal. Although, indeed, if we had not beheld the stars, yet this would be no hindrance, I presume, to the existence of eternal substances in addition to those which we have already attained a knowledge of. Wherefore also, though even now we may not have it in our power to see what eternal substances are, yet perhaps it will be necessary that there be some eternal substances in existence at any rate. That indeed, therefore, neither any of those reputed universals is substance, nor that there is any substance composed of substances, is evident. Chapter 17. But what and what sort of a thing we ought to define substance, let us again declare, just as if having made another commencement. For perhaps from these statements will be evident the circumstances also concerning that substance which is separated from sensible substances. Since, therefore, substance is a certain first principle and cause, from this starting point must we pass onwards in our investigation. But the inquiry why a thing subsists is invariably carried on in this way, namely, why one thing is inherent in a certain other. For the investigation why a musical man is a musical man, indeed, is to engage in the inquiry that has been mentioned, namely, why, or on what account a man is musical, or it is to engage in the inquiry of something else. Therefore, in sooth, the investigation why this thing is the thing which it is no investigation at all. For it is necessary that the wherefore and the existence of a thing should inhere as manifest entities. Now I say, for instance, the moon undergoes an eclipse, and of the inquiry why a thing is that thing which it is, there is one principle and one cause in the case of all things, as on what account a man is a man, or a musician, except some one say that each thing is indivisible in regard to itself. But this would be to constitute unity. But this is both common in the case of all things, and is a thing that is concise. One, however, might inquire why man is that kind of an animal that he is. This, then, is evident that such a one does not investigate why he who is a man is a man. Accordingly, he engages in the inquiry why a certain thing subsists, as what is common in the case of something. But that it does so subsist ought to be evident, for if it be not thus, he inquires after nothing. As to take an instance, why does it thunder? Why? Because sound is produced in the clouds. For so one thing as the cause of another is that which is under investigation. And on what account do these things, as bricks and stones, constitute a house? It is evident, then, that he investigates the cause. But this is the essence or very nature of a thing, that is, if one is to express himself logically, which, in the case of some things, is that for the sake of which a thing subsists, that is, the final cause, as perhaps in the case of a house or a bed. But in the case of other things it is something that has imparted motion in the first instance, for this also is a cause. But a cause of this kind is such a cause as is sought for in the case of a thing that is being produced and destroyed, but the other cause also is sought for in the case of a thing already in existence. The subject of investigation, however, is in an eminent degree latent. I mean, such a one as is involved in the things that are mutually not predicated of one another, as, for instance, in the inquiry what man is, on account of its being asserted that he is simply so and so, but not from any definition being framed to the effect that he is this or that. It is requisite, however, if they conduct the inquiry correctly, to investigate such. But if not, it will be the case that nothing will be under investigation, and something under investigation in common. But since it is requisite to have in possession the being of a thing, and that it should subsist, it is evident that the inquiry is about matter, why it subsists, as, for instance, these particulars constitute a house. Why? because these subsist as that which is the being of a house. Thus, too, is it in the inquiry why man is this particular thing, or why this body is in possession of this particular quality, the like inquiry is made. Wherefore, the cause of the matter is under investigation, but this is the form by which anything subsists, and this is substance. It is evident, therefore, that in the case of simple substances there is not any investigation in existence, nor any disciplinary teaching, but there is a different mode of investigation of things of this sort. Since, however, that which is compounded of something, and compounded in such a way as that the whole is one thing, but not as a heap, but as a syllable, yet a syllable is not the elements of speech, nor the same thing with the letters B and A. Nor is flesh the same with fire and earth, for when a dissolution of these takes place, flesh and syllable no longer exist, as in the instance of the flesh and the syllable, but the elements subsist, that is, the fire and earth continue to subsist. The syllable in this case is something besides not only the elements of speech, namely the vowel and the mute, but also something else, and the flesh not only is fire and earth, or the warm and the cold, but also something else. If, therefore, it is requisite that also flesh be either an element, or that which is compounded from elements, if it is an element, again will there be the same reasoning, for from this, even from fire and earth, will consist the flesh, and further from something else something different, so that the progression will go on to infinity. But if it be compounded from an element, it is evident that it will not consist of one, but many, or it will be that very thing itself. Wherefore, again, in the case of this, as in the case of the flesh or syllable, we shall put forward the same reasoning. Now, it would seem that there is something of this sort, and that it is not an element, and the cause, at least, of this thing being flesh, but that a syllable. In like manner, also, is it concerning other things, but the substance of each thing constitutes this, in truth, for this is the first cause of being or substance. Since, however, some things are not substances of things, but this is the case with as many substances as according to nature are constituted as well as by nature, to some also would this nature appear to be substance, or it is not an element, but a first principle. Now, an element is that whereunto, as inherent in a thing, as matter, a compound is divided, as, for instance, of the syllable A, B. A and B are the elements. End of chapter 17 and end of book 6. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards. Chapter 1 of Book 7 of Metaphysics by Aristotle. Translated by John McMahon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. Chapter 1. From the statements that have been now made, it is necessary to draw our inference, and, collecting together a summary of the foregoing, to impose upon our remarks some termination or conclusion. It has, therefore, been stated that the causes and the first principles and the elements of substances are the subjects under investigation in the present treatise. Now, as to substances, some are acknowledged to have a subsistence by all philosophers. Respecting others, however, certain speculators have put forth from time to time certain peculiar opinions of their own. Physical or natural substances are acknowledged to have a subsistence, for example, fire, earth, water, air, and the rest of simple bodies. In the next place, plants and the parts of these, animals also and their parts, and lastly, the heaven and the parts of the heaven. but those certain philosophers who hold peculiar sentiments respecting substances affirm that both forms and mathematical entities or species are substances. But unquestionably, from the foregoing reasonings, the consequence ensues of there being other substances, I mean, the essence or very nature of a thing, and the subject. Further, in other respects we may assume that the genus is substance in preference to the species, and the universal to the singulars. With the universal, however, and the genus, the ideas also are connected, for they seem to be substances according with the same process of reasoning. Since, however, the essence or very nature of a thing appears to be substance, and the reason or principle of this is definition, on this account we have settled various points respecting definition, and respecting that which is essential. But since definition is a sentence, and since a sentence has parts, we found it requisite also to examine concerning a part, what sort are the parts of substance, and what sort they are not, and whether these ought to be the same with the parts of the definition likewise. Further, then, neither is the universal nor the genus substance, but concerning ideas and mathematical entities we will subsequently institute an inquiry. For, beside the substances of things cognisant by the senses, certain speculators assert these to have a subsistence. At present, however, let us treat of those substances that are acknowledged to have a subsistence, but these are sensible substances, or the substances of those things that fall beneath the notice of the senses. Now, all sensible substances involve matter, but substance may be considered as those things that may be classed amongst subjects in one sense as matter, but in another as the definition. Now, I mean by matter that which is not this certain particular thing in energy, but in capacity is this certain particular thing, and in a different sense definition and form are subjects. That which is this certain particular thing is separable from the formal principle of it. And third is that which is composed of these, of which alone there are generation and corruption, and which is a thing that simply has a separable subsistence. For of those substances which subsist according to a formal principle, some are capable of a separate subsistence, but some are not so. But that matter is a substance is evident, for in all opposite changes is there something which is the subject of the changes, as, for instance, in place, that which is now here, but again is elsewhere, and according to increase, that which is at the present moment of such a size, and the next less or larger, and according to alteration, a person who is now healthy, and at another time indisposed. And in like manner also, according to substance, a thing which now subsists in a state of generation is again, however, in a state of corruption, and that which is at the present time a subject as this certain particular thing, yet is at some future period a subject as according to privation. And, doubtless, the rest of the changes follow upon this. Yet this does not follow one or two of the other changes, for there is no necessity, should even anything involve local or topical matter, that this also involve matter, both such as is generable and corruptible. What, then, is the difference between simple production and that which is not simple production has been declared in our treatise on physical phenomena. Chapter 2. But since the subsistence of substance as a subject and as matter is admitted by philosophers, and this is that which subsists in capacity, it remains that we should state what that substance is amongst sensibles which subsists as energy. Democritus, therefore, assuredly seems to be a person who considered that, in regard of this, there are three differences, for he was of opinion that the subject body and the matter were one and the same thing, but that the difference lay either in the rysmos, which is figure, or in the trope, which is position, or in the diathege, which is order. But there appear many existing differences, as, for example, some things are termed substance from the composition of matter, as, to give an instance, whatsoever things are formed by mixture, such as mead, which is a mixture of honey and water, and others are termed so from a wooden fastening, as a chest, and others from a string, such as a bundle, and others from glue, as a book, and others from many of these, and others again are said to subsist from position, as a threshold and the lintel of a door, for these differ from circumstances of position in a certain respect. Other things, however, derive their being from time, as dinner and breakfast, and some from place, as the winds. And some things are styled differences from the passive properties of sensibles, as, for example, hardness and softness, and thickness and thinness, and dryness and moistness, and some are so termed from certain of these qualities, and others from all of them, and in general some from excess, but others from defect. Wherefore it is evident that the fact of a thing's subsistence is denominated in thus many ways. For a threshold is a threshold because it is situated thus, and its subsistence signifies that it has this position in this way. And the subsistence of ice signifies the fact of its congelation in this form. And the subsistence of some things will be defined by even all of these circumstances. And this because some things consist from the mixture of some things, but others from their temperament, and some from their connexion, and some from their condensation, and some from their employment of other differential qualities, as either the hand or foot. Therefore must we take into consideration the genera of differences, for these will be the first principles of subsistence, as, for example, those things which have their subsistence in the more and the less, or the dense and the rare, and the other properties of this kind. For all these belong to excess and defect. If anything, however, has its subsistence in figure, or smoothness and roughness, all things will subsist in what is right-lined and curved. Now to some things their subsistence will consist in their being mingled, and in an opposite way their non-subsistence will consist in not being mingled. It is therefore evident from these foregoing statements that if substance is a cause of the subsistence of each thing, that in these must be sought the solution of the question what the cause of the subsistence of each of these is. Substance indeed then is not any of these, or a thing that is connected together, nevertheless it subsists analogically in each thing. And as in substances whatsoever is predicated of matter is actual energy, this also in an eminent degree is the case with the other definitions, as, for example, if it be necessary to define a threshold, we will say that it is a piece of wood or stone situated in this way, and if a house, that it is bricks and timbers disposed in such or such a way. Or shall we further say that likewise the final cause exists in the case of some things? And if we are called on to define a lump of ice, we would reply that it is water congealed or condensed in this form, and if symphony is to be defined, that it is a particular sort of mixture of the sharp and the flat, and we must proceed in the same manner with other things also. It is evident, therefore, from these statements that there is of different matter a different energy and a different definition, for of some things composition is the energy and form, and of other things mixture, and of others something else of those particulars enumerated above. Wherefore, of persons engaged in defining things, those on the one hand who say what a house is, that it is stones, bricks, timbers, speak of the house in respect of potentiality or capacity, for these are matter. But those who say in addition that it is a receptacle preservative of goods and bodies, or that it is some other such thing, speak of the house in regard of its energy. And those who put both of these together speak of the third substance, I mean the substance composed of these, that is, of potentiality and energy. For the definition that subsists by means of differences seems to be that of form and energy, but that which consists from things that are inherent appears to be the definition of matter rather. In like manner also does this consequence result unto the definitions which Archytas admitted, for they are compounded of both together, as, for example, what is a lull? Stillness in a mass of air. The air in this case is matter, but the stillness is energy and substance. What is a calm? Smoothness of sea. The subject in this case as matter is the sea, but the energy and form are smoothness. Now it is evident from what has been stated what sensible substance is, and how it subsists, for the one thing is as matter, but the other as form when it is energy, but the third is that which is composed of these. Chapter 3. It is requisite, however, that we should not be ignorant that sometimes it escapes our notice whether the name signifies the composite substance, or energy, or form, as, for example, a house, whether it is a sign of that which is common to all houses, viz. That it is a shelter composed of bricks and rafters and stones disposed in this way, or whether it is a sign of energy and form, because it is a shelter. In the instance of a line, also, whether the name signifies that it is a duad in length, or, because of its being the duad, is a sign of energy and form. And in the case of animal, whether it is soul contained in body, or soul simply, for soul is the substance and energy belonging to a certain body. And animal also would be involved in both, not as what is predicated by one definition, but as in relation to one thing. These, however, differ in relation to something else, but they in no wise contribute to the advancement of the present investigation about substance. I mean that substance which is cognizant by sense. For the essence or very nature of a thing is inherent in the form and energy. For soul, I admit, and the being of a soul are the same thing, but the being of a man and the being man are not the same thing, unless likewise the soul will be styled a man, and so the being of man will be the same, no doubt, in one respect, but not the same in another with man. But the syllable does not appear to persons engaged in such investigations as consisting of the elements of speech and of composition, nor does a house seem to constitute both bricks and composition. And this supposition is made correctly, for the composition and the mixture of anything consist not from those things to which composition or mixture belongs. In like manner also it is not the case with anything else, as, for example, a threshold subsists from position, not position from a threshold, but the latter rather from the former. Nor is a man animal and biped, but must needs be something which subsists besides these, if these are matter, and which is neither an element nor from an element, but the substance, and the thing which they take away they denominate matter. If, then, this is a cause of existence, and if this is substance, they would term this actual substance. Now it is necessary that this be either a thing eternal or subject to decay without being reduced to decay, and be generated without going through a process of generation. But it has been demonstrated and made apparent elsewhere that no one produces form nor generates it, but that this particular thing is produced, and that what is composed of these is generated. But whether there are substances of things corruptible capable of having a separate subsistence is in no wise evident as yet, save that thus much is plain, that it is not admissible with some things at any rate, such as cannot possibly subsist, even besides certain particulars, say a house or a utensil. Therefore perhaps indeed neither such are substances, I mean sensibles, nor are these very things substances in any respect, nor anything else that does not consist naturally, for one may consider nature as alone the substance in things that are liable to decay. Wherefore the doubt which the followers of Antisthenes and persons similarly uneducated indulged in, namely, that the nature of a thing cannot be defined, involves some opportunity of a solution at present. For what they say is that definition is a long sentence, but certainly as to the quality of a thing, what it is, though we cannot frame any definition, yet we can even give instruction of some kind or other on such point, As, take the case of silver, you may not be able to tell what it is, to be sure, yet you may say that it can be assimilated in its appearance to tin. Wherefore it belongs in fact to a substance of which it is admissible that there be a definition and formal principle, as for example of that which is a composite nature, whether it be cognizant to the sense or the intellect. But there cannot be such of those things from which these consist primarily, if the definitive reason has any signification in regard of anything, and it is necessary that the one be as matter, but the other as form. Now it is likewise evident on the supposition that numbers are in a manner substances, why it is that they subsist after this mode, and not as certain philosophers say, because they are a multitude or aggregation of monads. For definition also is a certain number, for both it is divisible and resolvable into indivisible elements, for formal principles are not infinite, and number is a thing of this kind. And just as when any of those things whereof number consists has been either subtracted from number or added to it, no longer is there the same number, but a different one, even though ever so little be subtracted or added, so in like manner neither will definition, nor the essence or very nature of a thing be any longer the same, when there is a subtraction or addition of anything. And it is necessary, further, as regards number, that there should be something through which it is one, which in the present case they cannot assign. I mean something through which it is one, if number is one thing. For either it is not one thing, but is, as it were, a heap, or if it is, it must be stated what that is which makes it to be one out of many things. Definition also is one thing, and similarly, neither in regard of this which is compounded out of many things can they make assertions in this way. And this result naturally takes place, for it is a consequence from the same reasoning, and the substance in this way is one thing, but not in such a way as some would make out who say, for instance, that it is a certain monad or point, but that each is actuality and a certain nature. And as number involves neither the more and the less, so neither does that substance which subsists according to form, but if this be the case, it is that which is connected with matter. Respecting indeed then generation and corruption in regard of the aforesaid substances, in what manner it is admissible, and how it is impossible that they should take place, and regarding the reduction of definition into number, let the foregoing distinctions be set down thus far. Chapter 4. As regards material substance, however, it is necessary that it should not escape our notice that, even though all things are from the same primary nature, or the same things as those that are primary, and though the same matter be as a first principle, for things that are generated, nevertheless, there is a certain peculiar matter of everything. For instance, the first matter of phlegm is the sweet, or the oily, and of bile the bitter, or something else of this sort. But perhaps these also are from the same thing, and there are produced many substances of the same thing when one thing is the substance of another, as phlegm is from the fat and the sweet, if what is fat or oily be from what is sweet. And it is the case that it is from bile on account of the resolution of the component qualities into bile, as into their primary matter. For in a twofold way does one thing proceed from another, namely either because it will be in the way of progression, or of analysation into its first principle. Now, on the supposition of the existence of one matter, it is possible for different things to be generated by reason of the cause which imparts motion, as both a chest and a bed are formed from wood. Of some things, however, the matter is necessarily different, when the things themselves are different. As, for example, a saw can never be made of wood, nor does it belong to the cause imparting motion to accomplish this, for it can never produce a saw of wool or of wood. But if, then, it is possible to make the same thing of different matter, it is evident that art, and the first principle, as one that originates the motion in a thing, are the same. For if matter were different from that which imparts motion, the thing made or generated would also be different. When, therefore, one may investigate what the cause of a thing is, since causes are denominated in many ways, it is necessary to mention all the contingent causes, as, for example, what is the cause of man as matter, that is, the material cause? Is it the menstrual blood? And what is the cause as that which imparts motion, or, in other words, the efficient cause? Is it not the seed, then? And what is the cause as form, or the formal cause? Is it not the essence or very nature of the thing? And what is the final cause of his existence? Is it not the end thereof? But perhaps both of these are the same, and it is requisite also to mention the most immediate or proximate causes. What is the matter of man? Not fire or earth, but that which is matter peculiar or domestic to the nature of man. Certainly, then, respecting physical and generable substances, it is necessary to advance forwards in our investigations in this manner, if one will advance correctly, since in such a case both these causes and causes of such a description are in existence, and if it be requisite to have a knowledge of causes. Concerning physical or natural substances, however, but such as are everlasting, there is another mode of reasoning. For some of them, perhaps, do not involve matter, or do not involve matter of this kind, but only that which is movable in place. And therefore, as many as possess a natural subsistence, but are not substance, these do not involve matter, but the subject to them constitutes substance. As, for instance, what cause is there of an eclipse? Say, what material cause is there? For no such can be assigned, save that the moon is that which is passive. And what is the cause of this phenomena? As that which imparts motion and destroys light, that is, the efficient cause, the earth. The final cause, however, does not perhaps exist in this case, and the formal cause is definition. Yet this is obscure unless the definition be along with the cause. As, what is an eclipse? It is a privation of light. And if this addition be made, that this privation of light is occasioned by the earth intervening in the midst, this will be a definition in conjunction with the cause. But in the case of sleep it is obscure what is the first thing that is passive. Shall we say that it is the animal in its entirety? Yes. But in what part does this passive condition arise? And what organ is it that first undergoes this passive change? Is it the heart or something else? Then there is the inquiry by reason of what agency does this passive condition ensue? And in the next place, what is this passive condition? I mean the condition that belongs to that particular organ, and does not belong to the whole body. Shall we say that it is such and such a kind of immobility? Be it so. But this is such because there is something to undergo an affection in the first instance. Chapter 5. And since some things are unconnected both with generation and corruption, and some are not so, as for example points, if they really subsist, and in general species and forms, for it is not whiteness that is generated, but the white wood, or if also everything which is generated from something, in such a case all contraries would not be generated from one another, but in a different way would white man be from black man, and whiteness from blackness. Nor of everything is there matter, but of as many things as there is generation and mutual change, and as many things as are without alteration, or are not, of these there is not matter. It involves, however, a subject of doubt, how matter, I mean, that which belongs to each thing, stands in relation to contraries. For instance, if the body be healthy in capacity, and if the opposite thing to health be disease, whether shall we say that both subsist in capacity? Whether shall we also say that water in capacity is both wine and vinegar? Or shall we say that the body is matter of health according to its habit and according to form, but that it is the matter of disease according to privation and according to corruption, such as is contrary to nature? And another certain doubt is there also, why wine is not the matter of vinegar, nor vinegar in capacity, although vinegar is produced from this. And in respect of one that is alive, we may doubt whether such is in potentiality a dead body, or is not. but the corruptions subsist according to accident. The actual matter, however, of an animal subsists according to corruption, as the capacity and matter of a dead body, and the water also of vinegar, for from these are they generated as night from day. And as many things, therefore, as in this way undergo changes into one another, ought to revert back into matter, as, for instance, if from a dead body an animated one should be generated, it is requisite that the dead body should first be resolved into matter, in order that in this way an animated body might afterwards be generated from it. And in like manner vinegar must be resolved into water. Then will wine in this way be produced. Chapter 6. But bearing upon the doubt mentioned above, both respecting definitions and respecting numbers, is the question, what is the cause of their being one? For of all such things as have many parts, and of which the whole is not, as it were, a heap, but is something else, namely an entirety, beside the parts, there is a certain cause, since also in bodies, in some indeed, contact is the cause of their being one, and in others viscosity, or some other such passive quality. Now definition is one discursus or sentence, not by a bond of connexion, as the Iliad, but in respect of being of one thing. What then is it which makes man to be one thing? And why is he one thing, but not many things? As, for example, both animal and biped, and in the most eminent degree also, if, as some say, any animal in itself and biped in itself have a subsistence. For why is not man those very things? And why will men subsist not according to participation of one man, but the participation of two things, both animal and biped? And in general, therefore, man will not be one thing, but many things, namely animal and biped. It is therefore evident that to persons treating the subject in such a way as they have been accustomed to frame their definitions and assertions, it is not possible to adduce a reason of this and solve the matter in doubt. But if the case stands as we say, namely, that one thing indeed is matter, but another form, and again that one thing subsists in capacity, but another in energy, no longer would the matter under investigation seem a subject of doubt. For this doubt is the same as if the round brass were the definition of a garment. For this name would be a sign of the definition. Wherefore the object of investigation is what the cause is, that the circular and the brass are one. No longer, however, does the doubt appear to remain, because the one is matter, but the other form. What then is the cause of this? Namely, that what subsists in capacity should subsist in energy beside the producing cause. I mean, in the case of whatsoever things there is generation. For there is no other cause of the sphere that subsists in capacity subsisting as a sphere in energy. But this was the essence in each thing. And as regards matter, there is one kind that is intelligible, and another that is cognizant by the senses. And as regards definition, one sort indeed is invariably matter, and another is energy, as a circle is a plane figure. As many things, however, as do not involve matter, either intelligible or sensible, forthwith is it possible that each of these be one certain particular thing, as that which is a certain particular thing is this particular thing as well as quality and quantity. Wherefore also there does not inhere in definitions either entity or unity, and the essence or very nature of a thing is forthwith a certain unity, as also a certain entity. Wherefore also there is not any different cause for any of these being one, or of there being a certain entity in them, for immediately doth each constitute a certain entity and a certain unity, yet they are not inherent in entity or unity as in the genus of these, nor have they a subsistence as though they were separable from singulars. And on account of this aforesaid doubt, some philosophers maintain that participation, to wit, is the cause, and what the cause of the participation is, and what the participation itself is, they are in doubt, but some assign the intercourse of the soul as the cause, just as Lycophron, who says that science is the union of the act of scientific knowledge and of the soul. but others affirm that the principle of vitality consists in the composition or conjunction of soul with body. Indeed, the same reasoning holds good as regards all things, for also the being in sound health will be either the union or conjunction or composition of soul with health, and for the brass to be a triangle will be a composition of brass and of triangle, and for a thing to be white will be a composition of superficies and whiteness. And a cause of their speaking in this way is because they are searching for the uniting principle and difference of capacity and actuality. But, as has been said, both the ultimate matter and the form are the same, and the one subsists in capacity, but the other in actuality. Wherefore, the investigation of what is the cause of unity is similar to the inquiry into the cause of a thing being one. For everything is one particular thing subsisting both partly in capacity and partly in energy, in a certain respect, as one thing. Wherefore there is no other cause, except there be something that can be shown to subsist as a cause imparting motion from potentiality into energy. Now, whatever things do not involve matter, all of these are simply some certain particular thing. End of chapter 6 and end of book 7. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards.